Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. We are Beulah Land at Temple Kifarim. Welcome, welcome, welcome. May the Most High be praised on this beautiful day. All right. So let's get started. Y'all know how we do. On the Shabbat day, we start our Shabbat day. We give praise to the Most High, thanks and acknowledgement to the King, and appreciation for all that he's done for us, to us, with us, and for us. And now is no different. Now is no different. We should be doing the same thing. So let's do what we do. All right? So who would like to be first? I welcome you all. I welcome you all for coming. Since nobody's talking, I guess I might as well talk myself. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sit down correctly. Sit down correctly. Do you want me to come off of you? Go ahead. Shalom.
Shalom.
What are you thankful for?
I'm thankful for.
Speak up.
I'm thankful for my house,
And
I'm thankful for my brother.
okay.
And
Anything else?
I'm thankful for my sister.
All right. Speak up. Shalom.
So
What are you thankful for?
we think.
Hmm?
We think.
You're not thankful for anything? But you thankful for life?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you thankful for?
Push.
Hmm?
Down.
And your papa and your Emma? Okay. You want to go? Or you? Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam, Shabbat Shalom to all. First and foremost, giving praises, thanks and praises to the Creator for all He is and all He does. Thankful to Him for another Shabbat day. So grateful for this day. So thankful that the Most High has allowed us to be here and to grow and to come under His laws, statutes, and commandments. I'm thankful to the Most High for this week, a blessed week of learning and growing, pushing through, even at difficult times when things seem to sit down. When things seem to be in array, sometimes the Most High sits you down so you can focus, refocus, and gather what needs to be done to be better. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful to the Most High for my Horim, my parents, for all that they are, or that they were, and all that they will continue to be through their legacies, through their children and grandchildren. I'm thankful to the Most High for my Ish, for traveling mercies, the Most High allowing him to be here, home on this day, on the land, allowing him to come and bring and do the things that he needed to do at this time. So I'm thankful for his presence and his essence in my life. I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful for my Beulah family, my community family here on YouTube. Thankful for all those who are committed to the Most High first and foremost. And then once you commit to him, thankful to see those committed to their families and to their extended families. So Todah for that. I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing my nieces to be here this rising, the two that you just saw, Amina Charm and Soul. Thankful for them being here, for they are 7 and 2, and so it's definitely been a process for me having these young children here for a whole almost week and a half. Not having that for a while, but Creator does things in the manner He needs to. But I'm thankful that I was able to do that for my sister, and she just had her third child. Our little nephew, our baby boy, is here. So I'm thankful that I'm able to, allow her to get that break and be at peace, to bond for a little bit with the baby and her husband. I'm super thankful, just to the Most High for all things. Like a lot of things, happen throughout the week, and just thankful for the awakening, the opening up our hearts and our minds and our eyes and our ears to the things that the Most High needs for us to hear, to see, and to know, so that we can move forward in righteousness. So, Shabbat Shalom, Zehu.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Is there anyone else wishing to thank the Most High at this time? I put the link in the comments. So if you wish to come onto the screen and acknowledge the Creator before the family, you have the button. Just hit the link and come on and speak your piece. You ready, Emma?
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Aisha says, I'm thankful for willpower, the willpower to pray and to discipline myself. I'm thankful for my answers I get when I pray and meditate. I'm thankful for direction.
All right. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. So here we go, family. This is that time of the day when we're grateful and thankful and show it before the family by honoring the Creator, by giving Him His praise. We had a meeting the other day at our place of worship, at our house the other day. And one of the things that came up in the meeting was that things are always done in repetition. Things are always repeating itself over and over and over on the Shabbat day with so many different places, wherever you go, but particularly with us. I don't know if that's necessarily true, because we're a family that if we see something works, we utilize it. And if we see something better, we utilize that, we employ that. Like, for example, what we had just recently been doing, we have 2 classes every Shabbat. We're usually at 2 o'clock, usually at 4 o'clock. And that has made an adjustment. Now we start having this one long class and ending it out. So that is a difference. But there are a lot of things that are similar, like coming in on the Shabbat day and thanking the Creator. See, these things are most important that we understand. We understand that we have to do a certain thing always on the Shabbat. And one of the certain things that you should always do is give acknowledgement to the Most High for what He does for you in your life, whether it be through prayer, whether it be through speech, however it is. We should always do that. Then we go into our teaching classes. And since it came to me the other day, since that was said, I had, as always, try to get creative in how we do what we do. The important thing is that you keep the attention of the people that you're speaking to, that you're trying to help or trying to educate. And you have to do that in a way that's going to be informative to them. Sometimes we have guest speakers like the one we had last week. Rabbi, anybody know his name? Just want to see. Anybody know his name? Very informative message. Whether you agree or disagree with the teachings, he was a very studious man. And we have to understand that. Whatever he felt was right in his understandings, he presented it. And he went deep in his presentation. Whether you agree with it or not, you know, the brother did a great job in his presentation. All right. Rabbi Shalameen. Okay. You're close. I think that's Shalameen is his name, but I mean, Kohen Shalameen Halevi. That's his full name, but you know, I guess that's close enough. He may answer to that. He may answer to that. He'll know who you're speaking about. So, you know, I'm grateful for the brother's life, and I'm grateful for the research and the studies that he's done and the time, more importantly than anything else, the time that he's dedicated to knowledge in this way of life. In this way of life, you know. And I remember years ago, one of the elders, his name is Nasi Sapor, Prince Sapor of Shema Yisrael. I remember about 20, well, maybe 15 years ago, maybe, and I got to approximate. We used to be on this Temple Kifarim used to be on this Powell Talk thing, where we used to broadcast on Powell Talk. We used to have lessons, and we would play teachings every day of the week throughout the week. You can put it on record. I mean, put it on repeat. And so I had like maybe 10 different lessons would play in sequence, and they just would keep repeating themselves, and people could always just tune in whenever they wanted to tune in, and you just catch a lesson wherever it's at. I wonder if Powell Talk still around. Probably is. So, and we used to have invited guests come in, and one day we had Prince Paul come on and speak, and he gave a beautiful lesson. He did what he do, and something he said to me that I remember that time. He gave me some acknowledgement, some appreciation, and one of the things that he appreciated was that the fact that we sacrifice so much to give to the Most High. You follow what I'm saying? And that's what I'm speaking about. I don't care if you agree or disagree with people. You got to look at the work that people put in. And Nasi saw that, you know, and he spoke on it. And since then, it has stuck in my mind to learn from him that way of appreciating what the people put in for this nation. Because, you know, we got a lot of fly-by-night people. Some people come and go. They don't stay around long, you know, and they want to be worshiped and praised and respected to the highest degree, but they don't put the work in to earn that position. But then you have a lot of people who do, well, I'm going to say a lot of people, but we got enough, a handful of people who really do put the work in to be recognized as those people. It's a lot of people that I can mention that's been putting the work in for years. Zion Lex is one of the brothers. He's been putting it in for a long time, and he's doing it, and he does it in a different manner than most people. Morey Yoel puts it in long time. I mean, me and Morey Yoel go back years, many years. These are people who puts it in and getting it in. I got another guy that I know, Chief Ephraim. Now I'm going to talk about Chief Ephraim for a minute. Chief Ephraim, as far as I know, has probably been about 10, 15 years with Chief Ephraim that he's been getting it in. I'm not sure. They have a different philosophy. They believe in different principles. But Chief is really serious about this way of life. He's serious, no matter if you agree with him or disagree with him. He's serious about what he understands to be right and true. And it's a beautiful thing. Not enough of us have appreciation for the work that people put in to bring you to the level of knowledge that you are. Now, we all know the great ones like Cohen Mikael, Saw Aharon. We know of the great ones, Cohen Hagadol. We know of those individuals for the most part, how many years they've been sacrificing and sweating and putting it in and just giving it up to try to bring knowledge to the people. It's a good thing. And I think that these things shouldn't go unnoticed. What's the brother's name who wrote all the books? Chief. Yeah. His name is in my mind, but I can't get it. Who? No.
Oh, second one?
Yeah, Chief Zebulon. Chief Zebulon. He's been getting it in for years. He's wrote about 10, 15 books. I don't even. Oh, Abba. I did send you the link, didn't I, Abba?
He says voice is still recovering and coughing.
Okay.
He been sick.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. I thought I did. I believe I did. I believe I did. And if I didn't, please forgive me. But I thought I did.
I don't think he's trying.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. But I'm just taking the time to say this because when Chief Prince Zipporah said it to me and about me, I held it in my heart that we should always honor our elders or our people. You don't necessarily have to be your elder, but people that you know that's been getting it in this way of life and have not wavered and have been making the sacrifices for all these years to put it in. You can put in Temple Kifarim in YouTube, and you can get our videos from way back in 1998, 1999, 1994. We got videos that go back that far. That's how long we've been doing this, for a very long time. And we have built a bond with so many Israelites all around the world, basically. It's been that long. But it's not often that you hear somebody with a platform that gives shout outs to other people, whether they agree or not. And I needed to say that because I believe I needed to say that because Rabbi Cohen Shalamin is one that a lot of you may not know of, may not be aware of, but believe me, he puts the work in. He makes the sacrifice to be in the seat with the great ones. Whether you agree or disagree with his philosophy, his principles, his teachings, that's not what we're talking about. In Israel, we really need to learn to put these small, minute differences to the side and begin to build, because that's something that we don't do. Europeans, they get up there and on their platform and they build it. You see 30, 40, 50 men standing strong, and they all got their own personal opinions, their own personal way of worshiping and serving their power. However they're doing what it is that they're doing, when it's time for them to come together, they put the differences to the side and you wouldn't even know. And they stand strong, united as a people. And that's all you see. And I can't wait till the day when Israel does the same thing. Put our differences to the side and come together and stand strong as a people, because that's what we need to do to change this condition that we're in. I wanted to say something real briefly too, also about one of the words that I remember best about Rabbi Cohen Shalamin Halevi's dissertation last week. After the lesson, he typed a response to how he took the message from what we got from his after the day. And one of the parts of his message that really stood out to me the most, and it really made me feel sad, but I know it's something that we need to work on to improve ourselves, was a part where he said that we have no respect for leadership. He didn't just say leadership. He said anointed spiritual leadership. And that's a very important part, Israel. Israel today, we don't treat our spiritual leaders with the exception of Sister Titi, because Sister Titi be on point. Her and Saadia, Bati Saadia, they be on point a lot. And I got to just take my hat off and give them their props. Another sister I know is Sister Ornette. Sister Ornette is another one. But with the exceptions of those two that I can speak of right now, most of our people don't have proper respect for leadership. We don't know. It's not that we don't know how to, because we do. When the European man come around who hold a special position in the world, we know how to acknowledge and respect that position and give him respect, you know. But with somebody that look like us pop up on the scene and then put the work in and the time and the energy, like Principal, you know, like Dr. Moriel, you know, just people that I'm speaking of randomly. Cohen, Mikael. Cohen gets a lot of respect in his area, but for the most part, we don't. I don't know why our people are the way that we are, but we have to get out of that position. We have to get out of that situation, that spirit, that depressing, negative, derogatory spirit because of small differences. We can't let these differences continue to divide us, to separate us, because therefore, if we do, we are allowing these differences to conquer us. And we don't need to do that because we got too many other things attempting to conquer us. So therefore, I take my hat off to all the great ones, those who have come before me, those who have come after me, those who are putting the work in to make themselves great in this lifetime. I salute you. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High continue to give you the energy, the power, and the might to cause your word to be well known. There's another brother that just came to my mind, Maury Elisha, the late, great Maury Elisha, and some of his people that he taught. Maury Yeshaya. You know, Maury Yeshaya was one of the great ones who's really, really, really getting it in. Really, really getting it in. Morey Aharon, they call him Morey Aaron. His name is Morey Aharon. He's been getting it in. Morey Mikael, he's been getting it in. All these are the brothers from Cincinnati, you know, that's really been making these sacrifices to change the mindset of our people, to bring about great unity and sincerity within us. Again, no matter what you think about their philosophy, their doctrine, their teachings, none of that matters. The fact that they're promoting the creator of all creation, and the fact that they are promoting Yisrael, is a thing that means the most, you know? It means the most. And they've been putting it in for many years. I pray that the Most High blesses them, strengthen them, and keep them. All right? All right. So let's get it started, family. Let's get it started. Who would like to thank the Most High? Who would like to be next to give acknowledgments to this King? Who would like to thank the Most High? Okay. Did you?
Shalom.
Okay, I'm sorry. My brother, you got the floor. My apologies.
Okay. Greetings to the leadership. Shalom, everyone. Right. I recognize it's important to acknowledge those who lead. Right. And I was reading this week the Torah portion of Yitro, where Moses was the leader, and he actually acknowledged his father-in-law and took his instructions. So even leaders themselves, they recognize persons in authority, and we as Bnei Israel should also recognize that. So I want to start off by acknowledging the Most High as the greatest in my life. He had extended his covenant to me, like from a father to a son, and I'm in a special position today. I'm a treasured possession, and I'm of a peculiar priesthood. And for that, I serve him and him alone. Right, my week was good. It was productive. You know, the scriptures said, by the sweat of our brow, we should eat bread. So I really worked hard this week to be able to, comfortably be receptive of the blessings that the Most High extend to me and my family. Yeah, I'm feeling healthy, because he is the one that keeps me and my family. He provides our bread and our water. And it is said that, he will remove sickness from our midst, and it's not something we were to take lightly. Every day we can get up and walk around fit in a fit way. So All praise to the Most High. I just want to encourage everyone to continue to share, the experiences, and don't be reluctant to share the blessings that we realized this week, because it strengthens the family when we can hear others sharing. We continue to do what we are commanded, keep his statutes and his judgments, and that's one of the way we can live safely in this land. So I just encourage the Bueller family right now to be receptive to what comes today. Even if the presenter might not present in the way, the format that we like, or in the manner which we like. The fact that they can come and decide to share with us, I'm appreciative of this, and it's a very healthy forum for us to get our questions answered and to study Torah more, so that we can be strengthened in our lives, and that we can influence others around. So we hope that I would just hope everybody will have a Baruch day. Shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. All right. So let's rock and roll, family. Here we go. Sister TT says, I am thankful to the Creator for allowing me to pull through my surgery and every single blessing he gives me. So you keep a lot of secrets there, sis. I see that. Okay. But that's all right. We didn't know you was having a surgery. I'm glad you made it through. May the Most High be praised. I'm glad you made it through and all is well. All right. Baruch Shemo, Shabbat Shalom, Prince Kaz. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Rabbi Shalomo, yes, correct. Mr. Otter says, I am thankful to the Creator for sustaining the lives of my brother and uncle. That really means a lot to him, I can tell. He says it every week, and it means a lot to him. Doctor gave them a week to live a month ago. Blessed be he, the Most High, Shemo Adonai. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shalomim, there you go, Dr. Shalomim. There you go. Shabbat Shalom, my brother. May the Most High be with you. Shabbat Shalom. There you go. All right. Abba Metathias, we miss you, man. It's been like 2 weeks. We've been missing you. You know that wisdom, that sound wisdom. You be in the audience, but still, man, it ain't nothing like having you here. We pray for your speedy recovery. Shabbat Shalom, Abba. Shabbat Shalom, beloved Mishpachah. I am thankful that a Koti TT Yisrael surgery went well and for swift healing. My voice is still recovering and coughing is subsiding, so I'm thankful for healing. Abba, I'm in Georgia, so if you need anything, let me know. If I need to bring it to you, I'll bring it up there to you. May the Most High be praised. And if I can't bring it to you, I'll give you instructions on how to get it made. He says, I'm thankful for Prince Kaz and Princess Medaya and my Beulah family. You did, but my voice, Toda Rabbah. All right, may the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Baruch Shemo, Shabbat Shalom, my brother Metathiah. Your brother Metathiah, that's Abba Metathiah or Elder Metathiah. Come on, young buck. What's wrong with you, young buck? Mr. Otter, what's up with you, young buck? Nah, you're right, Mr. Otter. He is a brother, but still, respect. Put some respect on that name, man. Put some respect on that name. Yeah. May the Most High be praised. Sister T says, I concur. Hanasi has worked very hard for the Creator teaching his people. Yes. Chief Ephraim is a great man as well. You know a lot of people. They both receive me and my daughter's highest respect. We love them. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, family. Thain Zante Tariq. Thankful for life, family, peace of mind, having a roof over my head, power, my immediate family, Beulah family, and my Hebrew family all over. Thankful for everything. May the Most High be praised. Hanasi. I received word that Chief Ephraim needs our what? Need our prayers. Well, I need to stop around the corner and see what's going on, then. Well, I give him a call or something, but I didn't know that was something was going on, but I'll check. Toda Hanasi, I knew of you through Hanasi Zippor, speaking well of you. All right. May the Most High be praised. It's nice to know. Toda Rabbah at who? Well, I guess you can get away with that. May the Most High be praised. Sharon, Sister Sharon, yo, y'all gotta check this sister out. This is something else. What's your Facebook title? What is it? Yeah, y'all need to check her out. Go to her Facebook page and look at a lot of. This is the art teacher from our school, and she just every time I go to Facebook and I see her, those things that drop up at the top. She's always creating something, always forming something, always giving you ideals and the things that she do. And that's why she's the art teacher, because she's the best at it. Go to her page and give her some support, please, because I'm sure she can use it. She does a whole lot of things that will be good for the people and helpful for the people in way of knowledge. Swift healing to you, Adon, Madataya, and Titi Yisrael. Yes, may the Most High be praised. And we do pray that y'all get better real soon. Shabbat Shalom. And then Sister Sharon, she also got a husband. She also got a husband that does martial arts and a lot of things in that area where he has a passion for teaching young men. So, go to her page, look them up, her and her husband, look them up and see what the Most High can help benefit you in your life by getting to know them. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. She says, Toda Rabbah Nasi, I appreciate you, and Princess Medaya. All right. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom Lekol Maisha. May the Creator bless each and every one of us this Shabbat day, the days afterwards. May He keep our minds and spirits as we prepare for the lesson today. Now, you here on the screen, Ishi. You here on the screen. You can speak your piece through the microphone. I guess the baby might be making some noise. Are you ready? Sister Laurel dropped her jewels and her wisdom on us today. Maisha is going to speak on that. All right.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. The Queen of Laurel. Since Shabbat Shalom, family, I'm thankful for the rhythms of my heart, thankful for life, total Rabbah to the Creator, to the Most High Creator, even right now for safe travels during the upcoming cycle as family and friends make our way to say the final goodbye to our sister Alicia, giving all praises and honor to the Most High for all He does to enhance our lives as we journey in this walk. Hallelujah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. And I haven't seen AIM yet. I haven't seen AIM's comment yet, but she'll be here. Toda Akot at Sharon, Sister Sharon, Ephraim, blessed to Akot Autumn, and my nephew, baby Kaz. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom, Akoti Autumn. All right. So here we go. Here we go. So in the interim of trying to do things differently, this is what I thought of that we could begin to do in the future. Let me hold, gotta get that. Humbled for recognition. I am thankful to the Creator for life, for traveling mercies, and just being able to allow us another day of life. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. But sis, I ain't gonna give you no shout outs. You don't earn it. You don't deserve it. And you deserve it. So I got to give you your props. Got to give you your props. Hey, Abba Medatias. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Titi. Shabbat Shalom. All right, family. It's just so good to be able to hear people acknowledge others and give thanks and then say some prayers for others. It's a beautiful thing. And what we created here through the Most High's blessings is a family online. For the most part, we're not just people who just come and go and come and go. We really have a natural desire to help each other. And that's good. And to be there for each other, even with our differences. We have that desire and that passion, and that's what makes us strong. So before we go into our lesson, I want to put this into your mind. Pesach is April the 14th. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, all day April the 14th. Passover is actually April 13th at eve. Once the sun goes down on the 13th, it begins the 14th day. So that's when our whole feast day and that full feast week begins, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, where you're supposed to get all the leaven out of your homes, out of your houses. And right now we're at February the 15th, is it? I think it's February 15th. Yeah, February 15th. So we have approximately 2 months to go before Pesach. And if any of you wishing to come, just let us know. Or contact somebody who has contact to one of us, and then we'll make it happen. But either way, we'll be keeping Pesach here at the land, and we welcome all of the beautiful family to come and to be a part of this beautiful family. All right, may the Most High be praised. I haven't forgotten to keep you in prayer, at Chief Malak. Chief Malak, keep Chief Malak. Okay. May the Most High be praised. You want to say something?
No, I'm reminding you, remember Sister Tanya about her granddaughter, 2-month-old granddaughter?
You take it. Take the mic.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I just wanted to, one of our parents of students at our school asked us as a family, as a community, to keep her family in prayer. Her 2-month-old granddaughter is on life support. And so she is asking for prayers from everybody that the Most High heal her and bring her back to full life within their family, for her children. And just, like when little babies, it's like their life is just beginning. So it's a hard process to even think that her little body is going through this. But so just asking that everybody continue to keep them in your prayers. Her name is Josiah. So we're just asking that the Most High heal her and heal their family and give them strength and comfort.
All right. May the Most High be praised. And yes, we asked her for permission to pray on behalf of her family, and she granted it. So this is why we are able to extend this to you all, help them. And if all you can do is prayers, you pray to the Creator, then please, by all means, feel free to help the family, because they can use our prayers right now. So in my sitting down and thinking and listening to the complaints and some of the things that came through, what I was thinking was that we can make some slight changes, probably not too many, but some slight changes in some of the things that we do. Like, for example, one thing that I think we could do is we can start taking prayer requests. We can start having people come into the room and type in whatever their prayer requests are. I think that would be a good thing. And then when we close out in prayer, we can acknowledge those prayers that people are praying for, whatever it may be, as long as it's by way of righteousness. If you have a prayer request, just type it in the room, and we'll try to take note of that. And then when we close out in prayer, we will include you and your prayer in our closing prayer at the end of the day. Or we can stop in the middle of at that period of time, and we can do a prayer then, and we can continue on with service, before the lesson, before the teachings. So we can do either of those two things, family, whichever one of those two things you would like to do. Another portion that I was thinking about was question and answer portion. We're Yisrael, and there's a lot of things that we might have questions about that we can just type it in the room and take maybe a half hour, an hour even, to respond to some of the questions that may be in the heart of the people. No matter what the question is, no matter what the questions are, we can take the time to respond to some of those questions just to try to bring some understanding to your mind. Like if there's a lot of things that you're confused about, or some new knowledge that you came across this past week or month or year that you would like to present, there's always things that we can do that we can talk about by way of questioning. What we're trying to do here at Beulah Land Temple Kifarim is we're trying to build families one soul at a time. So we're trying to give, to meet the needs where the needs are in the minds of the people, so that we can provide them what they need to get closer to the Creator. A lot of people can give you the physical things, but almost nobody has given us the spiritual food that we need to develop to become a better people. So that's what our desires are, to help you to become a better people spiritually from the inside out, to walk toward the Creator, all right, and your fellow brothers and sisters. So those are just two ideals that I had. And if you guys have any ideas, if anyone else in the audience has any ideas about how they would like to see things tweaked up a little bit, please do so. Write it in, type it in, or contact me, my Nasheen, or someone that you know who have contact to us. Abba, you can even contact Abba, or whoever it is, and let us know what it is that you desire to see differently or incorporated into the process and how we do things here, because we only have a little bit of time here. When you compare it to all the days of the week, 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, we only get like maybe 8 hours of your time and attention. So if it's something that we can do within that 8 hours that you can take with you to help improve on your life, then let it be. You know, there she is. There she is, Aim Katir. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, family. I'm thankful to the Most High for another Shabbat day and for the reconnections I've made with old and familiar friends and acquaintances. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah, Aim, just giving you a shout out just a little bit ago. We're Aim, but Aim is here. May the Most High be praised. It's, you know, a lot of places you go, they don't really teach you how to build your life, how to make finances and money to sustain yourself and to be better spiritually. A lot of places don't teach you these things, but we attempt to do all of those things with a little bit of time that we have for you to be here with us. So if there's any ideals that you all may have, please feel free to let us know what they are. And if that ideal is one that can be worked into the program or the process, by all means, that's what we'll do. All right? So may the Most High be praised. All right. Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we move on? Anything else we missed we need to cover before we go into today's lesson? All right, so we're going to, just give me 1 second. We're going to get this thing moving. We're going to get it moving, and we're going to get into today's lesson, and hopefully, Creator willing, it'll be impactful upon your life, and you will enjoy it so very much. Just give me 1 second. All right, so at this time, family, we're going to ask that you all will like, share, and subscribe to the YouTube page. Let them know that you enjoy the lessons and the productions that we're doing every week. Like, share, and subscribe, and then also ring the bell. You can also ring the bell. Come on, family, let's take the time to do that, please. We got 6 likes. Let's get those likes up. Let's get them up, family. Let's share. Let's subscribe. All that we see, all that we know, understand how we will want others to be a part of, and how others can participate and learn from the lessons that we're presenting today. So today's lesson, family, is time to change direction. That's the name of today's lesson. Time to change direction. And we prepared this lesson. Well, the lesson was prepared some time ago and then remodified. So if you see some things hear some things that you're not familiar with, don't be afraid. It's okay. All right. So we're going to get started. It says there are no other comments. No other comments. Is that large enough for everyone? Can everyone see that? Can everyone see that? Is it large enough for you in the audience? Can you read it?
Yes, I can.
All right. All right. Let's rock and roll. See that right there? That's a building families one soul at a time. That's always been what we've been about. That's always been what we've been about. We believe in that highly. Let me do something real quick. Now, while you're here, please get your ears prepared. Get your notebooks, your pens, your papers, take some notes, and write for yourself some of the things that you may need to help you in your life's journey. Because life is tricky. Life is strange. We start off in life thinking one thing and learning one thing and elevating in life in a different way, and then we wake up one day and life is just not what you expected it to be. I want to hit somewhere where you are in the silence of your heart, and I want you to really, really focus and pay attention to what's being said. There are a lot of us who are living in a life that we didn't create or that we didn't desire to be living in. There's a lot of us who are living in a life that we have been put in as opposed to the life that we desire for ourselves. And I'm not talking about those who are just unhappy and they got a great life, but they just unhappy. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people like yourself who go about your everyday working, taking care of your children, providing for your family to the best of your ability. But the life that you live is not the life that you desire for yourself. There's so many situations that happens in life that holds us back from really achieving all that we desire to achieve in life. Sometimes life happens to us and we don't happen to life. Sometimes we don't build the life we truly desire for ourselves. We just wake up one day and we're in a life like most of us are today. Because if you think about it, if you had your way to change your life, where would you start? What would be the things that you would take out of your life, and what would be the things you would incorporate in your life that would make your life better for you. A lot of us, I knew this one young lady, she had 10 children, and she was so unhappy with her life. You know, she tried to walk around with a smile, but she was really unhappy. She did the best she could do by providing for her 10 children as a single mother, but her life was extremely unhappy to her. What oftentimes we do in life that we don't focus on and don't pay attention to is the consequences that comes after we do the things that we do in life. And I would say to you all right now that everybody under the sound of my voice is living based on the consequences of what they did, the decisions and the choices you made when you had that opportunity to make those decisions and choices. As a result of that, the consequences are exactly what you have today in your life. But it's not too late. It's not too late. We do have an opportunity and a chance to change our lives for the better, to become more of what we would desire to get out of life. Now, if you got 10 children like that sister had, you can't change the fact that you have 10 children. At least you shouldn't desire to change that fact, because that's a reality. So you got to do the best you can. Of course, some people will put them children to sleep and they would never wake up again. Well, we're not dealing with those type of people. We're dealing with righteous people. People who are truly finding themselves in a bad position today and just don't know how they got there. Well, I'm telling you how you got there. And one of the ways that you can understand what I'm saying to you is look back at the opportunities that you had in life when you had a chance to make decisions, and look at the decisions that you made. Most of us don't think like that. As a child, for a lot of us, we didn't want to listen to our parents. Your parents would direct you to go to college, get a degree, go to trade school, learn a trade so you can provide for yourself. But you felt as if you wanted to do what you wanted to do. And what you wanted to do was hang on the corner, hang out with your friends, sell drugs, smoke weed, drink liquor, go to parties, have what you thought or called the good life. I want to have fun. And without fun, what's life? What's the purpose of life? Well, what you do today will ultimately affect you in the next 5 years. The decisions you make in life today will ultimately have a adverse effect on the results that you produce 5 years later. So therefore, family, pay attention, please. Therefore, the life that you're living right now, look back 5 and 10 years ago, those things that you invested your time, invested your money, invested your happiness into, has brought you right to where you are right now, today. So if you are unhappy in your life, which most of us are, there are so many of us that are unhappy with the conditions of life that we have today. So if you are unhappy in your life today, there's really nobody else to blame but yourself. If you're sick with a disease, something is paralyzing your body and you can't move and you can't think, unless it's a hereditary disease, unless it's hereditary, that question is iffy, as opposed to whether you made the decision to do that. That's iffy. We really can't say, because a lot of things, a lot of the sickness and the diseases that we get are government instrumentally put upon us. And so many of us are suffering because of things that the government has done to harm us as a people. Sicknesses comes up inside of us and we don't know where it came from. So I'm not talking about those type of things. I'm talking about things like if you got diabetes and you had a pre-warning years ago to change your diet so that you don't have those diabetes. You got strokes, you having kidney failures and heart attacks and things of that nature. And when your friends and your buddies, your homies, your associates, your father, your brother, your mother will tell you to get up and go walking, go jog around the block. Come on, let's do some exercises. Every time you told them no, 5 years later, it catches up to you. The results of the decisions you made at that time plays in a part on your health and your welfare and even the way you think later on in life. A lot of us don't think about these things. We don't give these things the attention that they deserve. We think that what I have before me right now today is just a bad situation that I had no control over, that somebody else caused me to be living. And it's not true. You're in that situation because you choose to be in that situation. Because you can change your situation. Every one of us. As long as there's breath in our bodies, articulation of our limbs, and the ability to think and move, we can change our current situation for the better. What we do today will take root and ultimately begin to change the direction, or as they say, the trajectory of our lives in the next 5 years. You will see it taking place day by day. The more you are consistent in doing better and making changes in your life, the better your life will become. The more your life falls into the direction of what you desire for yourself, as opposed to what somebody else desired for you, the better your life will become. Think about it, family. Where were you at when you were 21, 22, 23? And if you're 21, 22, and 23 now, ask yourself, where am I at in life? Are you in college? Are you in some type of trade school? Are you learning anything that can provide something for you that you can ride off of for the rest of your life? This guy here, his name was, what was his name? What was the richest? No, not that guy. What's that guy's name that loaned the government money when the government went through its collapse time? Not these new guys, not Bezos, not Elon Musk. The older guy. Who? The white boy. Sometime I get brain freeze too. Well, anyway, when I start talking, y'all might remember who I'm talking about. One of the richest guys in the world. One of the richest guys. Well, anyway, this white guy, his name will probably come to me while I start talking about him. Today, he's a multi-billionaire. Multi-billionaire. But you know when he started making money? You know when he started planning for his life? When he was 10 years old. He was 10 years old and he was on the stock market, learning how to do the stock market, playing around with it. Bill Gates, no, not Bill Gates. He's playing around. Warren Buffett, that's what it is. Warren Buffett, that's his name. Warren Buffett. He was 10 years old. And he had determined at that age that he was going to be successful. He was determined that no matter what life brought his way, he would have enough so he can be successful in life. He's a multi-billionaire man. He's worth billions and billions of dollars right now today. But he started at 10. So what he did at 10 to 15, which is 5 years, produced what he had the next 5 years to come. If you are one who's on a 9-to-5 job, punching the clock with somebody, slaving for somebody, and you don't like your life, it's time for you to take command of your life. Start investing in your life in small ways with little things that you like today, so that tomorrow will be different than the possibility had you stayed where you were today. There's a lot of people who will work for a company for 15 and 20 years and retire and be completely satisfied because they don't desire much in life. They'll be completely satisfied. But then there's a lot of us, we can work, we can go out and punch a clock every day. We hate our jobs. We're miserable. We don't like it. We come home to a wife we don't like. Wife come home to a husband she don't like, can't stand. Children loud, nasty, dirty. The house is nasty. You're living in a life and you totally don't like it. What do you do to change it? How do you improve your life to make a difference? So what I'm saying, family, is ultimately, if you desire the finer things in life, the better things in life, a different way of life, then what you need to do is start today preparing for tomorrow. Start today preparing for tomorrow. When I opened class today, I spoke about all those people who had been in Israel for so long, putting the work in, and they rarely got any great, positive, powerful results where they can sit back and say, my people are in a better condition today because of me. Very rarely can they say that. Almost none of them. All right? But the simple fact that they put that work in so many years ago and built up and still putting that work in today is what got them the prestige, enough prestige, so that today a little person like me can acknowledge them before the world because of all that they've done so long ago. Same thing with you, family. One day, somebody will speak high and great and mighty about you. But if you don't put the work in now, that may not ever happen. Put that work in. Get done today what you would like to see take place in your life tomorrow. Don't put it off today. Do it now while you have the breath of life, while you have the opportunity. Do it now. Start planting them seeds today so that tomorrow you will be great. So that tomorrow you will be happy. So that tomorrow you will have things in your life that you truly desire in your life and not things that you just ended up with. Oh, man. How did I get here? That's the question you'll be asking yourself if you don't move in the right direction today. So start planning for your tomorrow. So anyone who wishes to change the direction or the trajectory of their lives, you have to start today. And don't expect it all to come overnight because it's a slow process. Bill Gates didn't become a multi-billionaire when he was 10. He might have had a couple $100,000 when he was 10, but he wasn't a multi-billionaire at 10. He had to work on that and work on that and work on that. And every 5 years, he lived off of what he did 5 years earlier. So y'all got to remember this, family. Please, Warren Buffett, what I'm talking about, Warren Buffett. Yeah, remember this. So let's get back to our lesson. Are y'all ready? All right. What's the name of the lesson, family? Time to change direction. So many of us are living in this life today and really don't have any idea of where we're going or what we're doing from one day to the next. We have become complacent with the things that life brings to us. Some of us, the things life brings to us tear us down. It beat us up, mentally stresses us out, and we have heart attacks and strokes because we don't know how to cope with the realities of life as it's bringing to us because we didn't prepare for tomorrow yesterday. Therefore, when the man come knock on your door and say you're 10 months behind on your mortgage payment, you did not do the things that you needed to do 10 months ago to prepare for today so nobody knocks on your door. I pray that you understand what I'm saying to you. So if you're unhappy with your living conditions, you don't have the money you wish to have had at this time. You don't have the wife you wish to have had at this time. You don't have the husband you wish to have had at this time. You don't have a baby daddy that you wish to have had at this time. You don't have the career that you wish to have had at this. It's all a result of what you did in your life years ago that led up to the day. And I know within the sound of my voice, there are many women who wish they never met that dude that they gave themselves to 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And they're living with the regrets of their lives today from what the mistakes were or the bad decisions and bad choices, the consequences of the bad choices that they made 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. They hanging in there, but they are completely unhappy with themselves, unhappy with the people that they find themselves living with. Some people living in cars. I just read a thing this morning about a young lady who was living in a car in Detroit, Michigan. She was living in a van, her and 2 of her children, little boy, little girl. I think the boy was 10 and the little girl was a little younger. What's that? She had 4 children? Yeah. She was living in a car in Detroit after she had reached out for help from all these different people and different sources to try to help her. She was reduced to living in a car. She felt as though she had no other choice. And it was reported that the car ran out of gas. And in Detroit right now, they got 8 inches of snow. Maybe a little bit more now. 8 inches of snow in Detroit. So it was cold. The car ran out of gas. And when she woke up, 2 of her children passed away. Now let's look at this. How could all of that have been prevented? How could it have changed so that her situation wasn't as dire as it was? She could have prepared years ago for today, February 15th, 2025, and her world could have been totally different. None of this stuff is going to make sense to you except you gravitate and take hold of what I'm telling you right now, what I'm trying to share with you right now. You never know what tomorrow brings if you don't prepare and make tomorrow bring you what you desire. Now, if that young lady went back 10, 15, matter of fact, her son was 10, if she went back 11 years and began to live a different lifestyle 11 years ago to prevent herself from the possibility of having a child by a man that would not provide for her. You know, you can only do your best in your mind in preparation, but you know when a man is secure and he has a future, you know the answer to that. But what probably happened, I don't know, but what probably happened, she was probably in love with this dude who wasn't much of nothing, sold drugs, smoked weed, drank alcohol, party, doing the average thing. When you do the average thing, you get the average results. The dude that was in college, going to school, trying to better himself, he was corny to her. He was square. He didn't smoke weed. He wasn't as live as the one that she gave herself to. And that's a decision that a lot of us made. A lot of us made similar decisions in life, and what did it bring us? What did it bring us? Sister Aisha says she could have humbled herself and went to a shelter. Sometimes it's about being humble. Okay, sis, well, she applied to the shelters. She called the shelter. From the reports that they gave, she called the shelter and the shelter never called her back. They never responded to her. So she reached out to the city for help, but the city refused, didn't, let me say they didn't answer. What the city said, because the city gave a statement. They said, we did verify that we did receive a call from her, but we didn't get back in touch with her. But what happened is they turned around and said, but she could have called back. They said she could have called back. Yeah, she could have called back. But why didn't she get an answer the first time when she called? Because this hotline is for emergencies. You know, it's deep. I saw that, and she said she reached out to the Detroit homeless groups multiple times, but got no response to an extreme. It was extremely heartbreaking. Yes. We don't know the variables or circumstances she could have had been raped five times. She was raped 4 or 5 times. Now, come on, sister. The chances of that happening, that she was putting herself in a position to be raped 4 and 5 times, is something that we would really, really highly have to speculate to get to that decision. So if a woman has 1 or 2 children, there's a large possibility she could have been raped, or taken advantage of in some type of sexual way. And she didn't want to get rid of the child, so she had to. I understand that. But we talking about a woman with 4 and 5 children, and she was one of those. Maybe she may have had no guidance. Now, all of these things are speculations, which could be correct. All of your speculations could be correct. But let's look at our own lives and let's reflect upon our own selves. Because most of us can't say that we didn't have guidance. Most of us cannot say that we didn't have somebody in our ear, whether it was our parents or one of our friends, telling us that that's not a good decision to make. You should make a different decision. But we didn't want to take that advice. We didn't want to do the things that would help to benefit our lives, because most times those things are not the fun things. We are too engineered toward trying to have fun and trying to have a good time that we don't have time to focus on what the future holds and proper preparation for the future. It says she should have reached out to some uncle or next of kin. I agree. That's what she should have did. Such a sad story, that poor lady. It's hard to get into a shelter in some states, but with children, you think it'll make it easier. Okay. I didn't say 4 or 5. You're right, sis. You didn't say she was R word 4 or 5 times. But the point I'm trying to make is that she had 4 or 5 children. So let's say the possibility that she was taken advantage of twice. What about the other 2 or 3 times? See, these was bad decision makings that she made to get herself in the condition and the position that she was, that later on in life she'll begin to regret, because she's being forced to do something, and everybody doesn't always have the help or somebody in their corner that's willing to help. Everybody doesn't always have that. So therefore, we have to look back and learn preventive measures today so we don't produce those type of results tomorrow. And if it's too late for us, then we can take the wisdom that we have, share it with somebody else so that their tomorrow can be better than the possibility of what it is today. Rabbi Shalamim says, we don't have enough thug in us. Tons of women used to say this to me. Even today, I've met Hebrew sisters who were interested in marrying me until they found out I have never smoked or used drugs. You're corny to them. You're not interesting to them. You're not exciting enough for them because you don't do those things. And you haven't done those things. So therefore, you're not the type of guy they would pick. They want the excitement. They want somebody that they can go places and travel the world with. They got a fantasy in their minds about what they desire. And anybody that's praying, fasting, meditating, it's very difficult for that individual to find a wife in the world today unless she's doing pretty much the same thing. Just having a doctor's degree is enough to make some women run and end up choosing a street guy who victimizes them. I have tons of stories I can tell on this alone, and I'm sure. All right. Well, y'all giving up so much talk. I like this talk. Y'all done held the lesson so we can deal with these talks. It's good though. Let's keep it moving. Let's see what we got. In a lot, the bigger inner cities, homeless shelters are overcrowded and the funding is not as should be. Once these places are full to the max, they close the doors, and the result is what happened. It would be great to call on family. However, many don't have family that will hold them up in these times. And that's why you need to find a community, like right here. Find a community, because the community will do the best they can, which means that you don't have to freeze out in the cold. It might not be all that you want to take place, but it will be something better than to meet your demise because you were out in the cold. I also know a man's mind cannot perceive some circumstances or the mind frame of what a weak woman could go through. Okay, I'll accept that, sis. I'll accept that. May the Most High be praised. We should also keep in mind that homelessness in the major city is growing extremely due to housing. No, I'm gonna read this, but I'm gonna share my opinion with you. We should also keep in mind that homelessness in major cities is growing extremely due to housing/rent going up and jobs not raising pay with it. LA has huge areas of homeless people, particularly women. I want to address that for a moment. A lot of people are homeless today because of the decisions they made earlier in life. Had they taken life more serious and got geared toward educating themselves so that they could provide for themselves for the future, they wouldn't have to pretty much worry about being homeless. Now, creator forbid, sometimes bad things happen to good people who have prepared properly. But what I'm trying to get at is that we don't, for the majority of us, we don't make proper preparation for life. We don't do it. And we end up suffering later because of the lack of proper preparation that we had in our younger years. So now, if you see yourself being 70 and 80 years old, and right now you ain't but 40, what are you doing to prepare for when you get 70 and 80 years old so that you can be living comfortably? What are you doing to better that? Now, if you're 18, 15, 14, what are you doing to prepare yourselves so that when you become in your 20s, you're living a valuable life? This is the point that I'm trying to make. A lot of people don't think like that. She probably saw herself as a strong woman and didn't want to seek help from a man. That's a possibility. We don't know the answer to that. We don't know. Strong possibility. Strong and independent. That's the mind frame of a lot of females today. They want to show that they can do it, so they don't want to reach out. But then on the other hand, a lot of the guys that they laid down with and gave themselves to, trusting that this man would be there, he left. And he abandoned them and abandoned the children. Or it could have been a situation, we could talk about what it could have been all the time. The man didn't know who the baby daddy was. She might not have known who the baby daddy was because she was a hoe. Who knows? We don't know. She could have been a very valuable woman who just trusted all her babies could be by one man, and she trusted the man that she had in her life, and he abandoned her. And now she's stuck with her children because she left her mother and father to be with that man. This is all possibility. We can't throw it all the dirt on the woman and make it like she's trash. We can't do that. We have to be honest. We don't know her situation. But if we take the average situation with the average young lady who is living the life today, we can basically sum it up that it was all about the decisions that they made earlier in life that got them to where they are today. And now California is trying to make a law to be homeless. That's insane. How cruel a system that blames and punishes the victim. I don't know if they're so necessarily victims in this situation, because that's what this lesson is about. A lot of people don't want to take accountability for the realities of their lives right now. A lot of people want their lives to be something other than what it is, but didn't put the work in to make their lives out to be what they desired. Some people are homeless. They know not way. They know not the way. Okay. The problem is there are too many beds being taken up by fake victims. Women who will lie about domestic violence and use the children as a weapon just to get back at the fathers who was never abusive. It makes it hard for the true victims, happening all the time. See it a lot at work with the UN, the Anti-Trafficking Task Force, especially the ATL Metro. I would agree with that. That's a good way of looking at it. That is true, Dr. Rabbi. People will and do lie to get assistance because they want to work. They don't want to work for it. That's another issue within the system as well. Their way of investigating the needs. Okay. They know no way. Do what? It's not adequate. Okay. Very good. May the Most High be praised. They know not the way. Okay. Very good. But as I brought up earlier today, most people had somebody in their lives trying to direct them in a direction, but they didn't want to hear. They might have made that person an enemy of theirs. They might have got away from that person and ran from that person and didn't want no parts of that person. A lot of things happen in the lives of people, and then when we raise our head up, we wondering why we suffering with these deadbeat jobs, no job, in and out of work, and hungry, and children, 4 or 5 children to feed. All of this is a result of the decisions you made earlier in life. And these are the type of things we need to learn to address. And this is the point that I'm trying to make here today with this lesson that we're having. Giving all honor and praise and glory to the Most High King Yotzeh, the King of all creation. Honoring all the elders, leaders, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, I greet you all in the name of the Most High, the Holy Father, the Creator of all creation of hosts, by saying Shabbat Shalom Lekim. Today's lesson is entitled Time to Change Direction. And I pray that at this time I've given you a lot to think about and a lot to consider about your own life. Because whether you know it or not, we are only responsible enough for the lives that we create for our future. If you're not working hard to create a life for your future, then you can't complain. You have to accept whatever life gives you. If you're one who has made your life where you're determined to live off of the free resources of this government, then when the government shuts it down, you have to accept that and not be angry with that. If you're one who is determined to make a way in life and use the government resources for a period of time, then that's another great decision. Use what you can get, but realize within your mind that it's only temporary. Therefore, you're building a better life, preparing for a better world in your near future. We have to begin to do this. And not enough of Israel has done that in the past. Not enough black folk have done that in the past. Considered how to create, mold, and shape our tomorrow. Not enough of us has done this, but we need to begin. And it is my prayer that today's lesson would ignite something within you that would help you to begin to focus on the realities of life different than what you've been doing in your past, so that you don't make the same mistakes that you have made that gotten you where you are today, tomorrow, that you do better. In today's time, we, the Black Hebrew people of today, are without knowledge of which God, which power is the true power to serve. Many of us have been serving a power that our fathers and our mothers have been serving for the last 400 years. A power that they were given by their oppressors. And we truly believe that he is the right power to obey and to serve. And without question, we separate and look down on others who don't believe as we believe, blind and not knowing that all along we ourselves are being slaves to idolatry. Most of us practice the religion of our forefathers, our mothers' mothers, our fathers' fathers. Rather you do it directly, usually you do it indirectly, which means, like, for example, a lot of us say our forefathers was raised up in Christianity, but I'm not a Christian no more. I left Christianity. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, born and bred thoroughly through and out, and I only serve the Most High, the creator of all creation. But is that really true? Because when you left the church, you brought a lot of the Christian doctrine along with you, a lot of the Christian dogma along with you. Therefore, and I'm going to tie it all in later, therefore, you are really worshiping and serving the powers of your forefathers, unless you have completely left alone the doctrines that they taught, the practices that they taught, the customs that they taught. Unless you have completely left those things alone, then you are most likely still practicing idolatry. And most of us don't even understand that. All right, let me give you an example of what I mean. When you get married, do you jump the broom? Do you take your wife by the hand and y'all jump over a broom? Because that's Christianity. That's idolatry. That's what a lot of our forefathers embedded within us when we were younger. The jumping of the broom. When you get married, do you wear a ring on your finger? That's the customs of our forefathers. That's the custom of our forefathers. They taught us that this is what a man and a woman must do when they get married. And we practice those same doctrines and teachings, not knowing what we're doing. We just do it because that's a symbol or a sign that we have been incorporated with. There are a lot of things that we do that we don't know how we got to that place or that point. The only thing we know is that we're there. And that a lot of us are there and don't even understand how we got there. Let me give you another one. On December 25th, are you still putting up trees, Christmas trees, worshiping or practicing gift giving? Oh, I don't keep Christmas. I'm just doing this for the children. Are you still doing those things? Are you still practicing or contributing to Thanksgiving? Yeah, but that's the only way we get to see our family and friends and sit down and eat together. So we got to go and participate. Are you still giving yourself over to those type of things? All of these things that you do have been done by your forefathers. And these things have been displeasing in the sight of the Creator. Therefore, when the time comes that the Most High is most merciful and he extends his most of his mercy unto you, and he brings you out of those conditions and out of those situations, you have to completely abandon those ways of your old lifestyle. The name of the lesson today is time to change direction. If you are unhappy with the way that your life is going right now, the situations in your life, and so many different things about your life that you are unpleased with, then this lesson is for you. It's now time to change direction. And in order for you to change direction, you have to first examine your life and all the things in your life. You should write down the important things in your life, how you got there and how you can prevent from staying there. And then begin to do the things that's needed and necessary to prevent you from repeating that same cycle of life over and over and over again. I'm from Philadelphia. Well, I was born and raised in Philadelphia for the majority of my life. And when I was younger, there was older guys than me that stood on the corners, drank liquor, smoked weed, smoked cigarettes, partied, sexed the women, got a whole bunch of children around my age, all in the neighborhood that they're not taking care of, all types of things. And that's when I was 14. 10 years later, I started working, doing construction work, learning how to be a bricklayer. Labor first, then bricklayer. And I learned how to make money for myself in those means. And then I would come home after I got off of work, and those same guys, when I was younger, 14, 15, are still in the corners when I'm 24 and 25 years old. They're still standing on the corners doing the same thing, sexing the women, drinking the drugs, partying, smoking the weed, drinking liquor, having fun, having what the colloquial form of fun actually was. These same guys are still standing on these corners doing the same things. And we walk past, we call them old head. What's up, old head? Yeah, what's up, young buck? Go ahead on, man. Some of them like you, some of them don't. But the point that I'm trying to make is 10 years later, they were still standing in the corner doing the same thing. And here it is. I was out trying to work and build something to prepare for my future. 10 more years go by, and my hand be to the Creator. I'm not lying. 10 more years go by. Them same elders, with the exception of those who passed away, with the exception of those who died, are still on them corners. And this time, they're not alone, because they have placed in their minds of some of their children and the youth that's growing up in the neighborhood that this was the better life. Oppression drives a man mad. That madness is contagious, and he'll pass it on to the younger generations to come. And a lot of those youth are now hanging on the corner doing exactly what the old heads used to do when we were coming up. 20 years later, 30 years later, a lot of them elders till this day, a lot of them elders is still 60 and 70 years old, still in them corners, still smoking, still sexing all the women. And this is no exaggeration. Look in your neighborhoods and see if what I'm saying is true for your neighborhoods. See if what I'm saying is a fact. Now, these men, they pass away. They have nothing to leave to their children. The house they've been living in for 45 years was being rented all that time. So therefore, all their monies they took to make somebody else wealthy, to allow somebody else to put their children through school while their children got the education of the ghetto. Their own biological children got the education of the ghetto, but the person who owned the house they were renting from for 45 years, paying them $600 and $700 all the way up to $1,000 within 30 years, 40 years, the rent went up. So they put their children, the landlord's children, through school to become doctors and lawyers and accountants and powerful things, engineers and people who make the world go round, while their children is coming up after them now on the corner, smoking the drugs, selling the drugs, and not profiting humanity at all, in and out of jail, thinking that this is their life. I got so many of them. And then they produce children, which come up underneath of them, and it's the same cycle for 45 years. The same cycle is repeated in the Black communities. Now let's look at the women for a minute. The women are giving themselves to those type of men. They don't want the man that's going to be dedicating his time, unless he's dedicating his time to sit up underneath of them, unless she can smoke with him, drink with him, party with him. That's what they desire. That's the people that they have. You got to be a fun person in order for those people to appreciate you. Now, this is just an example, see what I see with my life as I view past my history, but I see so many people who are in the same situation, same condition, and can speak and verify on the same things that I'm speaking of that live in completely different states. This is how we are as a people. Very few people want to put the time and the energy in to educate this so that it can have a result on their lives and they can be better individuals, brothers and sisters. My last wife, I remember when I married her, she was a college student working on her master's degree. And she put the time in. I used to be in the house and she'd be in the computer. I'm somewhere doing something else. She in the computer, falling asleep at her laptop because she's trying to meet the deadline to get her work done so that in the future she could have a better life. A better life. She put the time in, she graduated, and now, well, she's married to me now, so, you know, she don't have to work as hard as if she didn't have a husband. So she can relax just a little bit, not much, but a little bit. And she has prepared herself that if anything happens to her husband, she has a financial way of supporting herself. It also helps her mind to be a thinker. By putting all that work in school, it teaches you how to think and how to remember and how to process things. So what am I saying? I'm saying ultimately the same thing I said at the beginning of the lesson. What you do 5 years ahead of time predicts what your life, largely possibility of what your life will be like 5 years later. With the exceptions of things that the Creator allowed to take place that you wasn't aware of. But we got to remember, sometimes the foods we eat has an adverse reaction on our bodies, and it will break us down, which is a slow process. You tearing them chicken wings up. You love them chicken wings. They can't get you to stay away from Chick-fil-A. All them chemicals, over 45, was it 45 or 90 ingredients in a piece of chicken from Chick-fil-A? Prince can't tell you to put the chicken down. Prince told you chicken is unclean. You shouldn't eat it anyway, but you don't listen. You want to go out and you want to eat it and you want to do it. I promise you it will have an effect on your body later. You might be getting away with it right now is because compound poison is what takes you out. Compounding poison upon poison upon poison from all these different areas of life. You can't avoid the poison, first of all, but you can lessen the effects of the poison. You can stop eating the things that you know that are detrimental to your health. Stay away from those things and eat things that are more wholesome. Not that you're going to avoid all poisons and contaminants through life, but the simple thing is you can relieve yourself of the large possibility of compound poison. Poison upon poison upon poison upon poison. Eventually, if you eat enough Chick-fil-A, you'll develop different type of cancers throughout your body. You'll have strokes, heart attacks. You will develop all these different illnesses throughout your body. And it's not just Chick-fil-A, it's chicken, period. It's chicken, period. These things have an adverse reaction against the body, the human body, especially the Hebrew bodies. If you continue on in those things today, now we're talking about health, how you can prevent your health from being in a bad place 5 years from now. Stop doing what you're doing right now. I remember I had this conversation with a sister a little while ago, about 2 weeks ago. And she says to me, Prince, I'm trying to do what I can do to get my diet right. I'm cutting off this, I'm cutting off that, and I'm going to begin to do this. She said, but I'm having a little bit problem with the chicken, but I'm going to work on it and I'm going to get it out of my life. All I can do was just say, wow, may the Most High be praised. She took on the struggle and the challenges to change her diet so that tomorrow, she has prevented what could have happened, which means 5 years from now, we could be sitting at her in the hospital with her heart palpitating with crazy heartbeats, or she didn't had an aneurysm or a stroke, laying on her deathbed because 5 years earlier, she didn't listen to the lessons that was being taught. She heard the lessons, but she didn't listen. So therefore, she suffered 5 years later. It's not a coincidence that the Creator has anyone here that's here right now. It's not a coincidence. The Creator has you here for a reason, learning this information and this knowledge so that you can put it to use in your life. So 5 and 10 and 20 and 30 years later, you can look back and say, thank you, Creator, for Prince Cass for bringing that lesson because I changed my life. And you will see the direct benefits while everybody else who hadn't heard the lesson or who ignored the lesson are suffering from all these common illnesses, all these common diseases that are running prevalent in the midst of our people because of the foods they ate. All these common mental diseases that's running prevalent in the minds of our people because they didn't properly prepare themselves 5 years earlier, 10 years earlier for the life that they knew that they would be living if the Creator spared their lives. So my point today is that now, at this very moment, it's time to change direction. You can't go this way. You can't go that way. You got to go and do what is best that you know is going to reap you the best possibility of being financially stable, satisfied, happy, peaceful, and also a loving servant of the Most High King. Because while you're preparing for that type of lifestyle, the enemies are preparing to wipe you out. They got poisonous ticks that they put poison into the ticks. They put poisonous fleas that they genetically modified and put poison in the fleas. They take ticks and drop them, and it's something way worse than Lyme disease. They drop the ticks on the people that they want to kill. The animals take it to the people get sick and die. They're preparing to wipe you out. Now, a lot of these chemicals that they put in these things has an effect because of the foods that you eat. It directly combines with those chemicals, and sugar is the number one that they utilize. Sugar. These chemicals that they put inside of these bugs, these fleas, these mosquitoes, they directly put these chemicals in there so that when they bite you, they have an allergic reaction based on the chemical composition of your body, and it kills you. A lot of that stuff is primarily geared toward the foods that you put in your system, and primarily is sugar. The poison in these bugs searches out the sugar. The sugar gives them energy and strength to destroy your life. But if you are wise enough, you will begin to cut out sugar out of your life. You begin to prevent sugar from being a part of your life so that you will have a defense in a time of warfare. And we are at war. So many people are not paying attention to these things. We have to come to an understanding, family, that they don't care about us and they're trying to take us out any way possible. This brings about separation in our communities and families. But as we look around and compare the lives of our fathers and mothers unto our lives, now what he's talking about when you gravitate toward the teachings of your forefathers, your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather, your great-grandmother, your great-grandfather, those who are closest to you in life, when you gravitate toward those teachings and you begin to hate people and separate from people because they have a different twist to their understanding or they believe things slightly different than you do, these are the results that we'll get 5, 10, 15, 20 years later. We will begin to live separated from these individuals. And we could all be calling ourselves a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. But none of you don't like each other. None of you dwell together. None of you build together. None of you are trying to get past the blockage because you see the imminent danger that's sitting right before our faces. And that's the real enemy that we need to be trying to conquer. We need to be bringing our families together. But a lot of us can't do that because we are holding on to the teachings of our forefathers. And our forefathers' teachings say if a person don't agree with you, dust your feet off at the door and don't turn around. Keep it moving. This brings about separations in our communities and families. But as we look around and compare the lives of our fathers and mothers unto our lives, very little have changed for the better. Almost nothing has changed. Things that have appeared to have gotten better superficially for the black man, but when we examine the society in which we live in today, within just the black communities, things have actually gotten worse. Things have actually gotten worse. Homelessness in the black community, homelessness has risen drastically. So many young women are with so many children and don't know which way to go, don't know what to do. Because in the 1960s, 1940s, 1930s, the black family was just that, a black family with a man, a woman married and produced children, and we did what we had to do to work it out. In the 70s, the government saw that this was keeping us strongly united together because we stood together, and they decided that they had to have a way to destroy that. So what they did was they started affecting the minds of the black man by putting liquor accessibly to them in the neighborhoods. When I grew up, it was in the 70s. Well, I'm only 39 and 3/4 years old, so how many years is that? When I grew up, it was in the 70s. Yeah, and what happened was Thunderbird was a neighborhood drink. Thunderbird. It came in a green bottle. And the majority of the black men were alcoholics. The majority of them was alcoholics. Then the next generation in the 70s and 80s, more into the 80s, my generation when I was a young teen, somewhere around there, they had what they call Coke 45, malt liquor. It was a beer. They had the strong alcohol, Thunderbird, and then they had the Coke 45, and these things stole the mind of the black man. And the black man no longer wanted to be in his family, in his home. He didn't want to be there no more. He wanted to be a whoremonger. He wanted to run around, chase women, and chase that high, and be cool, and have that swag, sell them drugs, and use drugs, and those things haven't left us for the majority as of yet. We still hold that same mentality, that same attitude. Superficially, we are weak. But genetically, according to our DNA, we are the most powerful people on the planet. But they had to find a way to break up our homes. Therefore, when they came and introduced these things to us, these stimulants, we gravitated to these stimulants, and we built a whole world around these stimulants. Welfare, Section 8, poverty, selling drugs on a corner, hanging out in the neighborhoods and just doing absolutely nothing that's going to be productive till tomorrow. Selling the drugs, your tomorrow is more than likely going to be dead or in jail, one or the other. Very few people have successfully sold drugs and exited that game and has been successful in life. Very few. But the large majority, like 95% of them, have met a death. And all you got now is you can just talk about, man, I remember people like Frankie, what's his name? Frank White. You know, he used to have this thing locked down. He dead now. He gone. He was 35 when he died. What can he benefit the world now? He can benefit by teaching you a lesson of what not to do. But a lot of us, we don't learn those lessons. We make those mistakes and we get trapped up in that life that will profit us nothing. Therefore, when you get older, arriving at 30 and 40 years old, 50 and 60 years old, 70 and 80, you look back on life and you regret the decisions that you made. Because when somebody gave you the warning sign and told you it was time to change direction, you didn't heed them. It's time to change direction. So write down those things about your life, whatever you got going on, where you're living, how you're living, your thoughts, your ideals, your financial situation. You live in a Section 8 house, you live in a poverty house, you live in an underprivileged house. Write down these things. You barely got enough food to eat. You can't keep the lights on. Write all that stuff down, family. Write it all down. So you would have a documented history of your life prior to you making that change. And then I want you to replay this lesson over again after you got all that written down. And I want you to hear the intricate parts of this lesson that you could not hear the first time around. And then begin to apply some of the principles that Prince is talking about in your lifestyle. Because right now, it's time to change direction. Too many of us are living in poverty. Too many of us don't have enough food to eat. We got plenty of children, 5, 6, 7 children even, but it's too late to start pointing fingers. We're not going to blame you for the amount of children you have. Now we're going to blame you for not doing the things to change the trajectory of your life. That means the direction that your life is going in. You can do that right now so that you don't have to be hungry, put out on the streets, nowhere to eat, nothing to eat, nowhere to live, nobody to call upon. You don't have to have that for your future if you take heed right now and begin to change the direction of your life. Stop that partying. You don't need the partying in your life. And if you want to do any type of partying, let it be family gatherings where the family have come together. Let it be those types of events. You know, parties, baby showers, birthdays, weddings, funerals, anniversaries, all those type of things. Let it be something on that level as opposed to the club. Oh, she's having a birthday party at the go-go joint. Let's go and visit. You know, got to get some hookah, go to the hookah lounge and smoke some of that on a hookah pipe. And all those things that you know what we do, majority of us are so trapped up on marijuana, it's ridiculous. And the reason why so many of us are on marijuana is because we think that it's okay. It's not really harming us. It's not hurting us. The average person, if you get 100 people in a room, 95% of those people smoke weed, either weed, cigarettes, or alcohol. 95% of those people are doing those things. So if the government or your enemy wanted to bring down 95% of your people, what would be a simple way for him to do it? You think I said something new? No. This marijuana that y'all smoking out here today is killing you. And you ain't going to see the results till 5 and 10 years later, as it slowly has a way to migrate within your DNA and your body structure, your anatomy of your body, and start tearing it out from the inside out. To our youth, I would applaud you to cease from smoking marijuana because you still got a chance. You've been smoking it for 10, 15 years now. You still got a chance to let it go and do better. For the ones who are a lot older, smoking that marijuana, you can't just let it go. You got to completely let it go and start doing preventive things to counteract the poisons that you already put in your body, because it's destroying you. What they call marijuana today is not marijuana from the old days. This stuff is, why do you think they made it legal now, where you can get it freely and utilize it to the best of your ability? It's tearing us up. It's ripping us up. It's killing us. It starts in your mind by deteriorating your mind and your thought process. You can't even hold a thought. You know, sis, I got to say this to you. I got to say this to the both of y'all. May the Most High be praised. But I have to say this because you don't know what your mind had to do or to go through to be able for you to leave that stuff alone. You don't know the spirit that you had to bring into yourself, summon upon you to give you the strength to separate from that poison, that marijuana. But I'm grateful you got introduced to it. I'm grateful you got to that place where you were able to leave those drugs alone. Now you got to leave alone the liquor. And I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking about those of us who have left alone the marijuana. Now you got to leave the liquor and the alcohol alone. So many of us are alcoholics and don't even know it. And all these things are holding us back from being the best we could possibly be. If you're a great man right now, you're a great woman right now, and you take a sip and you say, well, Prince, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't need to leave more liquor alone. Ain't nothing wrong with the liquor. You can only imagine how great your life would be without it. You don't think it's destroying you, but it is. They even put things in the alcohol today to destroy your mind. Why do you think alcohol is called spirits? Because they put things in it to alter your spirit. They introduce other spirits unto you. You got to get away from these things that are destroying you and preventing you from being your best, from living your fullest life and working on all cylinders. Now, I know a lot of you I'm talking to right now, you just, Prince, man, you just overboard with all this stuff. I've been teaching, I guess, a little over 30 years now. Been teaching a little over 30 years. And my teaching has always been the same about your health, about the food you eat, about the things that are preventing you from moving forward. That's not going to change. But I know people who wish they had listened years ago from the things that I was sharing with them about how they needed to change their lives. Some of them are dead. Some of them are dying. Some of them have still not come to realize what's taking place in their bodies yet. They just feel these signs and symptoms of pain. I got a buddy that was real close to me. I used to call him up to go running with him. We used to go jogging, let me go jogging. He would never go with me. One time he went walking with me and I was so happy. We walked a long way. I was so happy. But he really wouldn't change his diet. And now today, he's vegan. He might as well be vegan. He's eating herbs, and every time I turn around, he's posting the vegan store about how he's exposing others to the fallacies in the foods that they eat. So I have to assume that finally the message got through after 2 strokes and 2 heart attacks. I have to assume that now the message got through, but I don't care. I'm grateful. I'm thankful because now another life has been preserved because my brother had decided he was going to change his diet. And I'm grateful. I'm thankful. I really am. This job of being a spiritual leader and being a teacher is a hard job because you make a lot of enemies because people don't really want to hear what you got to say. And if you're doing your job effectively, the masses of the people will reject you. They won't want to accept you. Because if they listen and do what you say, it requires them to change from what they've been doing. Most people don't want to change from where they find comfort and peace and happiness. You don't realize that there is no comfort, peace, and happiness in smoking weed, drinking alcohol, and eating all types of poisons. It's an illusion because these are stimulants. And what stimulants do, they go into your bloodstream and they make you feel a certain type of way. But once that high wears off, you chasing that stimulant again. And that's why some people can't stop smoking weed and drinking alcohol, because that stimulant is what they need to make them feel fulfilled in their lives. I'm unhappy with my life. Me, I'm extremely unhappy with my life. You know why? Because my life has been given to you, the people, and my people are not in a good position. Therefore, I'm sad. Therefore, it brings me pain and it hurts when I can sit here for 5 hours and have conversation with my people and they don't change their ways. They don't change their behavior. What you say here, sis? She says, if you got to smoke to eat, then smoke after you eat, and then smoke again to go to sleep. Something is wrong with that. And she's absolutely right. A lot of people are like that. The only way we're going to change our condition, family, is we got to change the way we think. Change the way we think. In order for us to change the direction of our lives, because it is time to change direction. The only way that we can change direction of our lives is to change the way we think and do something other than what we have been doing in our lives. Because our lives are miserable for the most part. But so many of us chase these highs so often that we don't have time to sit down and think about the realities of our lives. We drown ourselves in things that's going to give us a stimulant and make us feel good. That's why we like when people give us compliments, because it makes us feel good. Many of our people had applied the teachings of these religions into their lifestyle, and in the process, we have separated from the true power, the Most High, and His laws. Because of the laws which pertain unto these religions, they are direct contradictions unto the laws of the Creator of the universe, of the heavens and the earth. I do not wish to offend anybody. I only wish to enlighten and cause the Most High's will to be done in our lives. And as the Most High has empowered me to do what it is that I'm doing, I give it unto you. I share that knowledge with you freely. Don't charge you anything. If you make donations, it's by your own free will. And we appreciate all the donations that's being made. We appreciate all that you give to us. None of that goes in my pocket to make me wealthy, to make me rich. It goes to the school and the upkeep of Beulah Land at Temple Kefirene. That's where it goes. So we applaud you for all the help and contributions that you do financially, and by you coming in and sharing with us every week by being on this platform. We're grateful and appreciate that. As we search to see where the minds of our people are today, we find that many of our people are involved deeply in idolatry, with knowing or afraid to admit it. Many are in servitude to a religion made by man, and not service to the one and true Creator, Yotzer, Creator of the universe. Gotta chase the ways of the Most High. He's absolutely right. We gotta chase the ways of the Creator. Absolutely. I had a conversation with one of my brothers last night. And we was at a family dinner last night, bringing a Shabbat dinner. And we had a conversation last night. And at this conversation, he mentions to me that he had to leave his old congregation. And I'm sitting here and I'm listening to his conversation. He says, because they're practicing idolatry and don't even know it. But yet I tell them and they refuse to change. So he had to leave his old congregation. And he now fellowships with another congregation who he says don't practice idolatry. What do you mean by practicing idolatry, Prince? All the congregations that my brother mentioned to me are New Testament congregations. One New Testament congregation that he was raised up in, he had to leave them. And now he's so far has found refuge in another New Testament congregation. The difference between the two was this. And I told my brother, congratulations, you're getting there. I have to give him his props. The difference between the two was this. The first place worshiped the Messiah, the one that they called the Messiah, Yahweh, Jesus. They worshiped him. He said he had to get away from them because of that, because of what he learned here with us. That's what he said to me. Because of what he learned here with us, he had to get away from the people who worship Yeshua, Yahweh, Jesus, by whatever name they call him at. He had to get away from them for that reason. And the New Testament place that he's involving himself in right now, that he's become to be a member of more actively, he said they don't worship the Messiah. His words, they don't worship the Messiah. They don't worship Jesus, Yahweh. He said they don't worship him, but they do acknowledge him as a Moshiach. I can't argue with that. You won't get an argument out of me with that. You won't. I won't fight with you. Because there's a lot of people believe that they're the Messiah or that somebody they know is the Messiah, but yet they don't put that individual on a level that they put the Almighty, the creator of all creation. And I can understand and respect that. I can rock with that type of person. I can rock with that. Me, in the mind frame I have, I can even rock with you if you believe that Jesus is the Most High, but I'm going to be constantly in your ear. You'll probably end up hating me, probably end up not liking me. You won't be comfortable around me. Therefore, you end up breaking off the friendship because idolatry is poisoning the minds of our people. Earlier, when I spoke about you leaving the church and you bringing a lot of the baggage from the church with you, those doctrines are a lot of the doctrines that you bring. And we do that constantly, not even realizing the effect that it has on us. Why am I bringing all this up? Because when it's time to change direction in your life, you have to rethink everything about your life, even who you serve. I don't want you to leave anything out. I want you to really focus on every aspect of your life. Write it all down, write it all out. The things you do, why you do these things, where you at right now in life. Are you behind on bills? Are you getting put out on the street? You living in a truck? You living in a car? Write all these things down. Write them all down. And then rewatch this lesson. And every time you hear me say that this is something you should be doing in your life, then write it down and then implement these things in your life. As far as us in spirituality, there's a lot of us who make strides and attempts to serve the Most High. But we got to bring some dogma into our service to the King. And this is not pleasing to the Most High. We got to bring some dogma, whole bunch of fallacy into our service with the Creator. The Most High don't want us to do that. You know what the Shema says? Shema says, what is that? Deuteronomy 6:4. Shema Yisrael. Yotzeh Eloheinu, Yotzeh Echad. It means that the Most High is one. The Most High your power, the Most High is one power. And him alone shall we serve. But so many of us have not allowed that to really sink into our minds. The two most dominant religions in the black community are Christianity and Islam. Christianity and Islam. Here are some of the many uses of their books of worship, which helps to keep our people from knowing truth. Here are some of the examples in their book. I'm only going to give one apiece, but here are some of the examples that we incorporate in our lives. And as we come to the Most High, we bring these things with us. These examples are helping to keep us from serving the Almighty, and we don't even know it. We don't even understand it, but they are. In the book of Acts, chapter 10, in verse 9. And before I read, I want you to know that there are so many things in that book that poses a problem. But I'm going to just deal with this one thing. It says, on the morrow, as they went on their journey and drew near unto the city, Peter went up from the housetop to pray about the 6th hour. And he became very hungry and would have eaten. But while they made ready, he fell into a trance and saw heaven opened, and a certain vessel descended unto him, as it had been a great sheet knit at the four corners. And it let down to the earth, wherein were all manners of four-footed beasts on the earth, and wild beasts and creeping things and fowls of the air. And there came a voice to him. And that voice said, rise, Peter, kill and eat. But Peter said, not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything that is common or unclean. And the voice spake unto him again a second time. It said, what God has cleansed, that call not thy common. What God has cleansed, don't call it common. This was done 3 times, and the vessel was received up into heaven. By this interpretation, I have heard preachers and Christian teachers and leaders profess that it's okay for us to eat unclean things now, because it said whatever God has made, you can eat. That's what they believe. So, and these are Hebrew Israelite people. They utilize this scripture to now say that they can eat anything, because whatever God, they say God, whatever God has made is cool. By this interpretation of this, many believe that it means that we may eat any type of beast, even the hog. These types of teachings weaken our spiritual strength and make us unacceptable unto many other evils. When you open yourself up to believing in the lies and you move in that tense, you begin to sin. You open yourself up for other entities, spiritual entities, to come into your life and bring more sin upon you. The moment you begin to try to change your direction, the moment you begin to change your direction, the adversary, Satan, is going to tempt you to see how bad you really want to change your direction. Matter of fact, anything that you try to do in your life that brings about positive change in your life, you want to stop cheating on your wife, sleeping around with all these women and you ain't tied to none of them. You want to stop eating all these foods that are no good, that are unclean, that you know that the Creator has no desire for you to eat. Anytime you try to go out and open your own business and run your own company so you can make your own money. Anytime you begin to do positive things to bring about positive changes in your life, the adversary is right there to try to turn you back and go take you in another direction. But the problem with some of that is the adversary comes in the form of the people that you care for the most. Sometimes it's your mother. Sometimes it's your father. It could be your husband. It could be your wife. He can even utilize your children because the Creator gave him access to those things. He can even use your children to turn you away from that better life that you so desire to bring about when you now have decided it's time to change direction. And because you're so emotionally attached to these things, it prevents you from bettering your life and your circumstances. It prevents you from changing direction. Aim Katia says, we conveniently, and that's so important that she said that. I'm going to tell you why. We so conveniently misinterpret anything that you want to do. That's right. You would take that scripture, that I assume she's talking about that scripture, and because you really secretly inside your heart desire to eat almost anything you want, you use that as an excuse to go and do what it is that you desire to do. And so is it with so many other things. But a lot of times the adversary, when he sees you moving in a direction of positivity, he will make somebody now be your best friend that you never even, y'all ain't really even talked before. Because that person got those vices in their life, that's now your best friend. Therefore, the spirit of that vice is still in your life. And you trying to kick the habit, but don't realize that the person you got inside you or around you or with you is actually bringing that spirit back to you once again. I don't worry about smelling like weed. I worry about offending the Creator. When we shave our face, we offend Creator blood for fat, blood and fat, offensive to the Most High. Okay, I don't know how to interpret that. Are you saying it's okay to smoke the weed?
No, Dr. Solomon, he had put up here, like when people come to work for him, they smell like weed.
Speak up, please.
I think he was referring to when Rabbi Cohen Charlemagne put in there. I'm looking for the comment that when he was saying smelling like weed in public. In public, it's a public and health hygiene problem. He said, I'm known for fire and maintenance and canceling jobs related to our personage repairs when the worker shows up smelling like weed, 0% tolerance. And I actually have to agree with him. I know working where, well, I don't work anymore, but when I did work in the doctor's office, and if we had an employee that came to work smelling like weed, they were sent home because it is a hygiene problem. And one, people can have allergies. Two, it's just why would you? It's just like when people come in there smelling like cigarettes. We had a no smoking policy. So if you were going to come to work and you smoked a cigarette, you couldn't come into the office smelling like that because it can affect the pregnant mothers, or the elder women that were in there, or anybody who may have that adverse reaction to the smell of smoke. So, and even if they smell like liquor, because all those things are public health and hygiene issues. If your body exudes those smells often, it's because that's what the majority of what you put in your body, So it's like, you got to think about that consciously. It's not about trying to, I think some people may feel it's trying to be better or call out somebody or pick on someone, but you got to think about if that's what exudes. Like if you have body odor, that's a public health and a hygiene issue. So those are only body odors from what you consume too much of. And that's why, it's like going on fast, drinking a lot of water. to wash that stuff out of your system, whether you drink it often or not. I mean, try to go sit down. Not right now.
You love the comfort of alcohol. You love the comfort of marijuana. You love the comfort of those things that Prince tried to warn you against and told you that these things were destroying you. I promise you, family, these things put chemicals in our bodies and they will bring us down. If you're a man or a woman and you got a pretty good life going on for yourself right now, and you incorporate these things in your life daily, weekly, monthly, however you do it, your life can be 60, 70% better if you left these things out of your life, because the cells in your brain are being destroyed by the marijuana that you're smoking. But you won't see it. Excuse me. These things are adversely affecting you, but you can't see it because, as Ames said, you conveniently misinterpret anything that you want to do. Let me give you an example of what I mean. The Most High says in the law, thou should not murder. Can y'all hear me? Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yes.
All right. Let me say this to you. The Most High has given us a commandment. And in that commandment, the Most High says, thou shalt not look at all this adverse reactions we getting toward letting go that weed. Look at all the people fussing because they don't want to let go the poison. It's just ridiculous. Man, listen. This is what the law says. The law says, thou shalt not commit a murder. Lo terzak. Thou shalt not commit murder. Thou shalt not commit murder. Is that right? What does that mean? That means you shouldn't kill people or individuals or anything. What a lot of us don't realize is that marijuana and alcohol is killing us. It's killing us slowly, but it's killing us. Let alone cirrhosis of the liver. And marijuana and cigarettes are both killing us. If not the chemicals themselves, then it's the amount of smoke that you are inhaling and digesting in your body, causing your body to rot from the inside out. Now, we just left alone the chemicals. We're just talking about you putting poison in your body. Smoke. If the Most High wanted you to smoke, he would create a mechanism inside your lungs to withstand the smoke. But it doesn't. The smoke comes into your lungs and turns your lungs from bright pink to dark black and to eventually calcify and you die. The Most High says, thou should not commit murder. These things are actually killing you. So you are therefore committing suicide because you're doing it yourself. You're taking your own life, knowing that these things are bringing you life for the temporary satisfaction and pleasure that the marijuana or the alcohol or the cigarettes bring you. So therefore, ultimately, you are committing murder. There you go, right there in the book. That's the book I just used to justify that for you. Thou shalt not commit murder. And anything that's killing you and destroying you and harming you and hurting you, you should restrain from. You should restrain from. Yes? Go ahead, take the mic.
I just want to also say, it's not uncommon that secondhand smoke, wherever it's from, can cause detrimental repercussions to the person that's not smoking. Like my father, later in years, prior to his passing, when I was taken to the hospital the last 6 months of his life, the one thing they kept asking us is, "Are you a smoker? Are you a smoker?" Because of the capacity of his lungs. And then, finally me and him talked, and I said, "Well, you were married to my mom for 37 years. My mother smoked every day, cigarettes and weed, and my father, used to smoke weed. So we talked about the effects of it, and truly, medically, when you do the research, secondhand smoke is worse for the non-smoker than the actual person that smokes. More people are diagnosed with COPD, lung cancer, breathing issues, gaining all type of different issues because of secondhand smoke. And then one thing I like that Koti Titi brought up was perfumes and all those different things. When you're in certain work arenas, you can't even come in there. You have to come in there with the most basic smells, olive oil or something that's common that doesn't have perfume, lotion, and all those things because of the effects it has on the people. And I'm seeing the back and forth with what the law says versus what I feel like, in my opinion, common sense and just courtesy of others, because that's also a law that the Most High put. Being kind to one another and understanding that what you do can affect another person in the most adverse way, which is what you just spoke of. And that also is against the law. So I think we have to look deeper into how it makes us personally feel, especially if we're around others. Like in our community, everybody doesn't agree, but if you smoke weed, you definitely cannot smoke it in the midst of everyone. And then when you do smoke it, whether you think so or not, when you come out your house, I know I smell it. When I'm around people who smoke it, I smell it. It's like an instant. It just hits me because it's not something that that's a common smell around me. If I'm like Maura Sharon said, when she's driving, sometimes I can literally roll down my window, and if I smell it, I'm looking like, dang, who's doing that? And then you see a car full of smoke. People don't think about the complete effects it has on one another, and outside of nitpicking about what the law says versus what our system needs to survive in this world, what we need for other people to survive, and being sensitive to it. A lot of times you don't even see how sensitive you may be to what you're doing to your body because you consumed it so much. My father actually stopped smoking when the cardiologist told him, the fact that you smoked weed is part of the reason why your heart is weakening.
That
he was smoking weed, because she said, she didn't tell him he couldn't eat edibles or whatever, but she just said the smoking itself. And my father stopped because he was already having the heart problems. It didn't, of course it was too late because he still passed from it. But all those things, And had he known these things years ahead of time, he wouldn't have done it. I'm sure if my mother and I believe my mom knew about secondhand smoke, but if she had consciously decided, hey, I'm not going to do this because I know what it can do to other people. I can tell y'all when I smell cigarette smoke, I start to gag and cough and tear up because it's that potent to me. So when my mother would come around, I couldn't even stand near her too long because of the effects of the cigarette smoke. So I'm just saying we just have to be very mindful. And I think, when we try to use.
How old was your mom when she passed?
My mom was 68 when she passed away. Yep, and she passed from, she had 2 brain aneurysms that bursted at the same time, and it was because she smoked and she drank. So it's just conscious decisions that we have to make, and we can't use law to kind of placate our bad behavior or our addictions to things like that. That to me is why so many of us continue to, walk down just do whatever we want because we're like, well, it's not against the law. So, but we only look at that part of it. We don't look at the whole concept of what we're doing.
Okay, may the Most High be praised. We conveniently use things in the law to our benefit. If the law don't say we can't do it, then I don't mean we can't do it. But the law tells you not to be stupid either. Be circumspect means investigate, check out, look into things, and then determine from that point on how you would move forward. Hey, Mr. Otter, this is not a personal attack room, Mr. Otter, and we don't do stuff like that. No matter what your opinion is, you keep it to yourself. All right, let's move forward. Let's move forward. We got to get better than that. You know that. You know how we move. So my point that I'm trying to make here, family, is that these are things that we shouldn't do, that we have to learn that we shouldn't do because they're killing us. They're holding us back. And yes, it's time for us to change direction. Now, them demons up inside you are going to try to cause you to not want to do or hear what it is that's being said today because them demons don't want you to change. And when that happens, you're going to take a strong defense against the conversations and the lessons that's being taught today. That's what you got to understand. So I know that it's not you that's speaking, saying all these stands against what's being taught about the marijuana, the weed. What it is those demons that's inside of you that don't want you to get better, that don't want you to heal, that don't want you to be a better individual than the place where you're comfortable at being. That's the workings of demons. That's what they do. They keep you believing in that everything is all right, that you're comfortable, that you're satisfied, and you keep poisoning your body so that you can swiftly have a demise, or even while you're here, you can't operate on all cylinders. And most of us don't understand that. Barbiturates. Look them up, see what they do. So that's dealing with the New Testament. Now we're going to deal with what the Quran says. In the Quran, Surah 5, Ayat 3, it says, it's forbidden to you for food, forbidden unto you for food are dead meat, blood, the flesh of swine, and that on which has been invoked in the name of other powers. They don't give you no detail about certain animals. They don't tell you that you can't eat the pig at that particular place. They tell you somewhere else, but not here. Oh yeah, they do the flesh of swine. They do say the flesh of swine. But in Islam, certain foods in the Islamic culture are what they call luxuries, cuisines, delicacies. like the camel. Camel is a delicacy in Islam. It's like us eating lamb. Camel is a delicacy, but camels are unclean based on the law. So if you're a Muslim and you're living according to the Muslim doctrine, well, you're a Hebrew living according to the Muslim doctrine because you believe in Islam and you don't embrace the Torah like you should, it can cause you to sin against the Creator because you believe that if the Quran don't say it, then I ain't got no problem doing it. But the Torah teaches you against these things. There are many other animals that are forbidden for the true worshipers of the Most High to keep their diet. They can be found only in the book of the law of the Most High, in the book of Leviticus, and mostly chapter 11. And as a result of us talking or taking hold of these religious teachings, we eradicating the laws of the Most High Creator from our diet, we are suffering. Many of the foods we eat are contaminating the spiritual channel of etheric energy. One must condition his mind to be able to receive the spirit of the Most High. One way of conditioning one's mind is to remove all uncleanliness from you, starting with your diet. One of the ways of getting yourself right is by removing the uncleanliness from you, and you should start with your diet. The foods we intake, and I'm saying all this because if you have it in your spirit that you want to change the direction of your life, because you know it's time to change direction, then what you need to do is in the beginning, begin to change your diet. The consumption of certain foods. The foods we intake are a direct path to the type of understanding we are able to receive. Think about it. Elijah walked through the wilderness and he was running from Jezebel. He was in the wilderness and the ravens fed him. But the ravens fed him foods that were scripturally found for him to eat. The foods we intake are a direct path to the type of understanding we are able to receive. If one wished to have spirit connections with the Father, one would pray and accompany that with fasting. Pray and accompany that with fasting for periods of time to allow the body of contaminate to relieve the body of contaminations from certain foods. The consumptions of certain foods also play a part of our physical health as well. If you're a parent and you allow your child to smoke marijuana that lives in your house with you, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And if you're a parent who smoked marijuana in the presence of your children, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's poor parenting. Poor parenting. And that's probably the reason why your child does what your child does. Because you're teaching your children these bad habits. If you're a parent and you smoke and you're drinking in the presence of your children, you're causing your children to be just like you. And that's bad parenting. Everybody should have a choice. But when you come up in a household where these things are done, you don't really have a choice. These things are incorporated in your lifestyle, and that's how you come up. The consumption of certain foods also play a part of our physical health as well. 37% or more than 285,000 blacks who die each year die of heart attacks. 30%, that's almost half. Time magazine, January 19th, 2004, issue states that high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and stress are the leading causes of heart attacks, and they are pertaining to our diet. We are dying at record rates, and no one is trying to change that. And many of our deaths are preventable just by changing our diet, our drinking habits, the things we smoke. Just by changing those things, we can adhere to the laws of the Most High by first changing our direction. We have been fastly moving in the wrong direction for a long time, for numerous years. And we lead in all the major causes of death: heart attacks, obesity, kidney failure, liver failure, diabetes, lung cancer, colon cancer, AIDS, Alzheimer's, prostate cancer, breast cancer, cancer of the body, and homicides. They all have a direct relation to the foods we intake into our system. In all areas of our life, it's time we change direction and return to the laws of the Most High. It's time we change direction and return to the laws of the Most High. All right. I have something I need to present to you all. What? No, I didn't see it. What did it say? World conquerors, shalom one and all meat/dead is unclean and is an abomination to the temple of the Most High Creator. Marijuana is a holy sacrament that should never be compared to drugs created by man. How you use the holy sacrament, however, can be destructive to our temples. Abusing herbs is not of the law. Okay. So what I have here, family, is a whole thing on chicken. And I would like for you to look it up on your own, because I don't want to get into that today. It's a very informative documentary. Chicken is not a healthy choice. And it tells you all the reasons why. Well, I'm going to read a little bit of it. Okay? I'm going to read a little bit. Here it says, chicken is a carcinogen. Chicken is not a healthy choice. Cholesterol, carcinogen pathogens, and feces found in chicken products increase the risk of heart disease, breast and prostate cancer, urinary tract infections, and foodborne illnesses. Now let's read this part. Carcinogens occur naturally in chicken. Anyone know what carcinogens are? What is a carcinogen? What is a carcinogen? No. Carcinogens are cancer-causing things. Things that cause cancer are what carcinogens are. Carcinogens are things that causes cancers. It says carcinogens occur naturally in chicken. First principle to let you know that chicken is unclean. It occurs naturally, meaning that you eat chicken, it can kill you naturally. In a physical committee study compiled for independent laboratories tests, 100% of 100 grilled chicken samples from top restaurant chains in California contain PHLP, a federal recognized carcinogen that has been linked to breast cancer, prostate cancer, and other cancers. PHLP forms naturally from substances found in tissues when the tissue is exposed to direct high heat. Certain cooking factors appear to increase PHLP concentration more than others, including longer cooking time. So if you cook it for longer, think you're going to cook it out, it don't work that way. You make it worse. Higher internal temperatures and greater heat degrees of surface browning. So you can look that up on your own, family. I put the link here on the side. Yes, that's right, Abati, you're right. I put the link on the side so you can do that reading on your own. What I would suggest you do is copy and paste that link somewhere else so that you can look at it later on. Just copy it for yourself, and then maybe after the class, go look and research it, look it up, and see what they're talking about. Listen, chicken is an unclean thing. Chicken is something that we should not consume. We shouldn't eat. It is time for us to change direction, family. And if you don't, if you want to change direction, it's time to start. It's time for you to start changing direction and doing things different than what you have been doing in your life up to this point. So many of us are living in poverty as if we're being forced to live in poverty, but we're not being forced. It's a decision that we make. Every time you get up and you lay in the bed, it's a decision that you make to live in poverty. You get up in the bed, you wake up 11, 12 o'clock after going to bed at about 8, 9, or 10 o'clock. Well, let me see, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, you go to bed, you've been in bed 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. That's a conscious decision to live in poverty. Excuse me. If you punch in a man's clock and you ain't saving your money, you ain't banking your money, you ain't investing your money, that's a conscious decision to live in poverty. If you're living off of the government support, that's a constant decision to live in poverty. Studies show that suicides also have a direct connection to the food intake. Many of the sins we commit in our daily life are directly related to our diet. Directly related to our diet. You remember the story? Let's read first. The book of Daniel, chapter 1. Yes. Go ahead, take it. The book of Daniel, chapter 2. Let's see what we got. Anybody got it? The book of Daniel, chapter 2. Let's read. And this is what it says over here, book of Daniel, chapter 2. Chapter 1. Now let's watch this. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Most High gave Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, into the hands with some of the vessels of the house of Elohim. And he brought them to the land of Shinar, to the house of his Elohim, and placed the vessels in the treasury of his Elohim, his God. Then the king commanded Aspenaz, his chief eunuch, to bring some of the people of Israel, both of the family royal and of the nobility, youths without blemish, of good appearance and skillful in all wisdom, endowed with knowledge and understanding, learned and competent to stand in the king's palace and to teach them the literature and language of the Chaldeans. But the link is for the website on the foods talking about chicken. That's what the link is for. So if you read that, you get a chance, you read it. They've done the research. We didn't do anything else but just share the link. Here we have a situation where it's speaking about the intelligent individuals that was brought back. That was brought back from the Babylonian captivity of our people. And it says that when it describes these men, the young men, it says they were educated, young men, having knowledge and understanding and learning and competent to stand in the king's place. So these men were very, very intelligent young men. They were teenagers, young boys, but they were very intelligent. And among these men were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah of the tribe of Judah. And the chief of the eunuchs gave them names. Daniel they called Belteshazzar. Hananiah they called Shadrach. Mishael they called Meshach. And Azariah he called Abednego, a big Negro, Abednego. So now what are we getting at right now? The King Nebuchadnezzar just conquered our people, took a lot of the people from our land from Judah into Babylon. And when they got them there, they took the best of the people first. You got to realize that they took the smartest and the most educated of our young people. They took them into Babylon. And when they got them there, they changed their names and they gave them names pertaining to their deities. Belteshazzar, Bel is my king, or something like that. I believe it is. But all these names are names of their deities that they worshipped. But the important part of the story is what I want to bring out right now in the diets that they had. The diets. But Daniel resolved that which he would not defile himself. Let me see. Did I miss something? Yeah, but Daniel resolved that he would not defile himself with the king's foods or with the wine he drank. Therefore, he asked the chief eunuchs to allow him not to defile himself. Daniel said, I can't eat the king's food, the king's meat. Not anything that belonged to the king was an offense to him. But the things that the king had that was like a delicacy type things that ordinary people wasn't eating, it was the meats that they was bringing to Daniel. And Daniel says, I can't eat these things because these things are unclean. I will be defiling myself. Therefore, he asked the chief of the eunuchs to allow him not to defile himself. And Elohim gave Daniel favor and compassion in the sight of the chief of the eunuchs. And the chief of the eunuchs said to Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who assigned your food and your drink. Why should he see that you were in worse condition than the youths who are of your own age? So this man was thinking that if he didn't give him if he didn't give him the pig and the beef and the hog, all those things that he didn't give them, that they will be in worse condition than the youth that are of their age. And it would make them look on their physical sad, drooped, weak, depressed, unstrengthened, unconditioned. So you would endanger my head with the king. This is the eunuch speaking to Daniel, why it's important that Daniel and them eat this stuff. Then Daniel said to the steward, whom the chief of the eunuchs had assigned over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. He said, test your servants for 10 days. Let us be given vegetables to eat and water to drink. Let us be given just vegetables to eat and water to drink for 10 days. Then let our appearance and the appearance of the youth who eat the king's food be observed by you, and deal with your servants according to what you see. So I'm asking this of you, family. For all of you who disagree with today's teachings, you want to smoke your weed, you want to smoke your marijuana, you want to drink your liquor, you want to eat whatever it is that you want to eat. My challenge to you today is go 10 days and leave those things alone for 10 days. Don't smoke weed, don't drink alcohol, and don't eat those foods that today's lesson told you shouldn't be eaten, be that chicken, be it sugar, and any unclean foods. Separate all those things out your diet and just give it 10 days. Just give it 10 days. And challenge yourself to see the difference that your body relates to you about the choice that you made. Just challenge yourself at it. Remember how you feel right now with them pains and them aches, and you can't really think too good, and a lot of them get those palpitations sometimes in your heart. Sometimes you have those headaches. Write down all those things right now to what you're experiencing in your life. And then take me up on this challenge. 10 days. Leave the weed alone. Leave the alcohol alone. Leave the pork alone. Leave the sugar alone. And any unclean foods that you're eating, processed foods, leave it all alone for just 10 days. And watch how you feel after 10 days. If what Prince is saying, because I believe that the proof is in the pudding. Anybody can talk that talk, but check yourself, test yourself to see if the words that's being spoken to you are true or not. Challenge yourself for 10 days to stay away from the weed, stay away from the alcohol, stay away from the pork, stay away from the sugar, and any unclean thing, just 10 days. Most of you won't be able to do it. You know why most of you won't be able to do it? Because them things are your God. They control you. And that's why you're putting up such a fight to not have to hear what I'm teaching today, and you're going to defend those positions. I've never told you foolishness up here on this platform, ever. I've only taught things here that's going to help to bring you life and to prolong your days and better your relationship with the Creator. Anything that I've taught to you was for that purpose. Challenge me on a situation that I asked for 10 days. Stay away from those things for 10 days. Those gods are going to be calling you to do them again. Those gods are going to be reaching out to you. Smoke me, eat me. Because those things get into your system and your body starts craving them. Your body starts craving them. That shows you that these things are addictive, that these things has control of you, and nothing should have control of you except the Most High. These things are gods, because the spirit that runs them, you allow them voluntarily to come into your life and manipulate you and control you. And that's why you can't let it go. Prove it to yourself. You're not proving it to Prince. You ain't even got to give me an answer. Prove it to yourself. Brother Asa said he was around that all his life growing up. He used to that smell. Yeah, he is. He probably is. Because he's been around it all of his life. Those things are spirits. Those spirits are actually, you are actually worshiping those spirits every time you give in to the spirit's demand on your life. Those spirits are saying, here, eat me, drink me, smoke me. And you know what you say? I don't worship nobody but the Most High. Say that to that spirit and cut him off for 10 days and watch how he affects you. Watch how it affects you. He's going to start talking to you. He's going to start demanding that you smoke him, drink him, or eat him. Even that sugar is going to start demanding those things from you. And if you're not strong enough, they're going to get you. And you're going to fall in and you're going to start doing those things again. Because they're not taking no prisoners. And once you start, you can almost never stop until you do a whole soul cleanse. Like today's lesson, time to change direction. Turn from the direction that you've been in and do something new for the sake of your soul. Prolong your days and bring yourself life. Rid yourself of idolatry and the worshiping of these things that are not of the Most High. That's why you see most entertainers, most rappers, most people who are out here in this world living a sinful life. That's why they smoke weed. That's why they drink alcohol. And that's why they eat all these unclean things. Because these things that you put in your body has a spirit that's governed by them. These spirits tell you when you need to and when you shouldn't. And if you're not strong enough to withstand the command of that spirit, you're committing idolatry. Anything you got in your life that you can't just cut off by way of food, luxury, you got a problem. Those things control you. And nothing should be controlling you but the Creator. Invite the Most High Spirit in. But the only way you can invite the Spirit of the Creator in is to first let that other spirits that have you, that possess you, you got to get rid of them. You got to move them out. And if you don't move them out, there's going to be no room for the Most High to get in. So I challenge you on that, family. Everybody within the sound of my voice, I challenge you on that. Go to the Almighty and ask the Most High to help you be victorious in conquering these demons, because that's what they are. They're demons, and you don't even understand it. You don't even begin to want to understand what's going on with these spirits. The Most High says, ye offer polluted breads on my altar, and ye say, wherein have we polluted thee? In that ye say the Most High table is contemptible. And if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil? And if ye offer the lame and sick, is it not evil? Offer it now unto thy governors, and he will be pleased with thee. See if he'll be pleased with thee, or if he would accept thy person, saith the Most High. So here we are, family. All these things that we do, the Most High is telling you right now, they're not acceptable. But yet you offer these things to him by way of service. There was a lot of us Shabbat last night getting drunk, drinking that alcohol, smoking that weed, smoking them cigarettes, preparing for the Shabbat day. And we don't think anything is wrong with it. We think it's acceptable. The Most High is letting us know that our tables are contemptible, that he's not pleased with our tables. The foods we eat, the weed we put in our bodies, the things we do that are unpleasing to this king, he doesn't want us to do it any longer. He wants us to better ourselves, but we ourselves have to want to be better. And that's a problem with a lot of our people. We don't want to be better. We like being who we are and what we are. And that's not good enough for the Almighty. He wants you to be your best. He wants you to turn down that poison and let him in, let his spirit in, and let him work within you. He said, let their tables become a snare before them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap. And this weed, this marijuana, this chicken, this sugar, this pork, this pig, all these things have become a snare for us. We can't shake it. We don't want to let it go. We use the excuse that the Creator didn't say in the law that you can't eat those things, that we can't consume them. The herbs was given to man in the beginning of the law, and the Most High said it should be food for us, that we should eat the herbs. Never told you to burn the herbs. Never told you to smoke them. Never told you to set them on fire. The moment you put fire to it, you change the molecular structure of it, and it became something else. It's not what you planted in the earth and grew up. And it's definitely not that if you buying it on the streets. If you plant your own herb and you grow your own herb, that's a little bit better. But once you put that fire to it, you change it. The chemical composition of it changes and it becomes something else. Let that table become a snare before them. The things you eat will be poisoning you. This is the curse. This is all part of the curse of the Creator. And that which should have been for their welfare, your food should be bringing you life. Your food should be bringing you health. Your food should be making you strong. Those things that should be for your welfare, let it become a trap. And that marijuana that we smoke and eat and drink, that alcohol that we drink, those foods that we know we shouldn't be consuming, like sugar, chicken, pig, hog, squirrel, rabbit, those things that we don't want to let go, they have become traps to us. And we don't want to hear anything that anybody got to say when they say, let those things go. Because we don't want to let them go. We don't want to let them go. Fear ye not, neither be afraid. Have not I told thee from that time, and have declared it? Ye are even my witnesses. There is no Elohim beside me. Yea, there is no Elohim. I know not any. That's what the Most High has to say. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the garden behind one of the trees in the midst, eating swine's flesh, the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Most High. We got a lot of work to do, family. We have a lot of work to do, but we need to get it done. And the only way that we can get this work done is by changing the direction, changing our direction, because it's time to change direction. So family, are there any questions, any comments that anyone wish to address at this time? Let us know. Are there any questions or comments that anyone wishes to address at this time? And Sister Gabby, may the Most High bless you in your efforts to abstain from the meat and the other processed foods that you realize are not good for you. May the Most High be with you. Do the best that's best for you. Become your best version of yourself. But know this, that's just the beginning. There's so much more, so much further to go. But you have crossed the threshold by stepping in that direction, doing what you can do to purify your physical body, but ultimately helping your spiritual body. So many souls don't know that. I pray that everybody take heed to leave that marijuana alone, leave that alcohol alone, leave that chicken alone. If you leave it up to me, you'll leave all meat alone, especially that pork. But we all have to humble ourselves to the will of the Most High and do what thus saith the Creator. For without that, nothing can get done. All right. So are there any questions or comments, family? Any questions or comments? We're gonna go to Genesis, the 15th chapter after this. 16, huh? No, I'm wrong. 20. No. Say it again. Okay, go ahead. Do what you got to do. Are there any questions or comments? Let's see what we got here. Genesis told us not to eat the dead, nor should we shave our faces or cut our hair, which is against the Creator and the way the Creator created us. I'm happy to join the lesson. Give thanks, Prince. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. It's a lot of information here for us to learn. It's a lot of information. But what happens is in life, as we go through life, the things that we learn as common habit doesn't necessarily mean that those things are best for us or even that those things are good for us. But we as a people, we have learned a lot of habits that's no good for us. A lot of habits. Bati, not now, Bati. Leave it alone, Bati. Just let it go. There's a different place and a different time that you can address those issues. There is so much work that needs to be done. See, one of the hardest things to get a man to do is to change the way he thinks. And time is the true teller of all things. Time is the true teller of all things. To change the way you think is a process of time. Time has to be implemented through trust and trials to see if you have really developed into the higher being that you're supposed to be. Because you can do it temporarily for a moment, but do it for a substantial amount of time, months. Let the months turn into years. Let the years turn into decades, millenniums, if you get to live that long. We have to stay focused, family. We have to get sincere with change in our lives because it's time to change direction. If you're feeling the effects of your past life in your life today in a negative manner, then you alone will be able to relate to the lesson that's being taught right now. If you are a person who strive to be the best you can possibly be, and you just didn't have good opportunity or decisions or good people in your life to help you to go to greatness, you can still achieve greatness on your own by being disciplined and not giving in to the luxuries of this life that we have today. And what am I talking about? The weed, the marijuana, the unclean foods, the sugars, those things that you are about to find if you take on this challenge, the things that you are about to find has a spiritual property upon you that you did not know existed. They are gods, and a lot of us don't know this. There are things that we worship and we will put before the Creator. Therefore, we make them gods. If the law says don't do a particular thing, as in don't murder, and then you find out that the weed you're smoking is killing you, you will have a defense against the teaching that's coming forward because that's not you talking. That's that deity that exists inside of you that's making you feel and take those stands. Anytime you hear sound wisdom and somebody share information with you that's going to help to better you, to prolong your life, and you resist, you should be asking yourself some questions. No, honey is fine. Agave is fine. Maple syrup is fine. We're talking about sugar in any form. Sugar, organic, natural, raw, brown, white, any type of sugar, it's not good for you. Yeah, honey is fine. We talking about sugar, those granulated sugars. And you got to start reading a lot of food products that you eat to make sure that no sugar are in those foods that you're eating. Believe me, these things are killing us. It's messing up our brain, messing up our ability to be able to think and operate and make good decisions. That's why a lot of our lives are out of order because of the decisions that we made years ago. It's affecting us. It's affecting us, and we need to do better. Always, we take the time to do what we need to do. Are there any questions or comments, family? I don't see much discussion about what we talked about today. So therefore, I know that everybody is taking time to change their direction because we understand that the conditions that we are presently, currently experiencing and living in today is a direct effect because of how we lived our lives the prior years to now. And if we want that to be different, baby, you got to do something about that, please. And if we're going to do something and we want it to be different tomorrow than what we have today, we're going to begin to make those changes today so that tomorrow is not as bad as today is today. Okay? And health-wise, a lot of the foods that we eat are affecting us. A lot of the weed that we smoke and the alcohol that we drink, those things are affecting us. The liquor, alcohol today is not alcohol of yesterday. And that's what a lot of people don't know, don't understand. Brother Asa says we need to take responsibility and not guard ourselves for not guarding ourselves. Protect against anything that goes in and that is contrary to our well-beings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything that's not helping you to rise to be your best is only hurting you from being your best. If you're partaking and consuming and allowing it to come into your life, and I'm talking about food, I'm talking about women, I'm talking about men, I'm talking about friends, I'm talking about everything that you bring into your life. If it's not helping you to be a best version of yourself, then you need to separate yourself from it. Separate yourself from it. Rabbi Shalomim says, how we live our lives and the quality of life we have is the actual fruit and proof as to whether we are in alignment with Edenic law and Torah or the lack thereof. Absolutely. And this was a very good advice here. And let us not forget to rest as well. Yes, rest and sunlight. Rest and sunlight are more healthy ways of bettering you. Rest and sunlight. All right. Are there any other questions or comments at this time, family? Because if not, we're going to go to the book of Genesis. And I believe we left off in chapter 20. Are there any other questions or comments on this subject? Before we move on, I must do this. Share with me your thoughts on these lessons. What you get out of the lesson today? Before we move on, share, just some of the people, just share some of your thoughts on today's lesson. You are certainly invoking great change. May the Most High be praised. Share some of your thoughts on today's lesson, family. I'm curious. Because I put a great challenge before a lot of our people, all of our people. And that challenge will show you who really rules over you. Either it's the creator or it's those demons in that food that you keep consuming, that weed you keep smoking, that alcohol you keep drinking. One or the other is your true power. I got a family member. And my hand be to the Most High. Whatever I tell you right now is to the best of my knowledge from my memory, because I don't remember everything. All my life of knowing this man, and I've known him now for maybe 30-something years, he's been an alcoholic. And by him being an alcoholic, he has a pacemaker in his heart, in his chest, because of a condition that he had because of him being an alcoholic. This guy calls me all the time. And every time he calls, he's drunk, wants to talk. He calls the other family members, he's drunk, and he wants to talk. Well, you love him. You know, so you want to help them. You want to help them. While I'm talking, please text in the things that you gotten out of today's lesson. And then we'll address those things as soon as I'm finished speaking. But please share those forms of information with us. So the brother, he drinks so much. He got married. And at his wedding, he passed out. And that's when he got the pacemaker. He had a heart attack at his wedding from drinking. It affected his heart. And he had to go and they put a pacemaker in it or some kind of machine in his chest. And now he lives off of that heart. That's what keeps him alive. One day I get a phone call that he got arrested. He was drunk driving. He was drunk driving in Philly. Hit a car or a parked vehicle or something. And they sent him to jail. 30 days he did, maybe. They let him out. He might have did 6 months at the most. I'm not even accurate on the amount of time that he did, but they let him out. He started going to, as a part of his release, he had to go to these classes to teach him about the dangers of alcohol consumption. So a good month, he might have been clean. Then after that, he started drinking again. He got in another car accident. He got locked up again. Most High had mercy on him, and he got out. I don't know how he kept getting locked up and going to jail, and for the same thing, and coming home real quick. He'll call you. He's drunk. You know, he got ways of getting money. However, he getting money. Him and his family, his wife, they doing pretty good. Just bought a house a couple years back. Then one day I get a phone call. He got in a car accident. He was drunk. Whenever he comes to the family events, he's drunk. Nobody wants him around because he's drunk. He's not high or tipsy. He's drunk. He drives drunk. And this time he got in a car accident. They took his license because he killed somebody.
And all they did was take his license?
They threw him in jail for a little bit, but he out. He got out quick. He killed somebody. He went to jail for killing somebody, vehicular homicide, because he was drunk. I don't know how long he was in jail. A little while later, he got out of jail. And I don't recall how long he was down, but it doesn't seem like it was long for murder.
Yeah, that's murder.
He's home now. So he stopped drinking for a period of time. And he started drinking again. And he started driving again with no license. He can't kick that habit. He killed a man. We was on the phone one day and he was talking. And he was talking as if it was no big deal that he took somebody's life because he can't stop drinking. And I had to remind him of that. You took a father from his children. You took a husband from his wife because you wanted to drink. He can't stop, and he walks this way of life. He knows he's a Hebrew. Can't tell him he ain't. But he can't stop drinking. He's an alcoholic. The reason why he can't stop drinking is because the drinking is a deity. Anything you put before the Most High becomes a deity to you. The marijuana becomes a deity because these are things that you do in your pleasures, your luxury time to bring you satisfaction so you can rely on what they do and bring to you. That's what you do with a deity. You only rely on what the Most High does for you. We got it bad and don't even realize that we got it bad. And this gentleman that I'm talking about, he has it real bad. To the day, he hasn't stopped drinking. He still drinks. And that alcohol has the best of him. It's gotten the best of him. And in order for him to stop drinking, he has to do a complete turnaround and change his life. He can go to any rehab he wants, but if he hasn't made his mind and changed the way he think about this, it's not going to change. And that's what I'm trying to get across to you, family. Challenge yourself for 10 days, like Daniel did, Meshach, Abednego. See what they did. They challenged, they knew what would happen, but they challenged the authorities in their day, a 10-day challenge. And I'm asking you all to do the same thing. You don't have to agree with my teachings today, but I want you to prove it to yourself that you are not possessed with demons. Stay away from those foods, meat. Stay away from that alcohol. Stay away from that sugar. Stay away from that weed. Give yourself 10 days. Matter of fact, you can write it down the first day. Challenge yourself to it and see how it works out for you. See how it works out. Very good information, Hanasi. You may think we are not listening, but we are. Keep up the great work for the Creator's people. May the Most High be praised. I've learned a lot from being a part of this community in regards to how to conduct myself. Reevaluating the words and teachings of the Creator, today's prudence is very much necessary. It struck a chord with me today because I became unwell. I too was undergoing my master's to become a principal. My plan have been derailed, and at times I wonder if it's because of my lack of integrity with my eating style. You know, that's a real honest word there that you used. You started to question yourself. Was it something that you've been doing to cause this to happen to you? Most people are not that strong. Most people are not that honest to question, rather it has something to do with what I've done to cause myself to be in this position. And Bati, that's what that is. That was honesty. You were being very honest with yourself and very real with yourself to determine if that could be why I'm experiencing what I'm experiencing. May the Most High give you the victory over those things that are temporarily set you back. May the Most High be praised. Great lesson. I was always enjoying tuning in here. For me personally, it's been confirmation of the changes I've made in my life. So Toda, the Creator, for today's building. Yes, and I did read a message where you said that you stopped drinking. I don't know if it was drinking or weed, but you stopped doing something for a period of time. You left it out of your life, and that's a positive thing. So may the Most High be praised, and may the Most High help to support you in your endeavors. It's the weed, very good. In your endeavors to get that poison out of your life. May the Most High be praised. Which is why I joined you to help you, and I accomplish better overall health with the Creator's mercy. You'll return better than before. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. During Had Matzah, we have a cultural worldwide vegetable and fruit juice practice that everyone engages. We don't do outright fasting due to biological detriments. So juices, smoothies are options. Very good. May the Most High be praised. But you know, and this is something that I want to point out too. For those of you who haven't learned that fasting is so important and so true, cutting certain things out your diet, sugars, meats and bread, and all those type of things, the Most High makes you leave that stuff alone for a period of time when you do the holy days. For when you do the Feast of Unleavened Bread for that week, you can't get anything with leaven in it, seor. You can't eat anything with seor in it. And seor, well, seor is the process. Chametz is leaven. But you can't do anything that has been these things contaminated upon it. You can't eat most breads, and a lot of breads contain sugar, high fructose corn syrup, and a lot of other things that's not good for you. So the Most High himself takes you through a period of cleansing for 1 week. That lets you know how important your diet is. That the Most High himself demands of you to abstain from certain products for at least 7 days. This is deep, man. This is deep. And you find that in the book of Exodus, chapter 12. It was weed. Thank you, my sister. Never been much of a drinker, and thank y'all family. Absolutely, may the Most High be praised. I've been told that some people have the propensity toward drinking because of ancestry. So if this is your situation and you haven't tried it yet, please don't start. Aim Katir, you always give the best of advice. Now, a lot of people, I still got a wife, that her parents, her grandmother, her father, her mother, they were all alcoholics. Her grandmother and her mother died being alcoholics. And this particular wife wouldn't touch alcohol. She wouldn't touch it because she's seen what it did in her parents. And she was always afraid that if she started doing it, she would be an alcoholic like her parents. So she never touched it, and don't touch it. And Ain Katir just dropped that piece on there, that jewel, that a lot of people are addicted to those things. And all I can say about it, if your grandfather did it, your grandmother did it, your great-great-grandmother and great-grandfather did it, and now you're doing, that spirit has been governing your whole family for a long time. And that spirit has been passed down from generation to generation to generation, because that spirit ain't changed. It's a controlling spirit. It's an entity that you give glory to. And when you consume that spirit voluntarily, it has an effect on you. It makes you feel good. Believe me, family, these things are not good. They're wickedness. And they separate you from the Almighty. Great lesson, and the topic is on point. However, I would prefer to use the term marijuana/herbs and stay away from smoking rather than weed, due to herbs is essentially the temple in many ways. Toda. Stay away from smoking rather than weed. I guess he means eating weed. Due to herbs is essential to the temple in many ways. Okay, I can't argue with you with that. So if you choose to stay away from smoking it, it's an improvement. But see, if you notice, most of our people don't eat it. They smoke it. Most of our people smoke the marijuana. They don't eat it. Yes. So therefore, they're changing the genetic or the chemical compound of it, and it's creating something else, and that's what kills you. This may be true, but couldn't it stem from an ancestral curse on the bloodline? That too can be broken. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't think Aim was saying that you can't stop it. I think Aim was just exposing to us that sometimes it comes by that way. Noah and Lot drank wine to their detriment. I would agree with that. But also remember, it wasn't wine, this wine that they was drinking. All right. The access of anything can cause you. Well, let me tell you something. Some things doesn't have to be done in access. Some things can be done in small portions, like anthrax. If you just take a little small dosage of anthrax, matter of fact, you ain't got to touch it, just inhale the fumes of it, it'll kill you. My mother was an alcoholic years before I was born. She was a native woman born on the reservation. And I've noticed so many indigenous people have that issue. It's a tragic influence. She is absolutely right. And a lot of native people are alcoholics. A lot of them.
A lot of it comes from traumatic.
Yeah, the trauma that they experience in life from their family is passed down and it's bad. When I would have a drink, my blood will ache, my body will ache, and so I didn't do it. That's good. May the Most High be praised. Consuming weed is still detriment and will have an allopathic effect because the THC is a toxin that damages your genetics, such as the RNA of the male sperm head and concentrate in the cervix. May the Most High be praised. Plus, one still develops psychosis and possible schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, and other pathological degenerative disease of the mind and the body. The only thing I'm not so sure about is eating it versus smoking it. But according to Dr. Shalameen, he says, yes, absolutely, even eating it can affect your body in different ways. So it's something for you to consider, family. Something for you to consider. Any herb that has medical properties should be consumed as a dietary source and only for preventative and curative purposes as prescribed by qualified neuropathic physicians. I agree. Very good. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. See, a lot of people don't understand what this, and well, first, let me even clear the platform first. Y'all have to understand that Rabbi Cohen, Dr. Shalameen, myself, we're not talking about this marijuana you buy out here on the street. That's poison from the door. We talking about a naturally grown in the herb substance, in a substance form. That's what we're talking about. This stuff that you buy on these streets is just totally something you should do away with, period. Because there's no health benefit to that at all. That is killing you faster than anything else. But when you have a natural herb that comes from the earth in a natural form in natural ways, there are benefits to that. But you should not take it in a manner that's not prescribed for it to be taken. And by burning it, you changes it from what it was to something new, and you're eating anyway, or you burn it and you're smoking it, and that's not good. She said that they're putting fentanyl in weed. Yeah. But not only that, what?
The stuff that embalming fluids.
Oh yeah, embalming fluid. Yeah, fentanyl and embalming fluid. So they're doing a whole lot of stuff to that weed that y'all buying, that y'all smoking, that y'all consuming, and it's not good. But we are so addicted to idolatry that we accept it and we think it's okay, and it's not. Anything that you do that has control over you, that is not the Most High and not of the Most High, is a problem. Nothing should be controlling you but the Creator. Well, Prince, marijuana don't control me. Weed don't control me. Sugar don't control me. Sugar is more addictive than all the above. Sugar is way more addictive than marijuana and alcohol. So what I suggest you all do today, family, is I suggest you all take that fast, that 10-day fast from today forward, and completely cut these things out of your diet and just watch the effects that they have on your life. Right now, herbal supplements are on par with pharmaceutical drugs as it relates to class action lawsuits due to many supplements causing liver, kidney, and cardiovascular damage. Absolutely. I want to get rid of sugar completely. And if you want to do it, you can do it. You just have to make your mind up to do it. Sugar is hard to cleanse from. Absolutely. All you got to do is just stop. It's doable by all means and benefits, but the headaches and the withdrawal symptoms are hideous. Okay, may the Most High be praised. Herbal supplements and herbal medications are not the same. It's like the difference between Tylenol and morphine being used to treat pain for a major auto accident. All right, may the Most High be praised. What'd she say? Most Americans are addicted to sugar. That's a fact. She's absolutely right.
Almost everything.
That's right. So, family, gradually, when you want to change direction of your life, you have to go to the core essence of what's causing the problem in your life and what's getting you to the positions where you are that you need to work on change. And Katia said the weed is genetically modified. She's right. You have to go to the core essence of what the issues are and what's causing your life to be the way that it is. Some of us are just lazy. We don't want to get up in the morning to go out and to make some money. We want to wait till 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon after we slept for 18 hours to get up and to go to work, to think that that's an appropriate time, but that's not the best time. Some of us are just lazy. But whatever your problems are in life, it's time to change direction. We have to lift ourselves up and become the best version of ourselves. And when I put the call out to some of the people to tell me what they've gotten out of today's lesson, very few people communicated. We got 2,300 people in the room, but we got 5 people communicating. That's not appropriate. That's not proper. We got to do better, family. Is that, maybe those were the only ones who got something out of the lesson today. Maybe I should be grateful and thankful and just say thank you for your participation. Maybe nobody else got anything out of the lesson today. Maybe they hated the lesson. Maybe they don't have anybody that fit any of the positions that we're talking about through this lesson to try to help and to heal. Maybe that's what the situation is. I don't know. But I do know that it's time to change direction for our people. If you want anything good out of life, you got to manifest it in your life by the way you think. Because your present thought pattern has gotten you exactly what you have today. Unhappiness, unpleasure, not being your best, not being the best version of yourself, to dedicate yourself to the Most High. Your present thought pattern and the way you think has you living life the way that you live today. So you need to change the way you think if you want to change the direction of your life. You got to start with the way you think. And one of the ways that you think are directly affected by the things and the foods and the chemicals you put into your body. You can eat some things that'll make you super depressed.
Supposed to be sit down in that chair.
All right, family. So we're going to open our books now to the 10th chapter of Genesis. Genesis, the 10th chapter of Genesis. 10th chapter of Genesis. Let's go. Y'all ready? Let me see if I can close this. All right. So now we got only the scriptures present. Is that readable? Do I need to make it larger, family? Can y'all read that? It's all right. Genesis chapter 20. Now, this was right after Lot and the family escaped, and all the fire and hailstone and brimstone fell upon the ground and burned up Sodom and Gomorrah, Zoar, and a couple of other cities that were surrounding the place. All right, let me see if we can make it any bigger. All right, is that bigger, better? All right, there you go. I pray that that's large enough. Don't make it too big, do I? Yeah, all right, that should be big enough. Can you see it? Abati, is it large enough for you now? All right, here we go. All right, there we go. From there, Abraham journeyed toward the territory of the Negeb and lived between Kadesh Barnea. Leave her here alone. And Abraham said unto Sarah his wife, she is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. Now you remember we had this story once before when they went into Egypt. Now they're entering into the Negeb in the valley of the Negeb. And Abimelech, which means my father the king. Abimelech, and Abimelech is a title. It's not necessarily the man's name. There are going to be several Abimelechs throughout the scriptures that you're going to read about, all kings of certain territories. So it's a title and not a name, like a direct name. It's more so of a title. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, behold, you are a dead man. Now watch how he describes our father Abraham in this particular verse. This is the creator talking to Abimelech, the king of Gerar. Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife. And now Abimelech had not approached her, so he said, now watch what the Most High says. Watch what Abimelech says. Lord, will you kill an innocent people? Now pay attention to this. What Abimelech know about the Most High? We would think that he knows nothing about the Most High. But he understood in his dream that this was the Most High talking to him. And he speaks back to the Almighty and say, Most High, will you kill an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, she is my sister? And she herself said, he is my brother? In the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hand, I have done this. He never said, I'm not guilty. He never said, Creator, I'm not guilty. What he did was he owned up to what he did. He justified what he did. And he did all that while talking to the Most High. That's deep. That's deep. Then Elohim said to him in the dream, yes, I know that you have done this in the integrity of your heart. And it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Did y'all see what the Most High said? The Most High said to Abimelech that by him not taking Sarah was preventing him from sinning against the Creator, not just Abraham, but the Creator himself. Why? Because Abraham was a servant of the Most High, and the Most High Abraham was a servant of the Most High. Therefore, because Abraham put his trust in the Creator protected him and gave him a reward. And we mean things to the Most High when we give all of our energy, time, and patience to this King. The Creator says, I protected you, Abimelech, from sinning against me. That's deep. Then the Most High said to him in his dream, yes, I know that you have done this in the integrity of your heart. This shows that the Most High was with this king no matter what, even though we don't know if he worshiped or did not worship the Almighty. That's we're not aware of. But yet this king was a man of integrity. And if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to bounce back so quick with his response to the Almighty in his dream, in the mind and your thoughts, the way that he did. It was a beautiful thing, a beautiful transaction of information. And it was also I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Nor now then, return the man's wife. Now, here go the part right here, where this part right here was amazing. Return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, so that he will pray for you and you shall live. So many people teach us that only the Most High can forgive sin. Well, I widely and vastly disagree with that. Righteous men can forgive sin as well. Right here, the Most High tells Abimelech, what you have done, you have sinned against me. I don't like this. It's not cool. But I want you to go and return this woman to my prophet, the son to my prophet, return back to him his wife, and this man shall pray for you that you may live. That's deep. But if you do not return her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who are yours. Do you see what we mean to the Creator? When you walk on that perfect alignment with this king, that's how important you are to him. He will fight all of those who try to hurt and harm you. So Israel, today, if we got in our proper alignment with the Creator, which today's lesson was all about earlier, if we got into our proper alignment with the Almighty, all that this adversarial is doing to us, this European, this oppressor, this government, all that they're doing for us, the Most High will intervene and take control and give us the victory. But we have to learn to trust in the Creator for these things. We have to truly dedicate our lives to the Creator for these things. And therefore, the Most High will fight the battles for us. And doors will just start opening for us. People will just start dying around us who seek to do us harm and who seek to destroy us. The Creator will be fighting for us. And you, as a servant of the Most High, will now have the power over life and death. Whereas you can speak someone into life, into existence, where their days can be prolonged. You can walk into a hospital room with somebody on their deathbed about to die, and you can pronounce a prayer over top of them. And that curse, that illness, that sickness, whatever was destroying them, would miraculously change, and that person will be alive. You have that ability within you This is why it's so important to me that I have these type of lessons to reintroduce you to you, because you don't know who you are. You have lost knowledge of who you are. Most of us don't even know the ability that we have by calling ourselves the children of the Most High. Anything that my Father owns, I have access to. Anything. And as an Israelite, you have the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Anything you say in this realm of existence, in your right mind, in your right spirit, will be done in this earth. Whatever you do, whatever you say, anything you sanction, the Creator above has given you authority over these things in your right mind. Didn't he say in the book of Psalms, I have said, ye are gods, you are Elohim, and all of you are the children of the Most High? He says, arise, O Elohim, and judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. When he said thou shalt inherit all nations, he gave you power and dominion over all those nations. But you got to be in your right mind. When he says arise, that's you becoming the higher version of yourself. Become the highest version of yourself so that you can inherit the gifts that the Creator has for you to get. And in that time and in that day, when you walk into that hospital, all you need to do is speak the words of life into a dying, not decapitated, but a dying soul. And you will cause the dead to live. You will cause the sick to be healed. You will cause those demons to flee from the body of the innocent. But you yourself first have to be the proper vessel to be the best version of yourself. Your enemies will flee when you're on the right path with the Almighty. They will flee from you. Poverty will flee. Sicknesses will flee. That's how you know when you get a sickness upon your body, your structure, your spirit, and your physical are out of proper alignment. Because once your spiritual and your physical are in proper alignment, you die of natural death. You don't die of cancers and heart attacks and strokes and illnesses. Those are all a result of your spirit and your body being out of proper alignment. If you're a person who holds a lot of things back and don't fight these things head on and don't change the conditions in your life, but you just accept whatever's been thrown to you, you will poison yourself. We have the ability to change the conditions around us and to change ourselves. So Abimelech rose early in the morning. Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told them all these things. And the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abram and said unto him, or called Abraham, and he said unto him, what have you done to us? And how have I sinned against you that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me things that ought not to be done. One of the things I would like to point out in this message is that the Most High spoke to Abimelech in his dream, just like he does his prophets. He said in the book of Deuteronomy, I speak to them in visions and dreams. He speaks to his prophets in visions and dreams. Same thing he did here with Abimelech. So Abimelech couldn't have been too much of an idolater. He couldn't have been too much of an idolater, because the Most High spoke to him. But did you see how the Most High spoke to Pharaoh? He spoke to Pharaoh in a vision and dream, but Pharaoh had to go get an interpreter to explain to him because he couldn't understand. But Abimelech didn't need an interpreter. Abimelech understood his dream. Abimelech even responded back in his dream and talked back to the Creator. Pharaoh laid on his bed and heard what was said and got up afraid. But there was something different about Abimelech than it was with Pharaoh, who we know is a known idolater. And Abimelech said to Abraham, what did you see that you did this thing? And Abraham said, I did it because I thought there is no fear of Elohim at all in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Notice what he says? He did it because he thought. Man's imagination is a powerful thing. You'll be thinking somebody has the worst intentions towards you, and that person actually has the best intentions towards you. Abraham said he did it because he thought there was no fear of the Most High at this place, but he was wrong. Besides, she is indeed my sister. He said, she is my sister, the daughter of my father, though not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. So many people don't know that knowledge, that Abraham and Sarah was brothers and sisters through their father, but not through their mother. In those days, a lot of things, incest, took place. And that's exactly what that is. Abraham was the brother of Sarah through the father. How does the Hebrew chase their lineage right now? Through the man. So that was his biological sister that he raised children with. We come from an incestuous family. Back then, it was permissible because the earth wasn't as populated as it is today, and the law of the Most High didn't get to us in that form with that particular law in those days. She is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, though not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And when Elohim, calls me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, this is the kindness you must do me. At every place to which we come, say of me, he is my brother. Now, some might say that this is the lack of Abraham's trust in the Creator, to think that he'll come to a place and the Most High wouldn't protect him from his enemies that's trying to harm him. But this is what I'll say to you, family. Even the people of us, the strongest of us, who has the best relationship with the Most High, fall short at times. And our Father fell short. Yet the Most High calls him perfect. He fell short by not trusting that the Most High would protect him. But the Most High showed him that he would. Then Abimelech took sheep, now watch this, took sheep and oxen and male servants and female servants and gave them to our father Abraham. And he also returned Sarah, his wife, to him, untouched. And Abimelech said to him, behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you. To Sarah he said, behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Now, Abraham was already rich. He just became wealthier than he already was. He just taken on more handmen and more hand servants than he had previously had. He became wealthier than what he was. And see, everybody is paying homage to you, family, to your forefather, to you. Every other nation shall prostrate and bow themselves to you because you are what your father is. Your father is the creator of all creation. And every knee and every tongue shall bow down to him. Therefore, by you being his son, people will respect you on a supreme level. But you got to get in your right mind and your right position to deserve these types of things, because a lot of us are not there yet. And Abimelech said, behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you. Wherever you choose to go, go. To Sarah he said, behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is a sign of your innocence in the eyes of all whom are with you. And before everyone, you are vindicated, meaning that I'm letting the world know I didn't touch you. I never had intercourse with you. No sexual transition has taken place between you and I'm going to pay you for doing wrong by you. Well, I pay your husband for what I did wrong to you. Then it says, and then Abraham prayed to Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech. So what was wrong with Abimelech? Well, the Creator did say that he prevented him from going into Sarah, from defiling Sarah. So whatever it was, he was probably bedridden, couldn't move, couldn't get up, couldn't do nothing because he had did that sinful act. Or to prevent him from going further with his sin, the Most High struck him with a sickness and he was going to die, except he returned back the man's wife, the prophet of the Most High, and had the prophet of the Most High pray for him. And that's exactly what happened. And it brought healing to him and he was healed. And also healed his wife and his female slaves so that they bore children. So that gives us an indicator as to what that curse was. Abimelech wasn't the only one. Everything that belonged to Abimelech was suffering. His people couldn't have no children. Everybody was sick. His wife wasn't doing anything. His slaves couldn't even do anything because they was under that curse. This lets you know how powerful a man is. A man is the head of the family. If that man is out of order, all that is underneath of him suffers. So sisters, that's why it's so important that if you see a righteous man in this earth and you don't have a husband, you ask that man to be your covering so that the blessings that is upon this man's life by being your covering will also trickle down upon you. Just by being associated and connected to this man on that spiritual level. It's not about you got to be his wife and he got to be having sex with you and he got to be, it's not about none of that stuff. It's about in the spirit realm. The spirit realm recognizes that you belong under the covering of that man. And all the blessings that's upon that man's life, you get a portion of those blessings for you. But don't let it just be in words. Let it be in words, action, deeds, and thoughts. Being a real covenant with that individual. And the heavenly host will bear record of it. Then Abraham prayed to the Most High, and the Most High healed Abimelech, and also healed his wife and his female slaves so that they bore children. For the Most High had closed all the wombs of the house of Abimelech for Sarah, Abraham's wife. All right. All right, family. Great lesson, great lesson. I got you. Aim Katir says, tell me that unintentional sin is still sin and needs an intercession so it can be forgiven. Absolutely, Aim. Absolutely. Unintentional sin is still sin. And it needs an intercessor. It needs an intercessor, the person that you have offended, in order for it to be forgiven. Like prophecy, like prophesying to the dry bones so that they may live. May the Most High be praised. Are there any questions or comments, family? Because we about to close it out. Are there any questions or comments? Before we close it out, are there any prayer requests that we need to have typed in the room? Anybody that wants us to include them in our prayer for today as we close out our lesson of the day? Okay, nobody? No one? It's too early for what? To close the lesson? What is it too early for? Oh, it's 3:09. It is early. Okay. It's too early. It's too early. To the Rabbah for your words and dedication and leadership. May the Most High be praised. All right, family, there is no one that's putting up any prayer requests. All right, Bati, what is this? A quote, Patsy dad. Pray for me and my family, and a quote, Patsy's dad. I can't pray for a quote, Patsy dad unless Patsy or her dad gives me permission to do so. And I can't pray for Chief Ephraim unless Chief Ephraim asks me to do so. I can't pray for Chief Sapor until they, and Prince Sapor, unless they ask me. I want to. I mean, there's a way that I can get around them not giving me permission. There's a way I can do it, and I'll try to do it that way. But naturally, we have to have that. Pray for me and my strength mentally, physically, and emotionally. All right. How about the baby? What baby? Maybe you know something I don't know. Something wrong with Chief Ephraim's son? Is that what it is? I don't know. But I'll do my best in these prayers to accumulate the people that I can in the prayers with their permission. See, we teach here at Temple Kifarim that you shouldn't pray for people without their permission. People should grant you permission to pray for them. Oh, 2-month-old baby. Mentioned earlier, 2 months old baby. Yes. All right. All right, family. Anyone else has any prayer requests? I'm going to do my best to remember them all. Please forgive me if I don't remember them all. It's not intentional. We can all prostrate ourselves toward the east. Abi, our power, our King, our Master, Savior of all creation. We come unto you at this time, Father, asking for permission to approach unto your throne. Great and mighty King, thank you for allowing me with the ability to approach you and to speak unto you in reference to your people, Yisrael. We humble ourselves before you, Father, for there is no power but you. There is nowhere for us to go except we remain with you. There is none worthy of all praise, all glory, all honor except thee. And thou hast placed power and authority in our hands to have things done in the manner that we see best by making us custodials of this earth and all life within it. But only if we would adhere to your laws and be the best versions of ourselves and uphold your truth according to the commands that you have left on record. Therefore, Father, we pray that thou will hear our prayers and our pleas as we ask of thee for mercy upon our soul and upon our flesh for all the transgressions that we have committed against thee. We are in desperate need of healing, Father. Mentally, physically, emotionally, and financially, spiritually, in every way possible, we are in desperate need of healing. So many of our people are suffering right now because of the decisions that we've made many years ago. The conclusions of the matter is that we have sinned before thee. We have made the wrong decisions and chose idolatry over righteousness and truth. Instead of giving our all existence over to you, we gave ourselves partially to the demons of this world. Therefore, we ask that you will cleanse us of idolatry. Cleanse us of worshiping those things that are not of you. To honor and give glory to something that is not you has become a part of our lives. And we know not that we are sinning, but we need you to help us. We pray, O Most High, for that 2-year-old baby, that you will bring swift healings in her life and allow her to be restored to greatness so her family may embrace her for many years to come. Heal her and cleanse her and turn her soul over to you in righteousness so she may grow old in your truth and serve you and teach others to serve you as well and be a prime example for all women who walk through the earth of how a woman of the Most High should live. We ask, O great King, that you will bring great healings upon Bati Saadia, her Ima, and her household. Any sickness that may be running through, Father, we would ask that you would remove it from them, cleanse them from the sickness, and make them whole. If it be your will, cause it to be. We ask, O great King, that that is your will, that your desire is to bring restoration and restoring within the family perfect peace, perfect health, perfect harmony, and perfect righteousness. Allow them to see themselves and whatever it is about themselves that they need to cleanse, make it clean, make them whole, and make them see whatever it is that's holding them back from joining closer to you. Maisha Abi also pray that you will give her clarity of mind and allow her to make the best decisions in this life. Keep her on point, Father, for she is valuable in this nation as well. She does a great works for your people. She has to be on her best, mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, and spiritually, in every way possible. She needs to be able to work on all cylinders. Keep her clean, keep her whole, keep her healthy, keep her strong, and allow her to be able to focus and do what she needs to do to move in that proper spirit. And all of those, Father, within the sound of my voice, that really wanted to have prayers requests done today, but were very hesitant, and some that did not put it forward, but yet their soul are crying out for healing. We ask, O great King, that you would answer their prayers and their requests in righteousness, that you will give them the desires of their hearts in righteousness, and give them the courage to speak up when needed and necessary, to move forward and to put themselves in the good graces of you, now and forevermore. Thank you, Father, for being so good unto us. And my brothers, my Abba, my elder, Principal, and my brother, Chief Ephraim, if it is that I can approach you at all in reference to them, I would only ask that you would allow their will for themselves to be done in their lives in righteousness towards you and to the longevity of their lives. Bring them what they desire to be brought in their lives and not my own desires. For I have not sought permission from them to speak on them, Father. So therefore, I only ask that whatever it is that you would have for them, that it be done swiftly as you so desire. There is no power like you, Most High. There is no king like you, Most High. There is no man nor spirit nor energy that can replace you or imitate or duplicate you in any way. We totally humble ourselves before you. We totally surrender ourselves to your will to do what you require of us. And all those today, Father, who have taken on the challenge, the 10-day challenge, reveal to them the power of the demons that they possess and allow them to have the victory over those demons so that they can be better vessels to serve you and to teach others with their testimonies of how to destroy and eradicate those things in their lives that they didn't realize were issues and problems and hindrances toward your truth. Allow your will to be done for us. Protect Israel throughout the four corners of the earth. All those who surrender themselves to your will in truth and righteousness, protect them, Father. For the adversary is busy devising plans and devices to take us out and to destroy us. We need your help and your protection, Father. Therefore, we pray that you would bless us, strengthen us, protect us, guide us, and heal us from all things that seek to do us harm. Even if it requires you to take a lot of them out, take them out. But save us alive, Father, that we may serve you and teach the earth to serve you in righteousness and truth. Unto thee, O great King, we pray. Our Master, our Power, our Father, our King, our Provider, our Nurturer, and our Healer. Unto thee we pray now and forevermore. Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. He is King. All right, family. See what we have here. Okay. I am Asa's wife. Shalom, could you please repeat what you said about a woman asking a man to cover her with the scriptures to support? Also, this includes men that are already married. I'm not so sure I understand what you're asking, but I will deliver to you what I believe you're asking. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. All right. Could you please repeat what you said about a woman asking a man to cover her with scriptures to support? Okay. There was a story about a young lady whose parents died, and she went to live with her uncle. The lady's name, or her cousin, was it her uncle or cousin? I think it was her uncle. Well, I've always thought it to be her uncle, but it may have been her cousin. And the lady's name was Hadassah. You know her as Esther. She went to live with her uncle because in our Hebrew culture, that's a scripture to support what I'm saying to you right now. In our Hebrew culture, no woman should be alone without a male covering. She went to live with her uncle, and her uncle was her protector in the form of her father, in the form of her covering for her. There was no sexual relations involved there, her cousin. There was no sexual relations involved. None of those things took place. She was still a virgin when she married the king. In our culture, no woman should be without a covering, be it her uncle, her cousin, her father, her brother, even her spiritual leader. None of our people should be without a covering in any way. Now, what I said earlier, if I can remember exactly verbatim as I said it earlier, was that women should have a covering and that men should serve as coverings for women, as women who are single. And it has nothing to do with this woman having sexual intercourse with this man because he's a covering. Has nothing to do with it. Sex is not what this is about. Covering is to make sure that every woman is protected and provided for in our nation. And if we move with this type of mind frame, and we're dealing with righteousness, not with greed or selfishness, or not trying to just get a whole lot of women under your thing so you can have sex. That's why sex ain't got nothing to do with it. If we can move in that direction, it will cause a lot of our people to bring healing back to the nation again, and we can grow. If this woman got 2 or 3 children, there's no father figure in the household. Well, if this man begins to be her covering and he does it right, then those children would never be without a father. Because that man who's the covering will be a father to those children who didn't have a father or who don't have a father. He will make sure they got what they need. He will make sure they're doing the things that they need to do. You know, he will be a supervisor to them in so many ways to make sure that they can provide, that he can provide for them, or to make sure that they got a male figure to show them how a man is supposed to conduct himself. So I don't want you to think that these people who are coverings, who are being covered, are coming to you or to a man, and that man is supposed to be having intercourse with them. No, that's not what this is about. Although it could lead to that. If this man decides that he wants to take this woman, and this woman says, I would like to be your wife, it could eventually turn into that, but that's not what this is all about. If it happens, it happens, but that's not what this is about. And neither should any man look toward covering somebody for that purpose. And neither should any woman look toward finding a covering for that purpose. If you're going to be straight up, just be straight up. I want to be your wife. Oh, I got a wife already. I know I want to be your other wife. You and that sister, y'all talking, and that's what y'all going to do, then that's what y'all do. But don't disguise wanting to be a man's wife by pretending as if you only want some help as a covering. Don't do that. The Most High sees your intent, and things won't work out the way you want them to work out. Also, does it include men that are already married? I assume you're asking me, can a man that's already married be a covering to an unmarried woman? Absolutely, he can. He can. He can be a covering to an unmarried woman. Yes. I think that's what you're asking. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Now, I thought about this right here. Dr. Shalameen, Rabbi, I thought about this. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we shall eat our food, eat our own foods, and wear our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. I thought about that. But the difference is that these women are asking to be married to that man. That's a good thing. They were straight up. They wasn't shaking like they wanted to be. I'm gonna pretend like I only need a covering, but I really want to be his wife. No, these women actually said, "Let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. We want to be your nashim," and that's the natural way to do things. Don't sugarcoat it. If that's what your intentions are, then make that known from the door. But if that's not your intentions and you just need some help and you just need support, then that's what you do. Would a woman that wants a covering need to be called by the man's last name? No, she doesn't. And that's the point I'm making. She doesn't need to be called by the man's last name. It's almost the same as the youth in the community covering or looking out for the elders of the community. Absolutely. That's a reverse covering, but absolutely. Because I am a single woman, many male friends cover me and my family whenever I need them to. They said they will cover me until I have a proper husband who does me right. All right, I want to address that. Let me first. Let me first. Oh, sis, I didn't see this. Lyrical Dreams. My apologies, I didn't see this. So Most High, may you include them in my prayers as well. Please forgive me, sis. I didn't see that when I was closing out and preparing to make prayers, because I would have mentioned it. So please forgive me. It's a traditional consensus in Ashkenazi, Sephardim, Mitzrayim, Ethiopian, Yemite community that Sarah was Abraham's niece. Okay, very good. Shalom, could you please repeat? Okay. Selah, Toda Hanasi, for such a beautiful prayer unto us all. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Beautiful prayer, Nasi Kez. Oh, Hanasi Kez. I didn't switch to Hanasi Kez. Toda for your prayers. You can pray for me and my family anytime. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. All right. Where was I? I was saying to you, correct? Okay. Because I am a single woman. That's what I want to talk about right now. Sister TT, I want to read what you stated first, and then I want to give my opinion on the matter. Because I am a single woman, my family friends cover me and my family whenever I need them to. They said they will cover me until I have a proper husband who does right by me. Now, it's just my opinion because I don't know the statistics of everything that you said. But it sounds like your family and friends are just looking out for you, as they should. But that's not a covering. If I'm correct, to adequately have a covering, it must be somebody with spiritual principles greater than yourself. Okay? It has to be somebody that walk in this way of life who understands how to serve the Creator to the best of their ability and are actually doing so. This is who it should be, at least. And you should only have one. You should not have multiple people covering you. It should only be one. And the reason is that, and this is not what I can find scripturally to bring to you and say yes, but this is what I'll say to you. Because if you have a covering in your life, most people don't understand what a covering is. If you have a covering in your life, a real covering in your life that you have accepted to be a covering, then he has the ability to direct the steps in your life, the decisions you make, the choices you make, and how you move in life. He has the ability to say yes, no, don't do. if he's your covering. And if you have multiple people being a covering to you, the instructions that they give can be conflicting. Therefore, you should only have one covering so that you're never given conflicting information or directions or instructions to go against what somebody else said. I had a young lady I was covering several years ago. It's been many years ago. And to be under my covering, you have to be somebody's motivating to be better than what you are right now. And I had the young sister saving money, putting money away, and she wasn't spending money. She didn't like that. She wanted to be a spender. And the lessons that I would teach her about preparing for her tomorrow, she didn't want to do. So one day she wrote me a letter asking me not to be her covering anymore. And before I knew it, she was in the bosoms of another guy who gave her all the things in life that she desired. I accepted her letter of resignation that she didn't want me covering her anymore. And she left. And before I knew it, I think now she might be married to the guy. I don't know what she's doing with the guy now. But she didn't want what I was offering her in the manner that I was offering her. She wanted it for free. So she had the wrong intentions of asking to be under my covering. She had the wrong intentions because I'm real serious about this business, this way of life, and the style of living that I live. I'm real serious about it. I don't play when it comes to the Most High or his people. And if your intentions are one way, it should be made known that that's what your intentions are. So, Sister TT, a woman should only have one covering. And this is all my opinion. She should have one covering that's providing instructions, wisdom, understanding that she can talk to when she needs, get the advice that she needs and the help that she needs, that she's open and honest with no matter what. Okay? Okay, she responded. And she says, Hana Poor has been the one helping us. We can go to him for spiritual guidance and leadership. And that's true. But is he a covering? See, because in order for him to be your covering, you should have it in writing. You should have a bond stating that this man is my covering and I am allowing this man to cover me. And if you don't have that and you want Hanasi Sapor to do it, then you should speak to him about it and get it in writing. I don't think they do those things in writing, but if you bring it to his attention, he may provide it to you. And that will be the best way to do that. Because if anything ever comes up, it's best that you got it in writing. Okay? I only ask because how else would the community know she is covered? But I'm sure word of mouth will go around. That's cool. That's all right. Having multiple male friends is generally not accepted in the Hebrew culture. Exactly. Why is that? Oh, we're gonna entertain that question and we're gonna deal with that. Why is that if they are platonic or childhood friends? There is no such thing as a man and a woman being friends on that level. It shouldn't happen. It's been proven over and over and over, while the women sometimes are really innocent, the men are not. The men is just waiting their time to come through and do what they want to do. Plus, also, when it comes time for you to get married, you got to break off all these different bonds with all these different men. That's a problem. It will be best if you don't have those conversations or relations with people where you will say that they are on that level of friendship. It's cool to know somebody, but to be sitting down for hours chatting on the phone with this person of the opposite sex and then saying we just friends, that's doing him a disfavor and you a disfavor. You, because you are actually utilizing him for what you can get from him by company or conversation. Him, because he has in his mind that he's waiting for that opportunity to open so he can step through that door and snatch your jewels. Most oftentimes, not in every situation, but in most situations, that's the case. Sometimes you can have, I have a relationship with a female. She's older than me. And we had a relationship. We still got a relationship to the day. But we had a very beautiful relationship. And I call her my sister. She called me her little brother. Beautiful relationship. Unmatched by anybody I know in this world. I would tell her things, she would tell me things, and she actually cried with me several times on the phone. I wasn't doing no crying. Y'all know I ain't doing no crying. But I mean, matters came up in her life that was that serious, and sometimes she would just hurt that bad. And at that time, she wasn't married. And when she got married, all that stopped. It all ceased. We might talk once every 2 months, maybe. And when we do talk, it's because something that need to be discussed. But other than that, we don't have those conversations. She's a married woman and nothing happens now at all. But when we was in the midst of our communications, I'm disciplined. I don't let little Willie control me. And that's not what this is about. And she was a very beautiful woman. So it had nothing to do with her age or her beauty. That had nothing to do with it. We wasn't moving in that spirit along that time. Because when we called each other sister and brother, we meant it. That was real to us. And it meant a lot to us. So we lived like that for many years. All right. Turtle Rabal for elaborating. Hadnasi Kaz. Okay. Hadnasi Kaz. You get me with that one. My male friends are like my brothers. They refer to me as their little sister. Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. They are my brothers who have walked me through horrible times. That's good. Why would I throw them away for a male who cares not to be there for me as they have been? Okay, I don't know where that's coming from, but this is what I'll say to you. I'm not suggesting you throw anything away. For wherever you find protection and provisions that you need at this time in your life, you utilize that, especially if it's coming to a place where you don't have a price to pay, where you owe anybody anything, and you have to perform duties and rituals and rites that's going to take you outside of your virtue and righteousness. I would never say that you throw that away. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in order for this person to be a covering, they should be spiritually in tune with the Creator. Better or higher or greater than you yourself. Someone that's going to lead you in the directions of righteousness toward the Creator. Then you're fine. In order for them to be a covering. Torah. Abba, I was just telling my friend, not in this way of life, the black girl I work with, that it's impossible for men/women to be just friends. Once a certain age is reached, even if everything is innocent, only the females get married, her husband would feel very uncomfortable with her having male friends. The only time that the husband would feel uncomfortable is if he's a man. Because a lot of males that are out here getting married to women will let them have male friends. But if he's a man, he's not going to tolerate that. He's going to cut that off. And it's not going to happen. But if these male friends are honorable, the moment she get married, they will flee and stay away. If they're honorable. But most males today are not honorable, and they're really trying to dig in there any way they can and find any way that they can to dig in. I totally disagree. It takes discipline and transparency. My brothers would embrace my husband as their brothers too. Okay, you're entitled to disagree, but you're still a woman, and I'm a man. And I'm telling you, 99% of the time, That's what it is. Real men do not allow their women to have what they call best friends and male friends. It don't work that way. Any man of value don't have those things. Now, if you got a male, you got a husband, you can't say what would happen until that time comes that they will be his friend too. He, if he's a man of value, he wouldn't even want them to be his friends. It's cool if they're friends and they're not communicating with his wife behind his back. That's a different story. But if you're still having conversations with these men in the absence of your husband, that's a problem. And it shouldn't be. Okay, did I miss something? Oh, yeah, I got that. All right. At Autumn, I definitely agree with that. That's right. Okay. Their wives are my sisters, and we are a family, and that could be true. I would never dispute something that I don't know. That can be true. When the time comes that you get married, if your husband says, end it, then that's what you do. You end it. And if your husband allows it to continue, then that's what you do. You continue on with it. So whatever way that goes, that's how you play that out. But I will promise you, if your husband is a man, a real man, man of value, all that friendship, no, that's my friend, and we having conversation, and my husband don't know nothing about it, nah, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. I had a conversation, I had a young lady that I called sister, and she was a friend to my wife at the time, the woman, one of the women that I was married to many years ago. And her and I stayed in communication even after me and my ex-wife stopped talking. We don't even talk. We didn't talk. But her and I stayed in communication because she would keep me up to date with certain things. The moment she got married, I cut her off. Bang. Because I don't want there to be any confusion, and I don't want to disrespect that man's authority over his woman. That's his property, not mine. And I have no right to reach out to her and talk to her. And one day I had to call her. I called her. She picked up the phone. I said, let me speak to your husband. Oh, he ain't here right now, Prince. I'm going to have him call you, though. All right. Her husband called me. We was on a three-way. And I told him what I needed from his wife and asked his permission. And I apologized for even having to speak to his wife. He gave his permission. We had our conversation. We did what he needed to do. And I haven't called him back since. It's just that serious of respect that a man must show to another man when he's dealing with his wife, period. It's just the way it is. A lot of women may not understand that because a lot of women are free thinkers. And a lot of women, females, feel like they should be able to talk to who they want to talk to. A lot of them feel that way. That's just the Western thought. That's the Western mindset. But in Hebrew culture, we don't do that type stuff. You don't have the ability to just talk to, well, I'm single. Remember my teaching, my lesson from a long time ago? Even if you're single and you want to be married, then while you're single, you conduct yourself as if you're already married. It's the same. It doesn't change. Just because I'm saying it a year later, it doesn't change. Conduct yourself at all times as if you're already married. Therefore, you shouldn't be on the phone busting it up with these dudes, dealing with these dudes. And if these are really your friends, they will respect you by just calling every once in a while and telling them what you need. I need some help. This is what I need. This is what I'm going through. Are you there for me? Yes, no. Okay, let's get it. That's done. And they shouldn't demand anything of you and require anything of you if they're really just trying to help you because you are a female that they're friends with. But when they got some other motive, you ever seen them commercials with the man? He was walking down the street and the lady was trying to pick up this big box and take it in the house. He said, hey, I could do that for you. Let me get that box. He go grabs the box and start carrying it up the steps. And she said, well, my husband will be home and out. He drops the box and runs out the door and leave her right there. because he disguised his true intentions by pretending as he was there for her to help her. And that's what so many people do. They disguise their intentions, and the women be looking innocently like this guy is really all right, but this guy is a snake. That's not really what he wants. Men are not set up for wives like you, Hadasi, which is why our male friends help us when needed. I don't understand what you mean, sis. Men are not set up for wives. Okay, maybe you can explain that to me, Sister TT, a little bit. A woman shouldn't have inappropriate conversation with any man that she is not married to. Absolutely. Now you're talking. I have seen on numerous occasions how right after a man dies, his woman ends up with one of his friends or their male friends, as they should. Even in the law, it says that if your husband dies, he didn't do this, he didn't have that, you should marry his brother. That's even in the law. So I would have no problem with if something, created forbid, if something happened to me, my wife was to marry somebody that's qualified and skilled and that was with me and able to provide and had that spiritual, can take her where she needs, I wouldn't have no problem with it. But my wives, my nashim is under a covenant. Once you marry me, you could never marry another man, no matter if something happened to me or not. You can't never marry another man. We ain't having that. Nobody ain't gonna get to live off the benefits that I provided. No, not me. That's one of the covenants that they enter into when they become my wife. It's just that simple. A single woman with multiple male friends is an automatic red flag for me. I will not court her. Absolutely. You see what I'm saying? That's absolutely what it is. While in your single season, if you want to be married in the future, conduct yourselves as if you're already married. That's right. Great advice, Abba. I'm going to tell my friend that. Yeah, she might need that. I've never seen that commercial. Yeah, it's a bunch of them. They on YouTube and Instagram and all that stuff. Lo, yeah, I've seen that he dropped the box so quick and ran. Yes, it's different skits. They do different skits like that. And that's what happens. If you're single, you should conduct yourself as if you're married. And that way you will be prepared for the right man to come into your life and take you up and take your singleness away from you. All right. I also will not court a woman who lives in her own home as a single woman as well. I exempt widows and women abandoned. And that's a good philosophy, because when a woman lives in her own home, she has a certain mindset, a state about her that's unconducive for marriage. She should be living at home with her parents or in a relative's house until she's married. She should not be living on her own. He says, of course, I couldn't marry her. Oh, anyway, okay. All right. All right. I wish, a lot of people that have that same type of attitude, but don't live by the tenets of the law. I got one brother running around, he calls himself Kohen, and his woman steps out and commits adultery on him, and he takes her back. And that's not how we're supposed to be. If you're a Kohen, live up to it. You can't have that woman ever again. The problem with having male friends seems to be the problem. I don't want to marry someone who's insecure and lacking with what a husband is required to do anyway. No problems there. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Okay, I think I need to look at this, because I think he was answering my question that I asked you earlier. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Brown. The problem with having male friends seems to be the problem. I don't want to marry someone who's insecure. Ha ha ha. Boy, you starting some trouble here, Sister TT. This is a good one. You starting some trouble. And lacking with a husband is required to do anyway. No problems there. Okay, let me make sure I understand what you're coming from with this here. Okay. See, I gotta clean my eyes and make sure I'm woke on this one, right? The problem with having male friends seems to be the problem. If that's an issue with a man, you're saying that that means that that man is insecure? Is that what you're saying? Because the man doesn't want you to have male friends? That means that this man is insecure and that this man is lacking what a husband is required to do anyway? Is that what you're saying to me? I don't understand. Sister TT, respond. I tell you what, Sister TT, take the link and come into the room, please. Let me send you the link because you can do this better. If we can just be on the platform speaking, then we can get that thing cleared up better. Sister TT, can you come in so we can have this conversation, please? And if you with Bati Saadi, bring her with you too. So we can have this conversation because y'all seem to got the most juice. And Ishi, you already on the platform, so all you need to do is open your mic and start talking. This would be a very good conversation. We could stop posting. Let's just start talking. Let's see what's up. Talk to me. I sent the link to the room. Come on in and speak your piece. I don't understand that statement, so I need you to explain it to me. Because what I'm thinking, I don't think you mean. All right, let me bring you up. Bang. All right, bang. Here we go. Turn down your devices in the background, please, else you won't be able to. We'll hear the back feedback. Shabbat shalom.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Hanasi Prince Kez,
Right.
and to Princess Medaya, Nakoti Autumn, and all of the elders and young people, men and women. What I was trying to convey is that the male friends I have, I've known them, most of them, since I was maybe 5 or even younger, and some a little later in life. And they have watched me go through life, and I will take responsibility and accountability. I have not always chosen the right people to assign myself to. Sometimes, as a woman, we look for love in all the wrong places. I have not had a proper representation of what a loving family looks like, coming from a single mom doing it all on her own. All the women in my family have done everything on their own. Yeah, we've been married and had divorces and have children, but we've taken care of our family as women by ourselves. So I had no representation of what a husband or a father looks like. All I've had was strong women. And sometimes, we come across as masculine women because we don't have men to defend us or provide for us and do anything to show us anything. So with that disappearing act from the men in our family, we attach ourselves to men looking for love in all the wrong places, and our male friends try to guide us as best as they can to keep us away from harmful men. But a lot of times we as women don't listen and we go forward. So our male friends have been there to wipe tears, to lift heavy packages, to drive us to places, be there to help us and nurture us and try to guide us because they're good men. and they're not seeking any sexual favors, but they're trying to keep their sisters from making horrible mistakes over and over again. So when you have men like that are front and center, that falls back when you have a husband or a relationship and show them respect and just say, if you need me, I'm here. I'm only a phone call away. But if that's who you choose, go forward and hopefully it'll work. So those are men who have earned their spot. They are not predators looking for women to have sex with and to, play games with. We are classified as the women in their family. And because we have no covering, they do their best to cover the women that they care about, which is us. So we're grateful. Now, when we get into a relationship with a man that we feel and that they feel is a decent man, they let that man be the man. They don't want to be our husband. They're our brothers. They're there to just try to guide us, to try and get us to see the men we should attach ourselves to. And that's all it is. And it seems that they stay front and center when we need them, more so than men that we've been in relationship with. So we just decided that it's just best to be single until we find men in the nation who do the law, not say they do the law, but actually do the law. Because we're aiming to do the law, and we will not sign on to men who say, yeah, I do the law, but then they're out on Shabbat partying, they're going to strip clubs and bar hopping and things like that. We don't live that way. So now that we do Torah as Israelite women, we have a standard. And if a man cannot meet that standard, we will keep doing the law as single women. And when we need help, we call our brothers and ask if they can help. And if they can help us, they do it. And if they can't, they don't. And that's okay. But I'd rather be a single woman doing this law by myself than attach myself to a man who is going to bring nothing but destruction into the house. Arguing and fighting, worrying about how many hours I worked so that he can relax. And I'm tending to him, paying the bills, doing everything that I'm supposed to do, and just not happy with what is happening with my spiritual self. My spirit means something. And it's not a reproach for me to be a single woman under the Creator. If I don't have a covering, I don't have a covering. The Creator's my covering. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to just get rid of people who really care about me and my family because a man can say, well, I think she has too many male friends. Meanwhile, you're not paying nothing towards my household. You're not doing doctor's visits with us. You're not doing anything for us. So you can't say we're bad women because if we need help with something that is too strenuous for a woman, we're bad women and we're trying to be out here in every man's face. That's not the case. So I don't want to put that out there as if we're just out here single and partying. We don't go to bars, clubs. We stay at home. Our feet are in our home. We praise the Creator. We read, we study, and we do the right thing. And if we can help somebody, we help. And if we need help, we reach out to the people we know who love us. And that's it. I yield.
Yeah, hold up. Don't go nowhere yet. Could you explain what you meant here in this writings that you wrote? Because I'm
A lot of men are insecure when they know that they're not living up to their best potential. So if you have a male friend who works and he does well for himself and he's a good person in your life, and if you need help with something and you go to the man you're supposed to be with and you say, listen, can you help me with this? I don't make enough money this week. Can you help pay this bill? And he's like, well, I can't help you. And then if you are in a situation where you can call a male friend and say, listen, my children don't have food. the man that I'm with, we're not able to make the amount. Can you help us? And he says, you my sister, definitely. I'm gonna help my brother feed his house. Then the man gets mad. Oh, why did you let him know that we don't have the money or the food and you went and asked him for money? But meanwhile, we're supposed to starve. I wasn't able to make the extra hours, but you're not willing to go out there and get a second job or do overtime. So
TT,
what do we do?
Sister TT, let me explain something to you. The way you explained that situation, and I'm gonna do my very best to speak all this in love. I'm gonna do my very best, and I pray that you really, 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 really hear me, because I mean this. I mean no disrespect. I don't mean no hurt or harm. I mean this in love and sincerity. A lot of women don't know how to be a wife. They don't know how. You have said so many things right now in that conversation that you just had. It would give the illusion that what you're saying is acceptable and is cool. But you just said, if the man that I'm with can't provide for me, I'll go to another man and get it. Am I right so far? Is that what you said?
I wouldn't, but that's many women's situation. I know many women that have to ask their men in their family or their close friends for help. I've had women ask my husband when I was married at the time for financial help. So I'm speaking from experience. He was my husband. Her husband didn't have anything to feed them. And she asked my husband for the money so she could feed her family. And her husband was mad. Like, why did you ask another man for help? But he would not get up and make the extra hours to make sure he could feed his family. So my husband had to do it.
And that's the reason why most people shouldn't be married. Because the whole marriage should have been reversed and backed up and not entered into. Because you married somebody who wasn't adequately capable of taking on a responsibility of being a husband. If you're in a situation and you're in a courtship with an individual and he can't handle his business, then you shouldn't be in no courtship with that individual thinking that this is going to be my husband and he can't provide even in the courtship. How's he going to provide for you in a marriage? Same thing with a woman. Same thing with a female who's in a courtship and she got all these other friends relying on them to do things for her, but yet she's in a courtship with this individual. She's in violation. This is why women should not have male friends. If you fall upon hard times and you got family that's going to look out for you, then so be it. You got an uncle, a cousin, even if you got an individual that's a male that's going to look out for you in so many ways, so be it. But when you're in a relationship, nobody gets to look out for you but that individual that you're in a relationship with. And if you can phantom in your mind, well, my children need to eat, so I got to go ask another man to feed then you don't need to be in that relationship with that individual. You should break off that relationship first, completely. And then if you got to go what you got to go to get what you got to get, then you do what you got to do. You know? My
But
request.
we're saying the same thing. I believe we're saying, Salika, for cutting you off. We're saying the same thing.
We're not saying the same thing.
Yes, that's why we are single, because men want women to go into a courtship when financially they can't afford it. And the woman, if you run a household, you know what salary takes to have a family. You have an idea if you've done it before. I'm not a young person out the door. I'm an older person. I've run a household. I know what it takes. they want you to go into a courtship and they have not two nickels to rub together. So that's why I'm saying that it is best for a woman to remain single and provide for herself and her family the best way she can. And if she cannot do that, if something emergency happens and she has her male friends that she's known most of her life without a sexual favor being exchanged, if they can help her with something, it doesn't have to be money. It could be, I need you to lift this heavy thing, bring a wheelchair in, or lift the bed because I need a medical bed now. If you have those men who care about you and your family and they say, utilize me, you have no husband, you have no help. We can lift this, we can get this done, we can move this furniture, we can, why would we not use them and then be looked upon as if we're whores? That's not, I don't think that's fair.
You miss it. You're missing the point. What I'm
Well,
saying,
I'm not saying that you implied that, but it was like the brother was like, well, a woman has a lot of male friends. You don't even know what the woman's situation is before you make that assessment. You should talk to the woman first and find out, what is it you're into? Who are these people? Why are they around you? It takes conversation and communication. We can't pass judgment on women who are out here struggling and trying to make it happen by themselves. We don't have men. You men are set up. Most men are not. So we have no help, is what I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm very glad that we've had this conversation. And I'm gonna say that I'm glad we had this conversation because I see what's going on with the majority of our women, with a lot of our women through your eyes right now. And I don't think you understand what I'm saying to you. When we have conversations like this, it's our emotions that cause us to be disrespectful that we don't even see, that we don't even understand, that we're being disrespectful and that we're doing things that we shouldn't do because we have to get across. When we get excited, we just got to let it out. And we forget the order and structure and how we should be doing things. We just got to let it out. When we get that spirit and that emotion, we got to be heard. The point that I'm trying to make right now is this. A lot of times people learn to depend on others in their lives, females. They learn to depend on others with the illusion that it's a friendship. Now, if you got genuine friends in your life, so be it. But you need to test them to make sure that that's what it really is. Call them one day and tell them you want to do something a little on the opposite side, what y'all are accustomed to doing. And act like you mean it. Give them the sincerity test to see if what I'm saying to you is wrong. Although they may not ever approach you, it doesn't mean that that's not their intention. Because they appear to be respectful to you doesn't mean that that's not their intentions and they're just waiting for that opportunity. So they will do these things for years, just keeping themselves present for the moment that you say, I'm ready. And they all up on it. Swallow you up, got a wife, don't care, going to cheat, going to do whatever they're going to do. Because they make you believe as the female, and then you're in need, they make you believe that this is a platonic relationship and that I ain't even thinking about and considering having intercourse with you. And it's not true. In most cases, it's not true. What it shows is that you have been the kind of woman who have been in the proper spirit of not desiring to have intercourse, but yet you have a need in life and you need that need to be met. And I understand that. So whoever needs that, meet that need, that have that relationship with you, you can go to them and get what you need, walk away and not be in debt to that individual. But that doesn't mean that their minds are pure like your mind is. And because they've never asked you for anything doesn't mean that they're not waiting for that moment to show you what they're really working with. So therefore, the only way you would ever really know is that you would have to be deceptive in order to find out. But I pray that you don't do that. I'm not enticing you to do that. I'm just trying to explain to you the mind of a man because I'm a man and I know how they move in a lot of cases. Those who have not obtained to the righteous level and standards of the Most High, I'm talking about how they move. And they will sit there and provide for you almost anything that you need and wait for you to make the first opening, and they'll gobble it up. They'll run with it. So because they're being good and you're getting the benefit of being able to feed your family, that's a good thing. But trust me, 99% of them, their intentions is not what you make it out to be. Now, as a person on the receiving end, you're receiving it, and you can say, well, this man has never approached me in this way. That's good. That means that he's in control of his true desires and his nature. But if you ever really, really, really want to find out if they really like that, ask them. But don't ask them overtly. Ask them in a covert way. I had a dream about you last night. Man, we was getting it in. You know, I never knew you thought about me like you. Whatever you got to do if you really want to know. But the best thing would be for you as a woman to find yourself a spiritual covering, an Israelite covering, who is greater than you in their relationship to the Almighty, and ask them to be your covering until you're being married, until you are married, until you can find somebody that's going to provide for you as a husband or as a concubine or as a servant or however it's going to be. Then and only then can we honestly say, and then you don't even know, because if this man is wicked, you wouldn't know, but put him to the test. Let it be somebody that you approve of, like you spoke about Prince of Paul, like you spoke about him, like you feel about him. Now, if you feel that way about a man like that, then that's who you go talk to about being a covering. Prince, can you take on this honorable position for me in my life and be a covering for me and my family? Talk to him and see if his mind and his spirit is in the same place. And he may just say, I got you. We cool. I got you. But you shouldn't have 3 and 4 and 5 different men in your life looking out for you, helping out for you, because believe me, they give the appearance of one thing, but their spirit is in a totally different place, waiting for the opportunity to have their way. A lot of people are like that. So my advice would be, do away with all those males that have been doing friendly things to you or for you or with you. Find yourself a spiritual covering in this way of life and have him to be solely responsible for anything that you might need. And don't be greedy with it, but necessarily the things you need until you're married. Other than that, you're setting yourself up and you're giving a false illusion to people. You're giving them false hopes. You're giving them false dreams. And also, you're making things more hurtful when you go to be married to a real man. Because a real man don't want a woman who's tied down with a lot of male friends. He don't want that. And you might, in your spirit, because you're clean in your spirit, you have no attachments. You just know that they're looking out for you. But for real, we men, we don't see it that way. And it's hard for you to convince us that it's not that way. So the best thing you can do is not have those attachments in your life at all. And I'm not saying you can't have people that you reach out to every once in a while, once or twice a year to check up on them, make sure they're cool. That's not what I'm saying. But when you got people that males, and you're a female and a single female, even if you wasn't single, but especially being a single female, when you got people that you can reach out to and get almost anything that you need from them, and you become to be relying on them, that's not a good thing. And you don't have a contract with this person to be your covering or anything of that nature, That's not a good thing. And it will create within you a false sense of independence. It will create within you a personality that will be not one that a man will want to marry, and you won't see it. What you said today was you said, in my life, I didn't know what a healthy family looked like. Am I right? Or did you say a healthy husband? I thought you said
Came. A healthy man woman relationship, a husband and wife.
right. So
Yeah.
therefore, usually in these cases, the only thing we have to look at is what we see on television or in the movies. And those things are scripted, which means they give the appearance to make it look that way because this is what they get paid to do. And most of those actors are very good at their job. So when we grow up in life and we don't know what a good, healthy marriage looks like between a man and a woman, we'll tell a woman that's in a good marriage, healthy marriage, oh, he's abusing you. You can't think for yourself. You can't do nothing that you want to do. He's abusing you because we don't know what the righteous marriage looks like. A righteous, healthy, wholesome marriage. We don't know what it looks like. He's abusing you because he don't let you wear whatever you want to wear. An Israelite man should let his wife wear whatever she wants to wear. He should. But her desires of what she want to wear should all be in modesty. It should all keep her concealed. She shouldn't be walking around with sweatpants on and tight sweatshirts with her bulging all over the place. It shouldn't be. So when she wants to step out of the house like that and they get into an argument, she calls you, man, he was tripping. He didn't want me to wear my pink sweatsuit. And the first thing you say is, being in the wrong state of mind, is he too controlling? That's why I don't like Israelite men. They're too controlling. If your man in any relationship that you have is not telling you what you can and cannot wear, it's because he don't care about you. Anything that you desire, that you have a caring for, okay, let me ask you this way. If I gave you $1 million right now, where would you put it? Would you put it out in the front lawn for everybody to see and come and get and pick up? Or would you conceal it and hide it and put it in a special place so that only you have access to it when you need it? And of course, I know the answer to that. Same way a man views his wife, a righteous man. Because there's a lot of males who view their women and they don't care how they look. But a righteous man who's striving for righteousness and wants his woman to do the same, he cares how she presents herself to the world. Now, if he's sick in his mind, then he'll let her go out there any way she wants. And he will never tell her, you can't do that, because he's sick. He's sick, she's sick, both of them sick. But if you got a man that's about some standards and integrity and righteousness, he would never want his wife to set out and cause another man to sin with his eyes. Because you can look at that woman, she's married and already you're lusting. Man, she got a nice hiney. Look at that booty she got. Look at them breasts to sis. Man, she built like and she's a man's wife. So you just cause her to allow a man to sin against you with his eyes on your wife because you wasn't man enough to tell her she has to dress modest. Now, if you ain't got that in you, and she doesn't naturally have modesty within her, she shouldn't be your wife. Now, sometimes I understand when you first take a wife, you got to train her and teach her and educate her. Those words I just said, train that woman, has erupted a lot of people's spirit just now. Train her. What the heck he mean? Train her. That's exactly what I mean. Because most women today coming from this Western European mindset is sick. And that's why you said to her, I don't like these Israelite men. They're abusive. They're too demanding. They just tell you what to do all the time, going to tell you what to wear, how to eat. If he don't tell you how to eat, it's because he don't love you, because he don't care for you, because he don't want you to survive, or he just simply don't know. If he knows that the foods you eat are killing you and he doesn't tell you, he don't care about you as much as you want him to. That's the problem. So anybody just letting you do what you want, you call your friend up, your male friend, and you ask your male friend for some money because your husband can't provide it, you need to get a divorce. I will help you to get a divorce. And if I was him, I would put you out. Get out of here. Because when a man fails at his responsibility, it's not for his wife to seek someone else to give her what she needs. If the man fails at his responsibility and he's suffering, then y'all suffer together. You chose him. That's why you got to be careful of who you marry. You don't have the right to give him away when you want to and get the convenience of another man's luxury or finances or whatever at your. It don't work that way. You got to be careful who you marry, because it's for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, for health, or for sickness. You made a covenant before the Almighty. And if this man fails to do his job and he doesn't divorce you, you can never ask another man for help, even if it's your father. You can't. You can't even go to your own father for help, because it don't go that way. You're that man's property. You belong to him. And how would you like it if your child, you're her mother, you're his mother, and you're doing your very best to raise your child, and one day your child comes home with a gift all wrapped up in a box, where your child had made this gift for the neighbor next door on Mother's Day. Ain't got you nothing, but made a gift for the neighbor next door on Mother's Day. And you say, well, who's that for? Oh, that's for Miss Helen down the block, up the street, around the corner. What is that? Oh, that's a gift I made in school for Mother's Day. How would you feel? You'll say, well, I'm your mother. You're supposed to look to me. You know, you're supposed to make things for me. You're supposed to look for your happiness to come from me. But no, he gave it to the lady down the street, around the block, up the corner. How would that make you feel? You wouldn't like that, would you? That's similarly how a man's feel when his wife asks another man, be it her brother, her uncle, her father, even her friend, to do what he is supposed to be doing. A lot of females don't understand that because, like you said, they're not used to seeing healthy relationships. And they're not used to seeing Israelite healthy relationships. They're not used to even seeing real men, because most people are not exposed to the workings and the doings of real men. And when they are, they can't live with a real man because they're not used to somebody telling them what they can and cannot do, what time I got to be in the house, what clothes you can wear, what kind of foods you can eat. Don't nobody want to hear that. So therefore they're single. It don't work that way. When you
May I interject,
Yes,
Hanasi?
Yes, you may.
I guess I need to clarify certain things. I do not ask men for money because I make my own money. And what I meant was, by having my male friends, is that certain things I need lifted because I'm not physically able to do those type of things. I would never ask a man for money when I have a husband in my home, because that's really degrading and embarrassing for me as a wife. I was just going on speaking about a lot of things that I know single women, some myself, go through, and some that they've gone through. Some women have had to ask for help, even though they had a husband right there in the house, because the husband could not fulfill his obligation to feed the family or pay a bill. Myself, I'm very blessed that I don't have to do that. My male friends help me in different ways. They help me in ways of heavy lifting and things like that. Or if I need, prayers and stuff, like things like that's, not sexual. And I also take into note of what you said. I've known for many years that a lot of male friends pretend to be a male friend because they're trying to wait other men out to see if you will eventually say, this is not working with these other men, let me give you a shot. So I'm aware of that.
That's right.
So my male friends have passed those tests. I have not always done law. So they are my friends before doing law and after. I have learned immensely by reading Torah and doing this way of life. So I have actually weeded out who's who. The ones who are still in my life, there are not many. Most of my female friends, I don't even have female friends anymore because my way of life has changed so drastically. So I do understand that it takes discernment. We have to watch, our conduct, the people we have around us, and, people who are trying to wait other people out so that they can have their chance with being with you. So with that being said, I appreciate that. That is definitely a jewel in my mental Rolodex. But I just wanted to express that not all women are very frivolous with having male friends. Those male friends have to earn their spot. And it's not something that's just like, oh, he seems nice, let me rely on him. And I really have a problem. I'm very proud. So I don't ask people for money. And I've been told, even from family, when you need help, you need to say something. I will find my own way. I will work and work and work. That's why I don't stop, because I know what it takes to feed a family and to have extra in case someone else is in need. So I just wanted to be clear on that. I do not disagree with you. Having a covering at the moment right now, I didn't know that I could just ask someone in the nation, a spiritual person, and ask them to be my covering. I had no idea. This is something new to me. What I was expounding on was men who are not fit or set up to be a woman's covering and want to take her on, knowing financially it's not doable and it's not a hit at anyone. We all need to realize we need to make money in order to have a family. Because where would we live? What would we eat? How would we be able to do the things that we need to do? That's what I'm saying. So it's not a hit to anyone. I am single because I know that I need to get certain things in order for myself as a wife, if I choose to be a wife again, because I don't want my husband to struggle. I don't want my husband to be banging his head against the wall saying, I don't make enough money. How am I going to do this? I'm very proactive.
Well, see,
But mhm.
that's where you fit in as a wife. A wife has to cause her husband to see the best and the greatest part of himself. Even if he don't have two nickels to rub together, you teaching and educating him and giving him the confidence to know that he can do it will cause him to get the desire to go out to start off with pennies, then get nickels, then do dimes, and then do quarters. See, a woman has to know her strength. And you, not my conversation today was based toward you in this conversation, but I didn't mean to make it so personal as if I was coming down on you. I'm speaking of the mindset of the Western women today. A lot of women, like you just said, if your future husband doesn't have this, you know not to do this. Well, then what we should begin to do, first, you shouldn't enter into a marriage if the man is not in a position to provide for you. But sometimes you enter into a marriage where he was able to provide and something happens in his life, he's no longer able to provide at that particular time. He loses help. He starts doubting in himself. He gets weak. What is your place as a wife to build him up? Not saying you got to go get a job, but you can speak positive words into his ear. You can comfort him and get him up in the mornings to send them out of the house to go look for jobs. Y'all can have ideals of what y'all can build together so that he doesn't have to work for somebody else. He can be self-employed. And through the hard times of self-employment, y'all scrape and grind together until a great success comes about. And in reference to those other males, and as far as you personally asking men for money, I'm glad you don't, because that's one of the things that will become a habit in our lives. And then when we get our husbands, we only looking for a husband that can provide for us financially. And it's like a training process to our way of thinking. And that's not how it should be. You don't just look for a husband for finances, but you do look for a husband for finances, if you understand what I'm saying. Don't
I
let
do, because I'm always the provider. I've always been the one that provided. I don't have a problem. A lot of men are not in a situation where they can provide fully for a family. I have always been the one that can, and that's a blessing from the Creator. So, therefore, I always adhere to what I know best. I have to be able to be an asset, not a burden. But my husband cannot be a burden also. So he has to be as proactive as I am. And that way we'll have peace in the house because I already know what to do. And I don't mind sharing that, but I want a man that can lead. I'm tired of leading. I'm exhausted with leadership. So Saadia would like to say something,
you're
if that's
exhausted.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine. But you're exhausted with leadership because it's not your position to do so.
I know.
You
I
wasn't
know.
you wasn't created for that purpose. Bati,
I
what you
know.
speak, Bati?
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
What I wanted to say was, I think the term friend was seen controversially, simply because,
We got feedback coming through. We can barely understand you. Try it
oh,
again.
sorry about that.
It's
You have to turn the mic down.
still happening.
Speaker.
Yes, good.
Okay, so I would like to say that I think the term friends was seen controversially because in this day and time, people pretend to be friends with people, and it has different connotations connected to it. Um, when you said about proving your friend or ensuring that your friend, the male friends, doesn't see their female friends in a sexual way, the friends, well, as you all, the ones of you that come often, you all know that I lived in England for most of my life. And the friends that I'm referring to are two males. And we've had that conversation to establish the way in which our friendship will grow. And I see them as my brothers, and they see me as their sister. They know my family. I know their family. When they've met their partners, I was introduced to their partner because we are a community. And I know that a lot of times that is not the basis of friendships nowadays, but my friends that I have in the UK, they are my family. When I was living here, um, I was away from my family in America. And just in terms of just having reliable family members around, my friends were my community, so going through the school systems, employment, my career paths. These are people that I've networked with. These are people that I still speak to. These are people that tap in once in a while just to ascertain how my health is getting along. These are people that pray with me, that cry with me, that mourn with me. So I would just like to establish that males and females can be friends depending on the transparency. I'm not saying you meet somebody one day and then that's your friend. No, like it takes time to establish these things, and that's where transparency comes into play, because some people, male and female both, could pretend to have each other's best interest at heart and not actually do so. And then also, what I would like to mention is that in terms of being perceived, according to what a comment stated,
Proceed
as being, yeah,
in terms.
it was a comment that was placed in the chat. Um, because mostly because we have been brought up in the West, right? Everybody's family dynamic is different. Some families have a surplus of men in their families. Others do not. My family, it was only what, maybe 10 years ago that males were born into my family, into my maternal family. So most of the family members were the women. And in terms of marriage, a lot of people died. So the women in our families, we have to join together. And that is also why the male friends that we do have are important, because they were the brothers, the cousins, the fathers, the uncles within that family, within our family. So it's the same as some children parents who have abandoned them and they're brought up by their grandparents. It doesn't take away the role of their grandparents. It doesn't mean that their their um their grandparents cannot parent. It means that there was a missing link within the family, and that link was filled, or that void was filled, you know. So I would like to establish that as well, because everybody's capacity of love is different. Everybody's capacity of servitude is different, you know. And that's why I also mentioned when Asa's wife Ruth, I asked about the covering. I said that is also the same as youth looking out for the elders in the community. Sometimes elders don't have children, and so the children within the community can still go and see about the elders, making sure that they have food, that they have adequate heating, that the place is clean, that the elders are able to attend their doctor's appointments. It's all about community. So that is what I wanted to signify, rather than being perceived as you're a single woman and you're engaging in discourse with any and every man, because that's not what I nor my mom was stating. So that's what I wanted to establish and clarify.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Let me set this platform first so you understand this. Both you and your mom are exceptions to the rule. What do I mean by that? As far as I know, both you and your mom are exceptions to the rule, where when we speak about the average woman, the average woman is not sitting up here on the Shabbat trying to learn about the Creator, trying to improve themselves and try to better themselves. So you got to remove yourself personally from most of this conversation. But when we talk about things that's been directly put out there and we address those issues, then we're talking about whomever the shoe fits, let them wear it. But you and your mom are unique when it comes to the average average woman, because you all are given the ability or the opportunity to the Creator to work for you in your lives. And you're not perfect, as none of us are, but you are willing to make the sacrifices, because I know that because you sit here for hours every Shabbat. And how I know you here? Because you're participating. You know, you're casting ideals and thoughts. And most females are not interested in that. We got a lot of people come in, just drop a jewel and they out, they going, they doing whatever they doing. But y'all are actively engaged to be here, to talk, to communicate, to express your emotions, and show that you yourselves are trying to improve from who you are and who you are. And that's a wonderful thing. Nobody can argue with you about that. On the average, speaking about women, on the average, they don't know what they're doing. They call themselves having male friends, and that's what the appearance is on the outside, but in reality, that's not the reality of what it is. Oftentimes, they themselves desire to be in relations with these guys, but don't make the move because they think that a man should be coming approaching them. So therefore, they stay in communications, get what they can, and keep it moving and never make that move. But in their hearts, they truly desire to be in that relationship and with that individual, especially if you're getting it. On the other side, males, a lot of males truly will be patient and wait until the prime opportunity to pounce down and have their way, just to completely turn and be somebody else in a moment. So the simple fact that you know you have males in your life as that you call upon and that you get what you need from time to time, my advice would be separate yourself from them. Don't reach out to no man for anything except he's your covering. And please, family, don't think that I'm saying that a covering is only there to supply financial assistance. Please don't think that, because that's not where I'm coming from. Your covering, if you ask your covering for something, he tells you no, then he tells you no. But don't think that he's going to give me all the money I need to make my life better. That's not why you're entering into his covering. You're entering into his covering so that your spiritual can connect with his spiritual and you can receive the blessings from the Creator through him, which also means that you and your lifestyle has to change and become better or different than what you had been prior to being under his covenant. You can't live the same life and be under the covering of a righteous man and receiving these blessings and you don't change. It don't work that way. The whole lesson of today is time to change direction. So this is what I want to put on the platform, just so that we'll know right now. And I had this conversation with one of my Nasheen. Bati, did you want to say something? Because you took your mic off. I'll wait.
Slika, yes, I also wanted to establish something too, because like the comments about not being married over the age of 20, right? Is like perceived as, I guess, like a wicked thing and what have you. And I just want to also share that I have been approached from when I was very young, 19, but in England, a lot of them were Islamic, and I didn't want, I wanted to wait to have a Hebrew husband as well, because I didn't want there to be any confusion in terms of even though the man said that I could still observe Hebrew culture and he would observe Islamic culture. What I didn't want was confusion for when we did have children, then the children would be polluted in terms of going to the masjid as well as going to a Knesset or a synagogue if we did find one in the UK as well. So I just wanted to say, like, certain prejudices or discriminative comments that are being made is very unnecessary, because if we even consider ourselves as the children of Israel, we also have to consider the curses that the creators that will befall us. Everybody's curse and everyone's generational curse is different, and I just feel like we're not considering that in the entirety of what the creator has put in place for his children that has been scattered in the four corners of the earth, because everyone is not in the east, and some of us are here in America, some of us in Europe, worldwide, and to where we are, we all have got different adversities that we're facing. And that's it. That's what I would say.
Well, you opened the door up for a whole lot of conversation. A whole lot of conversation. I want to address the issue that I was about to bring forward, and then maybe I'll circle around and address that issue that you just opened the door up for. I was speaking to my wife. One day we sat down and we had one of those things you call a heart-to-heart type of conversation. And that's one of the things that I like most about her, is that she speaks truth in her soul, even if it's embarrassing. So we sitting down and we're talking, and I asked her, how many women do you have in your family that's married? She named about 15, 20 women, and none of them are married. Oh, with the exception of her mother. Her mother was married, and that might have been it. I think that might have been it, just her mother. She named about 15, 20 women. Most of the women in her family had babies by men who was no longer in their lives and didn't see them worthy of marrying them. And when Sister Titi spoke earlier, and she spoke about pretty much the same situation in her family. This is something that happens in Black families often, where women feel like they need to, and I heard this expression today too, they have to be strong, independent women. Nobody wants to marry them. No valuable man wants to marry a strong, independent woman. So my wife's family, with the majority of the women in her life that was alive, the 20 that she named, cousins, aunts, great aunts, family members, the 20 that she named, she had to admit that she doesn't know how to be a wife. Because as Sister Titi said, she had no great examples of anybody to teach her how to be a wife. So with this great acknowledgement and this sincerity of a woman recognizing, like what Baptiste said just a minute ago, she saw nobody that she would want to be married to, because the majority of those men practice a way of life that she didn't want to be involved in. So therefore, she kept herself from marrying these men all of these years, which is a great thing. So therefore, if more of our women held on to that principle, that I don't want to bring a child up in confusion, and at the same time kept their leg closed for the same type of principle, that I don't want to bring a child up in confusion, our nation would be in a better place, much better place. So when she speaks like this, she's speaking words of power, and it takes a certain type of character and nature for a female to make a conscious decision not to give her body to an individual, because her future results could be devastating. If more of our young ladies felt that way, our people will be in a better condition. But because not enough of our people think like that, or that strong, or that powerful, or that righteous, we give ourselves to so many different people, and only later to regret it later in life. Because on the female side, in these Western countries that we live in, you got 2 or 3, 4 children, and daddy ain't gonna be there, you stuck with those 2 or 3, 4 children. And you will almost get no support from the daddies. If they got different daddies, they got one daddy, you might get some support. But they got multiple daddies, usually you have a difficult time getting your support from those daddies. And then sometimes when they do give support, it's not really enough. You got to go out and grind. You got to figure out a way to take care of your children while you go out and make some money. And it's extremely difficult. It's unfair. It shouldn't be that right. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. The men or the males who produce these children, even if they're not getting along with the mothers, should still be contributing to those children in their youth, as long as those children are allowing that type of process to take place. It should be happening. So you shouldn't be fitting for yourself. But the reason why a lot of women, females are with multiple children fitting for themselves with no husband is because they did not do what Saadia introduced to the family by not marrying or not being with sexually, even sexually being with an individual, because she saw that there was no future for them. The Israelite man that she's holding herself for is going to have a great treasure when the time comes that he has the opportunity to have her. You follow what I'm saying? She don't have those regrets with 5 and 6 children from 2 and 3 different, or 4 different men even, that she has to fend for a way to provide for at this time. So that's a blessing. But a lot of our sisters today don't feel that way. A lot of sisters today, they gonna go out and get their boots knocked and then end up being pregnant and stuck with a life load of misery with 4, 5. I told you earlier about the lady with 10 children. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 children. And it's hard because the men she has babies with was no good. They was males. Sister Sharon, she says, it's funny because men do want a strong, independent woman, but wrapped in submissiveness. I don't know what type of man those are that want a strong, independent women, but I'll talk to you about it. Let me clarify. Okay, she's going to clarify it. Our men automatically have this connotation that we can handle a lot of things, and we can. We are the weaker vessels only in physicality. Independent in the sense that we go out and bring forth a contribution to our households and not just solely dependent on our husbands to bring forth the fruit. I'm playing words, semantics. Okay, I think I understand what she's saying. Let me clarify that so that it's understood. Men do not want an independent woman. Men do not want that, because a strong, independent woman don't know how to be submissive and take care of a man. She don't know how to. She just can't. Now, when you talk about a strong woman, yes, men want strong women, which means, as Sister Sharon brought out, women who can handle situations and problems. I don't know about that part about going out, getting the bag and bringing it back. I don't want my woman to do that. That's not her responsibility. That's my responsibility as the man. My women wouldn't even be able to tell you how much money is in the bank account unless you ask them about their own personal bank account. But the joint bank accounts, they don't know how much money is in it. They don't need to know. It's none of their concern. And my personal bank account, they don't know. I don't want my woman to go out and get the bag. That's not her responsibility. That's mine. But now, like, for example, my Isha, her father just passed away. And a lot of pressure was coming on her from all these different places, and how she dealt with it, how she handled it, how she took it. And she stood up like a champ. She stood up like a champ. Pop passed. She boo-hooed for a second. And once that was over, it was over. Everything else, all the attention, all the confusion, all the conversations All the things that came at her, she handled, moved it around, situated it. That's what I'm talking about, a strong woman. But an independent, strong, independent woman who go get her bag creates a monster most times in the female. When they meet a strong man who's willing to embrace her, she don't know how to respond because she's been so used to taking care of herself for so long. She don't know how to tune it down. Most of them don't know how to tune it down. Therefore, the marriage don't last but a few years. And then she's single again, not understanding why. And she goes to the point where she got to go get the bag and be strong and independent and make decisions and do things. Independent women, single women who don't have a husband, they have to do what they have to do to be able to survive. And I respect that because of the world we're in. But in order to do what you have to do, sometimes you got to do things different than what you've always been doing. So what do I mean? Find a new way to find provisions for your family while still remaining a humble woman, humble, strong woman. Find a new way, and there are ways. One way is that you can find yourself a covering to help to protect, to guide, and instruct you on better ways for life. And I know you think you got the answers, but it don't work that way because the way you think is why you're in the position you're in today. The sooner a person recognizes that they're in the positions they're in today because of how they think, they will be able to recognize that they can change their position by changing their mindset. Most females today with multiple children and no marriage, no baby daddy, no viable baby daddy, is really handling his business. You made those mistakes later in life. Don't make them again. Don't keep repeating that same cycle. Once you done sat in one of Prince's classes and you learned that that was a mistake. Don't go back out next year and have a baby by another loser, or with the expectations of him saying we're going to get married and you give him a twat. Don't do that again. Women, if you're not married, you should be celibate. Men, if you're not married, you should be celibate. And that's just the teachings that you're going to get from Prince. That way, there's nothing for you to regret later on in a few years down the road of something you just you gave into that urge. No, that's a problem. So I admire a strong, can I say strong? Yeah, I have to say strong woman. I admire that in her strength and her spiritual strength. But as far as her being determined to supply the need, a woman shouldn't want to go out and work. Matter of fact, her body is not even built for work. Women's bodies are not built for work. That's why they're not built strong. And then we're going to talk about being built to go out to work. That's why they need so much sleep, because they're being overworked. Their bodies need to rest, where a man's body doesn't need as much rest as a female's body. You don't believe what I'm saying? Look up the statistics. Let the European man tell you. Women's body need more sleep and more rest so that they can properly function the rest of their day. Men don't need as much because men's bodies have been genetically programmed to be on the go the majority of the time. We were always away from home. We was out. We was getting it to bring it back home. And lastly, I want to say this for the strong, independent thinkers, the strong, independent women that's here or that might be listening to the audience and just ain't saying nothing. In the animal kingdom, you have women lions. You have women lions who go out and hunt. Lions, female lions that go out and hunt. And they'll go out and they'll grab something, they bring it back, and that's cool. There ain't no problem with that. The moment that female lion meets, how can I say, resistance, life-threatening resistance, it takes her man, the king, the real king, the lion, to come and relieve her of that life-threatening situation. Now let's reverse that into this life that we're in today. Our women today shouldn't be worried about going out to get the bag, because their man should be supplying the realistic, life-threatening needs that they need in their life today. If a woman works, she gets to do pretty much what she wants to do with her money. It's hers. If she works, she gets to do pretty much what she wants to do with her money. But her life shouldn't be based around her going out there getting a bag. Shouldn't be based on that. Her husband's responsibility is that. And if he's lacking at doing his job, then ask for a divorce. So you can find somebody that will do the job. If you can find somebody, if you ain't too old, you ain't got too many kids, and your mind ain't all messed up. Because if your mind is messed up, you're in trouble. You just gonna be toe up. But you gotta know how to do what you need to do. And let me say this too. And if your man is not able to provide in that manner, help him to get into the proper mind frame. Don't just ask for a divorce. Don't just leave. But work with him the best you can to try to get him in a position where he can go out and get that bag and bring it home and help the family. Maybe they just lost Wi-Fi connection. The both of them dropped off. Maybe they just lost Wi-Fi connection. I'm not sure. All right. All right, let's see where we at. Independence is a sense that we will go out and bring forth a contribution to our household and not just solely dependent on our husband to bring forth the fruit. I'm playing word semantics. Well, you already understand where I'm at with that. Anything that you go out and get to bring to the household should be for your own pleasure, your own enjoyment, your own satisfactory. It shouldn't be for the necessity things needed to maintain your family. Okay? The lights, the bills, the mortgage, the things that keep us in a good position. It shouldn't be those things. I can see what you're saying, independent as in thinking clearly and righteous, fulfilling tasks, dependent, and sure, maybe work if she needs to. She should never need to. She should only work because she chooses to. It shouldn't be a thing that she needs to go to work anywhere. Brother Prince, thanks for acknowledging that it's not just women, should be certain ways because men not living right yet curses the women. Absolutely right. And also addresses human beings, not a book. I also addresses human beings, not a book. Okay, you lost me on that part.
He's speaking on because I think Rabbi Cohen had put a book about unfixable women and something that I guess his congregation has, and so Ishmael Conqueror commented on that, and so yeah, and then he asked, "How do you address something that you haven't read?" So that's what he was saying.
Okay. All right, very well. But I'm sure, I would hope to think that the book that he's talking about unfixable women, is a way to fix the women in the book. I would hope and pray that it is. And not, one thing that Dr. Murray Yoel always said that I've always kept with me is that he always taught that if you got enough courage to bring the problem, you should have enough wisdom to bring the solution. So if he's presenting a book to show all the fallacies in the women, in that book, it should also have how they can be repaired. And then I'm cool with that. Unfixable is very problematic. One should consider compassion. Maybe the book is called Unfixable just to gain your attention. Sometimes you got to name things, crazy things, just to get people to look at it. that's not that you really mean that women can't be fixed. Sometimes it means, hey, I want you to see, look at this book. Here's your opportunity. Check this book out. So I'm naming something crazy. Just so that you'll look into the book and you'll learn what the book is all about. I would hope and pray with the skills and the talent that that young man has, I pray that that's what it is. I pray that that's what it is. Absolutely, in terms of wisdom, you catch more bees with honey rather than vinegar. Yes, absolutely. You do. All right. Are there any questions or comments, family? Anyone else? Did I miss anything? Maybe I should scroll up. And Sister Sharon, I thank you. I thank you for all of the contributions you made today, Sister TT and and Bati Saadia. Thank you all for all the comments and contributions you made to today's class. Shalameen Halewi, Dr. Shalameen, I thank you as well for all your contributions. Where I hear from is Mr. Otter. Where's Mr. Otter at? This hit dead smack to the core of our short book, Why You Are Single, Damaged and Unfixable Women. Okay. I pray that we all understand where you're coming from.
I think if I'm just saying, or I'm asking if he's still present, if he could maybe put a summary of what the book is about, because even like you said, the title could be just something to get someone's attention. But I think when he posted that, it was when Ima Titi was talking about, the things that go on with single women and having male friends or brothers who help and things like that. And I saw the comment when it was put up, and it didn't kind of like go along with it. And it's also when a certain matter is being spoken and then those words are used, it's kind of like you're putting down a person versus trying to lift them up. So if you're going to even approach the situation with a topic or a suggestion of a book to read, then maybe a synopsis of it to have better understanding, so it won't be so offensive to those women who may feel offensive by it, or even men who may feel offended by it. Because I think that's where World Conqueror was saying too about the compassion.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, not to be in anybody's defense, because I don't know what specifically happened, but you gave a time frame that post went up. Sometimes people are delayed, and when they post, that post comes up way after the topic or what was being said was said, and they might be addressing a different issue. So I that part I don't know about. I would like, if my brother's still here, if he's still here, maybe he can give us a little bit more information on what his book is about, like the ISBN number or a brief synopsis of it, so that people can look into it, so that they can read it, so that they can, maybe even purchase it if the creator will allow that to be, so that they can get a better understanding of the book that you wrote, so that they will know exactly what it is that you're sharing with them. So while I was scrolling up, I saw this, and I just wanted to talk about this for a second. But I think I need to grab the first one first, just to be able to adequately express my opinion on the matter. Patriarch, yes?
I'm sorry, but I was just going to say, in reference to his comment that came after that post of the book. I'm just like, I've been watching the comments. That's why I was trying to, and both of them have been in the class the whole time. So that's why I know that comment came after he put the title of his book or suggestion or whatever, to reference what was being spoke of.
Okay. Patriarchy have many men confused about abusive to our women and abusive to our women. Patriarchy. Okay. Our nature is to care and teach. To say a woman is unfixable and you're not the most high creator shows how an educated person can lack love, while a woman can be wrong in her approach, it's really man's duty to educate her, not put her down as if he is without fault. Casting stones that may live in a glass house is dangerous. Okay. All right. All right. So we got a whole lot out of today's, man. We had a serious lesson today. I thank all of you who participated in expressing your opinions today. Very valuable information has come across this platform today. You know, the name of the lesson, the class today is Time to Change Direction. And I would pray that we were successful today at guiding our people in the process of changing direction, changing the direction in their lives by a lot of the things that was expressed in the class today. But I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that stood out to me the most from the whole class was what Batisa Adia said. That was really powerful to me. That was really powerful. What she said about not wanting to accept a man's proposal because the man practiced a different way of life than what she had dedicated herself to. That was powerful. And I really wish that more of our women today would have that type of mind frame. If you're talking to this guy, you're courting this guy, don't give yourself to this guy sexually. If you see that there is no future there for y'all, he hasn't married you, and his whole way that he's about is contradictory to the way that you're about. Because for real, had she married a Muslim man, she has to give up all of what she understood to be true, right, and correct, and she has to embrace Islam. No matter what he told her, lawfully, that's what she has to do, because that's his desire for her. That's why an Israelite woman shouldn't marry anyone except an Israelite man. Because lawfully, if your man told you to put down the scriptures and you married, you got to put the scriptures down. You got to put the scriptures down and leave it alone if your husband tells you to do so. If not, you will be disobeying the Creator, because your desire is supposed to be toward him, and you're supposed to do what your husband requests of you. So when she said, I can't do that because they're married, and they're Muslim, and they practice a completely different lifestyle than what I gave myself to with the Creator. So she understood that if she married them, things would be different. She talked about, and if we possibly had children, how the children would be confused, because she would be wanting to bring them to the temple while he would be wanting to take them to the masjid, and that would be a problem. And a lot of people don't think like that, and never thought like that, and won't think like that. Maybe after this lesson, they can begin to think like that, because those are some real issues that needs to be thought about before you lay down with an individual and give him your most prized possession. Had more people thought like that, they wouldn't find themselves in a life right now that they're not pleased with. They wouldn't find themselves in a life right now that they're not pleased with. Sexually, children, responsibility, having to go out and chase the bag. No. But anyway, we got a whole lot of land down here. And if anybody wants to come and participate, put your application in, and let's see what we can do to help change that. Because all these single women need to be up underneath of an umbrella, a righteous umbrella. And we got men here in the community that are willing to help, to protect, to provide to the best of their ability, and to cover, and guard and make sure you're safe and do what they can to make sure you eat and all those type of things, how we are supposed to be in the community. But we only got a few men here. We ain't got a whole lot. It's only a few, more like three, 1, 2, 3 now, but that's a start. Because as long as those 3 men's minds are in the right place, we can build something great. And so it be the will of the Most High, we'll cause it to happen. Talk to Princess Medaya. She'll make it work. She'll get through. And I know you got our number, so give her a call. Give her a call. How do we place our applications, Hanasi? That's how you do it, right there. Great lesson. I like the new setup with prayer and questions. Very good. May the Most High be praised. I pray that if anybody have any questions, that they bring them. May the Most High's will alone be done in our lives. We prayed and everything, but the Most High was like, no, we need to speak on this. Bati, Ishti, what you talking about right there?
I'm talking about the fact that we were almost about to end class and then we got on a whole different topic.
3 is better than none. Absolutely. 3 is better than none. Well, you're right about that. 3 is better than none. But with the right 3, we'll be all right. With the wrong 3, you're in trouble. So may the Most High be praised. We got a lot of work to do, family, but we're willing to do the work. That's why we're here. We're willing to do the work, put the time in, get the work accomplished, and achieve things. All right. I think we can close out now, family. I think we can close out now. Anything else? Anybody else want to talk about anything else? We're going to burn all our free minutes up right now. So we're going to burn all 20 of those minutes up, 20 hours up right now. Anybody else want to talk about anything else while we're here? What's the time? The time is 5:21. We've been here since, some of us, 10:30 this morning. But that's okay, because none of that matters as long as the message get done and taught and absorbed. So how many of y'all taking on that challenge now? How many of you are going to take on that 10-day challenge and refrain from marijuana, refrain from alcohol, liquor, smoking cigarettes, refrain from eating unclean foods, refrain from eating meat, refrain from eating chicken, and I think it was one more, refrain from eating sugar. How many of y'all going to take on that 10-day challenge? Okay, let's see what happens. That 10-day challenge is strong. Here you go. I'll do it. You almost do it already, don't you? And Bati, you will want to speak to Ima real soon. Princess Medaya, you would want to speak to her real soon, because things is actually in a good place right now, if that's what you needed to do. I'm not starting immediately. Sure. All right. I greatly appreciate the lesson today. May the Most High be praised. Lo, it's a good day and lesson. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Any other questions or comments, family, before we close it out? Because once we close it out, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. So what you get out of today's lesson, family? What y'all get out of today's class? Y'all want to talk about that? Y'all want to tell us what you got out of today's class, Ima?
No, I don't. I'm just, you just keep going. First, you're like, we can tell rap, no more comments. Then you ask a question to get more engagement. She said she just bought the wine, so she got to drink.
I'm ready to talk about that. Go ahead, Ima. Say what you want to say.
Oh, no, I just said it. That you said, okay, we about to wrap it up. And then you was like, oh, okay. Anybody else? What did y'all get out of the lesson today?
Yeah, they don't want to go home. More people keep coming in the room. All right. I want to talk about this for a minute. Yeah, I just bought the wine. You know, people think I'm a stickler or hardcore, mean, overall nasty guy. No, I just want what's best for you. And women who drink wine, that might look like a classy thing to you. But to a righteous man, that's not a good thing. Because righteous men, and when I say righteous men, I mean men who are really striving to be the best version of themselves. Some of them going to argue with me, say, hey, Prince, that ain't all men. But yes, it is. All righteous men. They don't drink. They don't want women to drink. They don't invite women to drink. It's not a good thing for a woman to consume alcohol. It's not a good thing. Alcohol is not a good thing, period, but our people are so brainwashed by it, we think that it is, that it's a good way to do what? What does it do for you? It's a false illusion. It stimulates your brain and your mind in ways that makes you feel good, therefore giving you a false illusion of something. It clouds your proper judgment, and we at war, and we ain't got time to be doing no drinking. Whereas a lot of people wouldn't have a problem with that. I know that that's not how you're going to be your best. You can't get to your best spiritually, physically, and mentally, and emotionally, and financially when you're relying on foreign substances to bring you relief in certain areas of life. They think it's romantic to get a glass of wine and chill and just it might give the appearance of looking romantic, but alcohol shouldn't be consumed. Not this stuff today that they call out here selling out as alcohol. Shouldn't be consumed because it's destroying you. But I don't want to bore you. I know that y'all ain't trying to hear all that. That ain't what I come to hear, Prince. So I don't want to mess with y'all no more. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to let y'all be y'all. I'm going to let y'all do what y'all do. It's my purpose and my job to just drop the messages and leave it alone, let you do what you do with it. But I know too many Israelites who are all messed up in their lives and everything else because they do the things that these teachings had taught us not to do. So may the Most High be praised. I'm going to leave y'all alone. I'm not going to bother y'all no more. I think y'all heard my stance on things, but who am I? A lonely voice in the wilderness. That's all. So don't pay me no mind. Do you. And if you don't want to change direction, continue to do you. And you're going to get the same results tomorrow that you had the rest of your life. I'm telling you, family, we got to stop doing the things that we have been so accustomed to doing for so long. We got to stop it and do something different, something better. We have to. We have to. Because if we don't, there will be no change in our people in the nation. Everything is going to remain the same. And it's not good. Think about it. What do you think in your life that you've been doing that got you the results that you got right now? And the answer is everything that you've been doing in your life have gotten you the results, and the lack thereof have gotten you the results that you got right now in your life. So what you need to do is change direction. Sometimes you need to listen to somebody who's giving advice to you that you don't want to listen to because it requires too much of you. Sometimes you need to listen. I'm going to leave it alone, family. I'm going to let y'all go. May the Most High be with you all, and thank you all for coming out. Did y'all share this page, this class today? Did all of you go and share this to your page, your website, your social media page? Did all y'all share this today? We got 2,100 people in the room. Come on, y'all. Share it. It should be shared 2,200 times because some of y'all do it twice. Come on, y'all. Let's get it going. We love your teachings because you know you want the best for us, because we know you want the best for us. Shabbat Shalom, Beulah Land, Mishpekah. May the Most High be praised. Insanity. Not a lonely voice in the wilderness. All right. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. Coming in at the last few minutes of the class. The Shabbat Shalom. All right. May the Most High be with you all, bless and protect you all, and strengthen you all. May the Most High guide you to where you need to be. And if anybody here from Mr. Otter, tell Mr. Otter I said to give me a call. May the Most High be praised. Shalom, shalom. Lahit Ra'o.
Shalom, shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Or oat.